Yuchen glanced back at Tang Chiyun and explained. She was frightened. Let her go back and rest for now. Kong Xiai nodded. Xiao Tang, you don't need to stay here. Go back to your room and get some rest. Tang Chiyun looked at her, taking a while to process, then nodded blankly. Oh, okay. She walked slowly back to the maid's quarters, as if her soul had left her body. Old Master Yu watched Tang Chiyun's dazed and lost figure frowning. Xiao Chen, what exactly happened outside? Tell us in detail. Kong Xiai gripped her son's hand. Yes, I heard explosions and gunshots just now. I was so scared I thought you. She paused, clutching her chest in lingering fear. Yuchen glanced at Tang Chiyun's departing figure before sitting down to explain what had happened outside. Tang Chiyun stumbled back to the maid's room, and only in the familiar surroundings did her mind slowly begin to clear. She blinked, recalling how she had slit so many people's throats, the horrific sight of those who died with their eyes open, and the sticky feel of blood on her hands. Her stomach churned, and she bent over, violently vomiting. The older maid sharing the room with her was startled and quickly handed her a trash can. Oh dear. Are you all right? Tang Chiyun couldn't answer, head down as she retched for a long time, until even bile came up. The older maid, seeing how miserable she looked, gently patted her back. Xiao Tang, are you okay? Then she grabbed a mop to clean up the mess on the floor. I just heard explosions and gunshots from inside the house. I was scared out of my wits. You went out with the young master, must have been even more terrifying for you. What happened out there? Tang Chiyun rested for a moment, then set down the trash can, her face pale. Thank you, she managed. But she didn't answer the question. What happened outside? What happened to the world? She didn't know herself. The older maid kept an eye on her as she worked. Are you sure you're all right? Tang Chiyun replied, I'm fine. The older maid noticed the bloodstains on her. Are you hurt? Tang Chiyun shook her head, lowering her eyes to the dark red stains on her clothes. It's not my blood. She recalled the scenes from earlier, raising her slightly trembling hands. Even though she'd wiped them on her clothes, the lines of her palms and under her nails were still caked with dark, dried blood. She stared at them for a while, then clenched her fists. Yuchen was wrong. Killing doesn't become addictive. She and he were two completely different kinds of people. In the living room. After hearing Yuchen's account, Kong Xiai couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. You child. You're far too reckless. What if you'd been discovered? If hundreds of people had attacked you, there's no way you could have fought them all off with just the bullets in your gun. Unlike her, old Master Yu was full of praise. That's my son. Brave and resourceful. Kong Xiai shot him a look and squeezed Yu Chen's hand. Xiao Chen, you can't take risks like this again. Yu Chen said nothing. Old Master Yu thought for a moment and asked, Are you sure those gunshots just now were from Gujiyu? He frowned. Aren't there only two people in their family, him and a Nan? Normally, the two families were evenly matched and got along well enough. He figured that if his own family could get handguns, Gujiyu probably had some too. But he hadn't expected the other side to have assault rifles. That meant, if Gujiyu wanted to, he could wipe out their entire family at any time. No matter how skilled their bodyguards were against overwhelming firepower, it was useless. So the old man couldn't help but feel uneasy. Yuchen knew what his father was thinking, but answered truthfully, there's more than just the two of them. There's also Long Songin and Nan's friends. Old Master Yu sighed meaningfully. Banding together for warmth, huh? Yuchen didn't think much of it. We have plenty of people in our family too. He emphasized, the main thing is, he's got some serious firepower. Just then, more gunshots rang out from outside. Yuchen looked toward the window, lips pressed together. The cleanup has started. In the villa district, every household had locked their doors tight. Chen Tai, Wei Yang, He Yuan, and the others had all heard the earlier gunfire. Though they didn't know exactly what happened, they sensed the danger. After all, they'd only ever seen the Yu family's handguns and the Gu family's shotgun. The sudden appearance of assault rifles and bombs could only mean that some violent gangsters had broken into the villa district. so all the residents were nervously hiding inside, doors tightly shut. The only people running around outside were the intruders from the Tsanglong gang. On the main road, in corners by the walls, in front of villa gates, Tsanglong gang members were everywhere. Hu Chuilan stayed behind at Villa No. 1 with Li Shihan and Long Xiaobao, while in Nan, Gu Jiyu, Zhao Ping'an, and Chu Peipei each carried an assault rifle. They swept along the main road, searching house by house, killing any gang member they found. Those who had escaped from Villa No. 1 instinctively ran in the opposite direction. But with the thick fog and their panicked flight, they quickly lost their sense of direction, running around in confusion. They'd arrived with the fog, so they weren't familiar with the area. They didn't realize that if they just followed the main road, they could eventually get out of the mountainside. Some even tried to break into other villas to hide. But they were out of explosives, and those with guns had all died in the yard of Villa No. 1. Faced with tightly locked villa gates and no firearms, they couldn't break in. All they could do was hide and run outside, desperate and helpless. Gunshots, pleas for mercy, and frantic breathing filled the air. And Nan and the others, wearing gas masks, shot their way through, turning the defense against the gangsters into a one-sided slaughter. A few quick-witted Tsanglong gang members managed to escape the pursuit by running along the main road. But they didn't expect a strange woman to silently appear at the villa district's main gate. She stood alone, blocking the way no one, not even an ant, could escape from the mountainside. In less than half an hour, Dong Jibiao's men had been completely wiped out. The group returned to Villa No. 1. Long Xiaobao rushed up immediately. "Daddy?" But when he saw Long Tsong'an wasn't with them, his disappointment was obvious. And Nan looked at Li Shihan. Long Tsong'an and the others still haven't come back. Li Shihan bit her lip and shook her head. And Nan frowned. Villa No. 5 was locked, and Long Tsong'an and the others couldn't get in. There was no sign of him in Villa No. 1 either. The group had just searched all over the mountainside, but still hadn't seen them. It was now certain that Long Tsong'an and the 3 little ones were no longer in the villa area. After a moment of silence, and Nan decided not to wait any longer. "Let's drive out and look for them." Li Shihan nodded immediately. "Okay." Originally, and Nan thought that since Li Shihan hadn't received any training or been in a fight before, and considering Long Tsong'an and the 3 little ones might have run into some bad people, it would be best if just the 4 of them went to search. But Li Shihan insisted on going along. "He's my husband. I have to look for him." Seeing the determination on her delicate face, and Nan had no choice but to agree. "All right, let's go." Li Shihan nodded repeatedly, entrusted the child to Aunt Hu was staying behind, and got in the car with them. Long Xiaobao was very sensible. Even though his father was missing and his mother had to leave, and he felt extremely uneasy and scared inside, he didn't cry or make a fuss. He just obediently let Hu Tsuelan hold his hand, watching his mother leave with a strong face. The group drove in Nan's Wuling van along the main road. Knowing for sure that Long Tsong'an and the others weren't on the mountainside, Gu Jiyu drove steadily but quickly, and they soon reached the security post at the entrance of the villa area. Visibility was low in the thick fog, so Gu Jiyu slowed down and continued driving down the mountain road. The others kept watch through the windows, looking for any sign of Long Tsong'an and the others. After a while, and Nan, sitting in the front passenger seat, suddenly straightened up and pointed ahead. "There's someone." Gu Jiyu grunted in acknowledgement and slowed the car even more. Up ahead, they could see a human-shaped shadow, but there was only one, and they couldn't make out what the person was wearing, so it was impossible to tell who it was. Zhao Ping'an craned his neck from the back seat to look. "The number's wrong. It's probably not Long Tsong'an. Let's be careful." And Nan said, "If anything seems off, just run them over." Gu Jiyu replied, "Okay." Normally, aside from the mountainside villa area, there was nowhere else to live on Luoan Mountain, so there shouldn't be any passers-by. Any stranger showing up here was most likely a hostile intruder. Running them over wouldn't be a problem. Everyone watched the approaching figure warily. Suddenly, Li Shihan's eyes lit up and she shouted, "Tsong'an. It's Tsong'an." She would never mistake her own husband's walking posture. Sure enough, when they got close enough to see the person's face, everyone recognized him. It really is Long Song-in. Gu Jiu stopped the car. Li Shihan, overcome with excitement, flung open the door and ran over. Honey. Long Song-in looked in surprise at the person who threw herself into his arms. Wife? Why are you out here? Li Shihan's heart, which had been in her throat, finally settled. Her voice trembled with emotion, almost crying. Where did you go? You scared me to death. Long Song-in started. Before he could finish, he saw Nan and Gu Jiu getting out of the van. He greeted them immediately. President Gu. Benefactor. Then he asked, I heard gunshots all over the mountainside. Are you all okay? Li Shihan shook her head. We're fine. President Gu and the others had assault rifles and killed all the intruders. Long Song-in let out a sigh of relief. That's good. I heard the gunshots and kept praying in my heart. I'm so glad you're all safe. Gu Jiu looked him up and down. He was covered in dirt, his clothes filthy, and there was a hole in the knee of his pants. He looked a mess. Gu Jiu asked, What happened to you? Then he glanced behind him. Where are Fugue and the others? And Nan didn't show much expression, but his eyes were tense as he stared at Long Song-in, waiting for his answer. Long Song-in looked a little guilty. I tripped and fell. As for Fugue and the others, I lost them. And Nan and Gu Jiu spoke in unison. You lost them. Even Li Shihan's eyes widened. Honey, it's such a short distance from Villa number 1 to Villa number 5. How could you lose them? What happened? Why did you end up outside? These were the same questions Nan and Gu Jiu wanted answered, so they all looked at him, waiting. Faced with so many questions at once, Long Song-in didn't know which to answer first. At that moment, Chu Pei poked her head out of the car. Get in first. Tell us in the car. Zhao Ping'an agreed. Yeah, it's too dangerous out here. Let's talk in the car. The thick fog around them made it impossible to see what dangers might be lurking, and it would be easy to get ambushed. And Nan glanced around and nodded. Let's get in the car. Once everyone was inside, Long Song-in gathered his thoughts and began to explain what had happened. It turned out that after he successfully tricked the 3 little ones into coming out, he followed them toward Zhao Ping'an's house. But as soon as they left Villa number 1, they heard an explosion. Fugue immediately ran along the main road toward Villa number 5. Tuan Laifu moved quickly too, and Long Song-in followed close behind, soon arriving at Zhao Ping'an's house. He saw black smoke billowing from the yard, and the gate had been blown out of shape. Long Song-in clicked his tongue. Villa number 5 got blown up? Who did this? Fortunately, the villa's main door and windows were still intact, and the walls hadn't collapsed. Long Song-in looked around, but all he saw was endless fog, no sign of whoever did it. But Fugue sniffed the ground, then led Laifu and took off in pursuit of something. Long Song-in knew Fugue had a sharp nose and must have picked up a scent, so he hurried after them. But as a 2-legged human, he just couldn't keep up with 4-legged animals and one with wings. The gap between him and the 3 little ones grew wider and wider until they disappeared into the thick fog ahead. Long Song-in had no choice but to keep following the main road. Along the way, he suddenly saw a group of shadowy figures, which gave him a huge fright. He thought it was a parade of ghosts. He immediately got off the main road and hid by the roadside, using the fog as cover. He overheard the group talking about attacking the villa area. He anxiously scanned their ranks, trying to see if Fugue and the others had been caught by these bad guys. But the group was marching in an orderly formation, not looking like they'd been disrupted. That eased his mind a little. He figured the 3 little ones must have hidden themselves in the fog, just like he had, and hadn't been discovered. When he saw the group heading toward home, Long Song-in wanted to rush back and warn Gu Jiu and the others. But then he realized that if he went back now, he'd completely lose track of Fugue and the others. He knew very well that these 3 weren't ordinary pets. They were the family of his benefactor and President Gu. Everyone was gathered at Villa number 5, and they were all armed. That explosion just now must have put them on high alert. But the three little ones didn't have guns. The three chubby creatures were basically walking buffets. Anyone who saw them would be drooling. Long Song-in knew they were smart, but still, how smart could animals really be? At best, they'd be as clever as young children. Before the apocalypse, there were cameras everywhere, and even then, lost pets were hard to find, let alone now, with thick fog and danger lurking around every corner. So, Long Song-in made a snap decision. He immediately gave up on warning the others and kept chasing after them. Hearing this, Gu Jiu was quite satisfied. No wonder he'd always had his eye on Long Song-in as his assistant. He'd made the right call. But he frowned and asked, "So you didn't find them?" Long Song-in looked troubled. "No. I chased them for a long way, calling out their names, but there was no response at all. I thought I'd only come back after finding them, but then I got lost." And Nan nodded. It really wasn't his fault. The fog had been getting thicker lately, visibility was low, and Long Song-in had left the main road to avoid those people. It was easy to get lost in the mountains. Long Song-in still looked shaken. Everywhere I looked, it was just a sea of white. I tried so hard to keep my bearings, but the further I went, the more lost I got. I just couldn't find my way back to the main road. Li Shihan squeezed his hand, also feeling scared. Getting lost in the mountains could mean starving to death. "Honey, how did you manage to find your way back?" Long Song-in replied, "I heard gunshots. I followed the sound and finally made it back to the main road. Not long after that, I saw you all." Chu Peipei asked, puzzled, "So where did Fugue and the others go? Did they get lost too?" She looked at Nan with concern. But Nan remained calm and looked at Long Song-in. "Fugue and the others ran off on their own, didn't they?" Long Song-in nodded. "Yeah, they ran really fast, like they were chasing something." And Nan nodded, reassured. Since no one forced them and they ran off on their own, they probably weren't in any danger. She never treated them as mere pets or children, but trained them as mature battle partners. After daily intensive training, the three little ones were all quite capable fighters. They could think for themselves, sometimes even smarter than many humans. Lai Fu was clever and alert. Fugue liked to act tough, but was actually a coward at heart and would never take unnecessary risks. The rabbit always followed Fugue's lead and wouldn't act rashly. So, hearing from Long Song-in that they weren't trapped by danger, but had run off to track something, and Nan was immediately at ease. "Let's go back." Everyone else was surprised. "Aren't we going to look for them?" And Nan shook her head. "No." She pointed at the thick fog. "We wouldn't find them. With fog this dense, you couldn't see a thing. Besides, the world was huge. They didn't even know which direction the three little ones had gone after leaving the mountain. Searching blindly would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. It was better to stay home and wait for them to return." And Nan was confident that even if they couldn't catch whoever they were after, they wouldn't get themselves into trouble. Fugue's nose was extraordinary. Long Song-in might get lost in the fog, but Fugue wouldn't. Even if it was 1,000 miles away, he could follow a scent right back home. She needed to stay home, just in case something really did happen to them and they couldn't get away. At the very least, one of them would find a way to come back and let them know. The group quickly returned to Villa Number 1. As soon as Long Xiaobao saw Long Song-in, he rushed over. "Daddy." Long Song-in knew his son must have been scared, so he patted his head and comforted him softly. "Xiaobao, you must have been so worried. Don't be scared, Daddy's back now." Long Xiaobao pouted, tears welling up in his eyes but refusing to fall. He tried to act tough and shook his head. "I'm not scared." Hearing everyone call Xiaobao, Xiaobao, and Nan couldn't help but think of Chu Peipei's nasty mother-in-law, Li Guifan, and her oddball brother-in-law, Zhang Xiaobao. This Xiaobao was so much better than that Xiaobao. She couldn't help but ask, is Xiaobao's full name really Long Xiaobao? Li Shihan glanced at her son and replied, "Of course not. Xiaobao is just his nickname. We're so used to it, we just keep calling him that." Chu Peipei, curious, asked, "So what's his real name?" Li Shihan replied, "Long Outyen." Zhao Ping'an's eyes widened. What? Li Shihan repeated, Long Out Yen. Then, a little embarrassed, he scratched his head. It's a bit over the top, isn't it? His dad thought it sounded cool. And Nan thought to herself, at first she was worried Xiaobao had the same name as that annoying Zheng Xiaobao and thought calling him by his full name would be better. Now, suddenly, she felt like the nickname was actually the better choice. They all sat down on the living room sofa. Long Tsongin, looking guilty, apologized to Nan and Gu Jiu. President Gu, benefactor, I'm sorry. It was such a simple task, and I messed it up. Not only did I ruin your proposal, but I also lost the 3 little ones. At the mention of the proposal, and Nan glanced at the ring on her finger, squeezed Gu Jiu's hand, and replied, It's not your fault. Don't blame yourself. Today's surprise had already made her feel very happy. Even though the 3 little ones hadn't been there to witness it, it wasn't Long Tsongin's fault. Fugue and the others will come back safe and sound. She said this to comfort Long Tsongin and also to reassure herself. Seeing everyone's spirits low, Zhao Ping'an quickly changed the subject. Idol, how did you activate your superpower? Long Tsongin, who hadn't been there earlier, was confused. What superpower? Li Shihan explained to him about Nan's ability to teleport. Long Tsongin was incredulous. Teleport? How did you do that? Seeing everyone looking at her expectantly, Nan started making things up again. I think it was triggered by acupuncture. Chu Peipei's eyes widened. Acupuncture? The acupuncture I did for you. And Nan nodded seriously. At that moment, she had no idea that this offhand lie would almost get Zhao Ping'an turned into a pincushion by Chu Peipei. Meanwhile, Fugue had arrived at the hotel where the Tsenglong gang was holed up, poking his head around sneakily to look inside. The rabbit and Lai Fu were right behind him, cautiously watching their surroundings. Awo. Awo. This is the place, no doubt about it. The one who set off the explosion ran in here. Lai Fu, ka. Boss, that wasn't just an explosion, it was dynamite. Rabbit Lord immediately punched Lai Fu. Cut the crap. Whatever the boss says it is, that's what it is. Lai Fu nimbly dodged and rolled his eyes, silently signed to himself that these 2 idiots didn't have a single normal brain cell between them. Fugue, annoyed, smacked both of them. Awo. Awo. Keep it down. Don't alert the bad guys inside. He sniffed the air. I can smell a lot of people in there. Lai Fu's eyes darted around as he kept watch, making sure they wouldn't get ambushed from behind while peeking inside. He grumbled inwardly, just standing out here, you can already hear the noise from inside. Do you really need your nose for that? Rabbit Lord wasn't thinking that much. He flexed his biceps, looking fierce as he guarded the boss's rear, ready to punch anyone who showed up. Fugue poked his round head through the hotel's main entrance. Huh? Why does it smell like there's a lot of good food inside? He looked around, made sure no one was nearby, and tiptoed in. He'd only eaten half his meal before that handsome guy's sidekick called him out, and after running around for so long, he was even hungrier. Better fill his belly first, then catch the bad guys. At the mention of food, Rabbit Lord and Lai Fu perked up instantly. The 3 little ones snuck through the hotel doors, making a beeline for the delicious smells inside. Meanwhile, Nyoer, who had just returned from blowing up Villa No. 5 on the mountainside, was reporting in at the banquet hall. To keep Dong Jibiao's men off guard, Nan Guiyan had deliberately thrown another banquet in the hall this morning with her loyal followers. By now, everyone had eaten their fill and gathered to hear Nyoer's report. Nan Guiyan knew he'd completed his mission and praised him, well done. Then she reassured him, when Dong Jibiao comes back, you don't need to be afraid. I'll protect you. Nyoer grinned and nodded. He was confident, if the boss couldn't protect an undercover agent like him, who would ever risk their neck for her again? Only a handful of trusted people here knew Nyoer was working for Nan Guiyan. The rest of the crew were shocked. So Nyoer was one of us all along? Not bad, Nyoer. You hit it well, never would have guessed. Sorry, man. I used to think you were Dong Jibiao's lackey and probably offended you a bunch. The boss really is a master strategist. That Dong Jibiao's all brawn, how could he ever compare to our sister Yen? Heh. Not just brains, even in a fight, didn't Sister Yen beat him to a pulp. Only those idiots like Amang would ever support him. Nan Guiyan's lips curled in satisfaction at their praise, but she didn't let it go to her head. She quickly got back to business. Where's Zhongsan? Why hasn't he come back yet? Nyo-er was taken aback. Right, he'd already finished reporting and even had a drink from the boss, but Zhongsan still hadn't returned. Seeing Nyo-er's confused look, Aeyong, standing beside Nan Guiyan, frowned. Did you two go together? Nyo-er nodded. Yes, just like you and the boss ordered, we left the group together. He's faster on his feet, so he went to Villa number 2, and I went to Villa number 5. Aeyong's face darkened. He turned to Nan Guiyan. Sis, this might be bad. There were guns at Villa number 2. Zhongsan had been gone so long, most likely the Yu family had caught him. Or maybe he got nabbed by Dong Zhibiao while retreating. Either way, something must have gone wrong. Truth be told, Nan Guiyan didn't really care whether these undercover agents lived or died. As long as they'd stirred up trouble for Dong Zhibiao and drawn attention, her goal was achieved. Whether the agents made it back safely wasn't that important to her. But she knew how to win people over. In front of her followers, she always put their lives first. That's how she'd earned so much loyalty. So she paused, then asked Nyo-er with a show of concern, Did you notice anything unusual on your way down the mountain? Nyo-er thought for a moment and shook his head. I ran fast. As soon as I lit the fuse, I bolted. When I got to the foot of the mountain, I heard an explosion. Probably Zhongsan's. He suddenly widened his eyes. Wait. That blast was way too loud. The explosion he'd heard at the foot of the mountain was even louder than the one he'd set off himself. He and Zhongsan had each carried a pack of explosives, both about the same size. There was no way Zhongsan's would make such a huge bang. He looked at Nan Guiyan. That explosion was too big, it probably wasn't Zhongsan's. I bet it was the deputy boss's group setting off theirs. He paused. From the sound of it, they used a lot. Nan Guiyan thought for a moment. So, you're saying that by the time you'd left, Zhongsan's explosives hadn't gone off yet? Nyo-er nodded firmly. He only realized this after the fact. At the time, he'd just assumed the explosion was Zhongsan's. Nan Guiyan frowned slightly. She'd sent those two mainly to draw fire from Villa number 2 and help weaken Dong Zhibiao's forces. Now that Zhongsan's explosives hadn't gone off, who knew what was happening at Villa number 2? If Dong Zhibiao managed to take over the villas one by one without a hitch, that would be bad news for her. Nan Guiyan looked at her men, thought for a moment, and ordered Nyo-er, take 2 brothers and head back. Find out what happened to Zhongsan. She glanced around, her tone resolute. Not a single one of my brothers is to be left behind. As soon as she said this, her men immediately shouted their slogan with excitement. We'll serve the boss to the death. Nan Guiyan smiled in satisfaction. As Nyo-er was about to leave, she reminded him, and check on the deputy boss's situation while you're at it. That was her real objective. Nyo-er and the 2 brothers he'd chosen replied in unison, yes ma'am. After they left, Nan Guiyan checked the time, planning to take her son back to their room to train. In these chaotic times, she'd never stopped training her son. Li Jun hadn't let her down, though he was still lacking in strength. He could already wield a blade and spar with others in a decent fashion. Nan Guiyan said, brothers, let's all head back to our rooms and rest for now. Once. He hadn't even finished speaking when a junior member came crashing in, tumbling and scrambling in a panic. Something's happened. Something terrible. The way he was screaming, anyone who didn't know better would think their whole gang was about to be wiped out. Nan Guiyan's face darkened with annoyance. Seeing the sweat pouring down the man's face, he asked, what is it? Why are you shouting like that? The man, trembling under Nan Guiyan's glare, stammered. Boss, your private stash of foie gras, caviar, truffles, and the deputy boss's top-grade wagyu, ginseng, deer antler, everything's been eaten by a dog. Not a single thing left. What? Nan Guiyan shot up from his seat. Everyone else erupted in shock. How could a dog eat it all? I know this guy. He Xiao Sun, the one in charge of the granary. What happened? Did we lose the granary? Is this some scheme by the deputy boss? Did he plant someone to sabotage us? What about the rest of the food? Are we out of supplies now? Seeing the crowd start to panic, Nan Guiyan shouted, "Quiet." Everyone instantly fell silent, but their faces were still tense with worry. After all, since ancient times, the granary has always been the most important place. If anything happened to the food, no one would survive. Trying to stay calm, Nan Guiyan sat back down and fixed his gaze on Xiao Sunday. "You're the one in charge of the granary?" Xiao Sun nodded nervously. "Yes," Nan Guiyan said. "Don't panic. Tell me exactly what happened in the granary. How did a dog get in?" There were 4 people assigned to guard the granary. 1 from the boss, 1 from the deputy boss, and 2 neutral parties who'd always been in charge of the food, even before Dong Jibiao's rebellion. Xiao Sun was one of those neutrals. Both Nan Guiyan and Dong Jibiao were afraid the other would tamper with the food, so each had planted one of their own men among the guards. Today was a special day. Dong Jibiao's people had all gone to Luoan Mountain, and Nan Guiyan's people were at the banquet, leaving only Xiao Sun and another neutral to watch the granary. Xiao Sun, on the verge of tears, explained, "I had a bit of an upset stomach today, so I made a few extra trips to the toilet. I never expected that when I came back just now I'd find a dog, a chicken, and a rabbit inside the granary, eating everything in sight." Nan Guiyan frowned. What was this guy talking about? Chickens and rabbits? Was he out of his mind? It had been years since the disaster started. Where would you even find a live chicken or rabbit? Maybe a wild dog or 2 could still be barely hanging on, but even those were rare. Just last year, their gang had hunted down most of the wild dogs and turned them into dog stew and jerky. Now you couldn't find one even if you tried. Pretty much all the small animals had been eaten to extinction. Clearly, Xiao Sun was cracking under the pressure of post-apocalyptic survival. Yang, standing nearby, obviously didn't believe him either. "Are you tired of living? You dare make up stories to fool the boss." Xiao Sun hurriedly protested, tears streaming down his face. "I wouldn't dare. There really was a dog, a chicken, and a rabbit in the granary. The dog was huge and ugly and fat. The chicken was 3 or 4 times bigger than the meat chickens my grandma used to raise. And the rabbit, so strong." Everyone watched as he gestured and described the scene in vivid detail. The more realistic he sounded, the more unbelievable it all seemed. Where would you find such big, fat animals now? Even people were skinny as sticks from hunger. Maybe Xiao Sun had stolen some food and was making up wild stories to cover it up. Someone asked, "You said you went to the toilet. What about the other guy? Wasn't there someone else guarding the granary with you?" Snot and tears running down his face, Xiao Sun sobbed. "He got sat on to death by that big fat dog." What? No one could believe it. The lies were getting more and more ridiculous. What kind of dog kills someone by sitting on them instead of biting? If it can crush a person to death, is it even a dog? Sounds more like a pig. Seeing everyone's disbelief, Xiao Sun grew even more desperate. "It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. That big fat dog just sat on him, used him like a cushion, and ate in comfort." As he spoke, it was as if he was reliving a traumatic memory. He wailed. The guy was crushed so hard he coughed up blood. He was flattened like a pancake. Though no one believed him, the ever-cautious Nan Guiyan still sent a few people to check out the granary. He then continued questioning Xiao Sun. "What about the sugar and chocolate? Were those touched?" Xiao Sun shook his head. "No, those are all safe. Dogs can't eat chocolate, not a single piece was touched." Seeing how serious he looked, someone laughed. "Xiao Sun, you really know how to spin a tale. That dog's smart enough to be picky, huh?" After being doubted for so long, and still shaken from what he'd seen, Xiao Sun just shut his mouth and stood quietly to the side, eyes downcast. Anyway, once the others came back from checking, the boss would know he hadn't lied. Besides, he'd reported the incident right away, so no one could fault him for not doing his duty. Soon, the group sent to investigate returned. But they didn't walk back, they ran. Actually, they were fleeing. Help. A dog. It's a Tibetan Mastiff. Hey, hey! Ow! Ow! Stop hitting me! Everyone turned toward the commotion at the banquet hall entrance, only to see the group sent to the granary come rushing in, panicked and disheveled. The last one in was being chased by a giant rabbit, which was pounding him with its fists over and over. A little white rabbit, no, a huge white rabbit, beating up a human with its fists? Even before the apocalypse, you'd never see something like this, not even in viral videos. The poor guy, being pummeled by a rabbit in front of everyone, finally snapped, spun around, and swung his own fist. Damn it, I told you to stop. The rabbit reacted instantly, leaping aside to dodge, then quickly bouncing back and slapping the man across the face, sending him flying. Everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of monster rabbit was this? Before anyone could recover from their shock, the rabbit suddenly stopped, turned sideways toward the door, and stood there respectfully. A moment later, a majestic white dog strolled in, looking completely at ease, with a giant rooster riding on its back. Fugue was basking in the attention of the crowd when it suddenly felt something on its back. Annoyed, it shook its head. That disrespectful chicken was climbing onto its back again, trying to act tough by association. It had completely ruined Fugue's majestic entrance. With an unhappy look, Fugue shook Laifu off, then raised a paw and gave the chicken a swat. Laifu staggered from the blow. Instinctively, it wanted to peck back in retaliation, but suddenly remembered something and held back. There was no helping it, Laifu had already promised the male owner to be this dumb dog's sidekick. No matter how unwilling it felt, it had to show respect on the surface. After all, you can't offend the one who feeds you. So, obediently, it landed to the side, and, just like Lord Rabbit, stood behind Fugue. Fugue gave a satisfied humph. Not far away, Nan Guiyen watched their almost human-like expressions and actions, narrowing her eyes. These three strange animals were clearly not ordinary. Their size was one thing, but they also seemed quite clever. Having sorted out its underlings, Fugue turned its attention to dealing with the bad guys. It could smell it clearly. The person who set off fireworks in the villa area had been here, and stayed for quite a while. So these people must be his accomplices. Fugue stretched lazily. After eating so many good things earlier, it was time to move. With an imposing air, it swept its gaze around the people nearby and let out a deep growl. Kneel before me, you little trash. Seeing the big white dog take up an aggressive posture, the people immediately moved to shield Nan Guiyen in the center. Ayong, especially cautious, raised his gun. Only the young Li Jun seemed completely unafraid, sitting beside his mother and looking at the three animals with curiosity. Fugue, who had been about to bite them all to death, stopped in its tracks the moment it saw Ayong and Nan Guiyen raise their guns. They have guns. That won't do. Its owner had taught it. This was something it couldn't handle. Immediately, Fugue put on a fawning smile, wisely adapting to the situation. Woof 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 woof. Don't be nervous. I'm just joking with you. Ayong stared at the tail-wagging, obsequious dog in disbelief. Sis, what's it trying to say? Nan Guiyen narrowed her eyes, thought for a moment, then tentatively commanded, sit. Fugue cursed inwardly, are you treating me like a pet? But it reacted instantly, sitting down and squeezing out an even more dazzling smile. There's an old saying, a wise man knows when to yield. No need to act tough for the moment. Ayong was even more shocked. Sis, it actually listens to you. Then, with a hint of disdain, he added, but why does it smile like one of those traitors in old war movies? Fugue shot him an annoyed look. Stupid human. Watch your mouth. Ayong was even more amazed. Sis, look at its eyes. It understands what I'm saying. Behind Fugue, the rooster Laifu raised its head and gave Ayong a contemptuous look. Such a fuss over nothing. Lord Rabbit, meanwhile, remained motionless, standing behind Fugue like a loyal bodyguard. Nan Guiyen kept her gun raised, eyes fixed on the three animals. They all seemed unusually smart and human-like. And it looked like the chicken and the rabbit both deferred to the big fat dog. After thinking for a moment, Nan Guiyen gave another command. Lie down. Fugue obediently lay down. And silently made a note. That's the second time. I'll get my dignity back sooner or later. Cursing inwardly, it put on an even more ingratiating grin. Ayang, finding this all very novel, called out, "Up. Run a lap." Fugue rolled its eyes at him and ignored the order, staying put and wagging its tail twice at Nan Guiyan. It had observed everything clearly. Even though this man also had a gun, he deferred to the woman. Not just him. Everyone here treated this woman as the leader. You could tell just by the seating arrangement. And when danger arose, everyone looked to her for instructions. Fugue thought, it's humiliating enough to have to suck up to the bad guys. Why should I let just anyone boss me around? No way. As long as I win over this woman, I don't need to care about the rest. Once they let their guard down, I'll bite them all to death. Sister Nan said, in times of crisis, survival comes first. No need to worry about the dignity of being the Dog King. Thinking this, Fugue smiled even more brightly at Nan Guiyan. Ayang looked at it with some distaste. Why does this dog look so sleazy all over? He looked at Fugue and repeated, "Up. Run a lap." Fugue still didn't move. Ayang said, "Sis, maybe this dog isn't that smart after all. It only understands sit and lie down, but not run a lap." Nan Guiyan watched Fugue for a moment, then said, "Up." Fugue immediately got up. Nan Guiyan smiled, her mood improving. "Run a lap." Fugue quickly ran a lap around the open space in the hall. "You have a gun, you're so tough. Just wait till Sister Nan sees you. She'll turn you into Swiss cheese." The crowd was in an uproar. "This dog isn't dumb, it just only listens to the boss. That's our Sister Yen for you. Even the dog knows to obey her." "Exactly, our boss's aura is undeniable. This dog must be awed by her authority." Even Ayang, who had been ignored by Fugue, was delighted. "Nice. Knows when to yield, too." He turned to Nan Guiyan and said, "Sis, I told you you're special. Even the animals know you're the boss." Fugue bared its teeth at him fiercely. "Who are you calling an animal? I'm your ancestor." The snarl was so fierce, like an angry lioness, that Ayang instinctively took a big step back. Nan Guiyan listened to the crowd's praise, then looked at the fierce dog that showed respect only to her and couldn't help but smile. She had to admit, Fugue really knew how to play people. If it tried to please everyone, these ruthless people would gang up and bully it, maybe even cook it into dog stew. But if it acted fierce to everyone, yet only showed deference to their leader, it would actually be valued. Everyone wants to feel special. It's like the aloof, cold top student who ignores everyone but treats you gently. Or the heartless playboy who falls hopelessly in love with you alone, willing to do anything for you. Or the ferocious tiger that's killed countless people, but bows its head and lets you pet it like a kitten. Who could resist that? Nan Guiyan certainly couldn't. After being flattered by Fugue a few times, she even forgot about all the premium ingredients it had eaten. Smiling, she called out, "Good dog. Come here." Fugue lumbered over, looking goofy as ever, letting out a couple of aw's along the way. No one else could understand what it meant, but Laifu and Lord Rabbit sure did. "Hurry up and act cute, or you might not live to see tomorrow." He even added a reminder, "And when you're cozying up to her, don't you dare give those fools beside her a friendly look." Laifu was even sharper than Fugue, so he immediately understood the intention. Lord Rabbit, though a bit clueless, knew that the boss's orders were law, so he'd do as told, no questions asked. So, the three little ones grinned at Nan Guiyan, tails wagging, while Lord Rabbit put on a serious face and flexed his muscles for her. Ayang, watching from the side, was fascinated. He reached out to touch Lord Rabbit's biceps, only to be shoved aside with a fierce glare. Lord Rabbit then shot Nan Guiyan a look, as if to say, "You can touch if you want." Nan Guiyan couldn't help but burst out laughing at the sight of these three, trying so hard to be fierce yet acting adorably obedient. She stroked Lord Rabbit's muscles and gave Fugue a good pat on the head. Seeing her laugh so happily, Fugue thought smugly, "Laugh all you want. Once I win you over, I'll have you polish Sister Nan's shoes with your mouth. And then I'll use you as my cushion." Laifu stood quietly to the side, thinking, "Boss, they're all dirty now, only I'm still clean." Before he could finish the thought, Nan Guiyen reached over and ruffled his comb. Laifu, great, now I'm dirty too. One of the guys below asked curiously, Sis Yen, why are these 3 animals so fat? Laifu immediately shot him a wary look. What, you craving braised chicken now? Sure enough, as soon as their eyes met, the guy swallowed hard. Laifu clucked a warning to Fugue. Fugue turned around and bared his teeth at the man, then gave a signal. Lord Rabbit instantly hopped over and started pummeling the guy. Fugue was a master at reading people. Seeing that the man was unarmed, he let Lord Rabbit go all out. In no time, the guy's face was bruised and swollen. He couldn't fight back, couldn't dodge. Lord Rabbit moved like a trained boxer, every move sharp and professional. A Yang watched, half amused. Sis Yen, this rabbit's a beast. I bet it could take on 10 of our guys at once. Fugue shot him a glare. 10? Don't underestimate my crew. With losers like you, even 30 wouldn't be a problem. He glanced impatiently at the gun in a Yang's hand. If it weren't for those guns, you lot wouldn't be alive right now. Nan Guiyen watched the scene, trying not to laugh. She pointed at Lord Rabbit and said, he heard you call him fat, and took offense. Then, pretending to care about her men, she shouted, stop. That's enough. Lord Rabbit, remembering the boss's instructions to show respect, obediently stopped. Nan Guiyen felt even more pleased. After all, a whole group of her men had been wrestling with the rabbit for ages and couldn't stop him, but she only had to shout once and he listened. At that moment, Li Jun clapped his hands happily. Mommy's amazing. The bunny listens to mommy. Nan Guiyen gave her son a rare gentle look. Do you like them? Li Jun nodded eagerly. Hum. I like them. Nan Guiyen smiled. Since you like them, I'll keep them here to play with you, okay? Li Jun beamed. Okay, thank you, mommy. But some of the men below immediately objected. Boss, these animals are meant for the table. How can we keep them as pets? Yeah, and they eat a ton. Just now they even ate your foie gras and caviar. But the truth was, Nan Guiyen wasn't planning to keep them just as playmates for her son. She wanted to train these obedient, tough animals as battle pets. She cleared her throat and said, if we eat them, how many meals would that be? The Zhenglong gang isn't so hard up that we need to worry about one meal. Then she continued, if we keep these 3 by our side, it'll show off our gang's strength. When other survivors can barely feed themselves, we can afford pets. Won't that attract even more strong people to join us? She paused. Of course, if they were just pets, I wouldn't bother keeping them just for appearances. She patted Fugue's sturdy shoulder. These are battle pets. Partners who can fight alongside us. Nan Guiyen made it sound good, but in truth, she thought animals were more trustworthy than people. People might betray her, but loyal dogs never would. To prove her point, she added, if anyone's not convinced, stand up. If you can beat them, I'll kick them out right now. She knew full well no one here, except her, could take on these 3. Someone actually stood up to challenge them. But he was crafty, seeing th. At Fugue was a fierce dog and Lord Rabbit was all muscle. He set his sights on Laifu, who looked the weakest. He thought, it's just a big chicken, how tough can it be? Back in my village, I caught and killed plenty of chickens. Laifu saw he was being challenged and raised his head disdainfully. Think I'm easy pickings? You're in for a nasty surprise. With the boss's permission, the man swung his big knife at Laifu. But Laifu was nimble, dodging easily. He flapped his wings and soared up near the ceiling, circling overhead. Everyone gasped. Chickens can fly that high? Before they could finish marveling, Laifu dove down in a flash, pecked out the man's eyeball, and tossed it aside like garbage. Sister Nan said it, fancy moves are useless. Go straight for the kill. Peck his eyes out. The man screamed in agony. The room fell silent, except for his cries. Nan Guiyen was a little surprised, but very satisfied, curling her lips in a smile. Not bad, even the chicken's combat power is impressive. Laifu circled a few times before landing safely. Someone nervously said to Nan Guiyen, Sis Yen, these 3 are ridiculously strong. And their moves are just weird. Nan Guiyen waved it off. So what? As long as they can fight, they're not freeloaders. I think they might be some kind of mutant species. Then she ordered, take the injured guy down and patch him up. At this point, a Yang reminded her, Sis Yen, they're so fat and healthy, could they already have an owner? When Nan Guiyan heard this, she frowned and said, that's true. Little Li Jun, worried they wouldn't be able to keep the pets, hurriedly argued, who says being fat means they're being raised by someone? They're so tough, they could easily feed themselves and get chubby on their own. But the others disagreed. But look at how clean they are. Their fur is so smooth and shiny. You can tell at a glance that someone's been taking really good care of them. Li Jun fell silent. It was true, no matter how capable a stray animal was, there was no way it could be this clean and well-groomed without an owner. These three looked even cleaner than he did. Yang reminded Nan Guiyan from the side, boss, since they used to have owners, we should be extra careful. Fugui pricked up his ears, listening warily to their conversation. They're not planning to shoot me again, are they? No way. This whole operation was way too reckless. If I'd known we'd found the bad guy's base, I should have run back and told my owner right away, instead of thinking I could take them all down myself. TSK, who would have thought these people would have so many guns? Turns out Sister Nan was right, never get cocky. Oh wait, not people, dogs shouldn't get cocky. Fugui rolled his eyes and decided it was time to pull out the big guns. With everyone watching, Fugui sniffed around, then slowly ambled over to one of the younger men, stretching out his neck to sniff him up and down. Without the boss's order, the man didn't dare touch the dog, so he just stood there, trembling with fear. Fugui didn't hurt him. He just fished a jade pendant out of the man's pocket. Nice. Sister Nan can use this to upgrade her space. Then he strolled over to Nan Guiyan and dropped it on her desk. Nan Guiyan was stunned. Before she could say anything, Fugui went over to another person and yanked a big amber pendant from around his neck. That amber would look great on handsome bro. I'll bring it back for him. Soon, Fugui had searched everyone and collected all sorts of treasures, jade, gold, even cigarettes, chocolate, and candy hidden in their pockets. He piled everything on Nan Guiyan's desk, then nudged it toward her with his nose. Nan Guiyan couldn't help but laugh out loud at his offering routine. Good. What a great dog. Fugui sat beside her, looking very pleased with himself. Silly woman. Laugh all you want, these are all for Sister Nan. I'm just storing them with you for now, so I can pack them all up later. Nan Guiyan was so delighted by his antics that she immediately decided to keep Fugui by her side. If people can remarry, why can't we adopt a second-hand pet? No matter who their previous owners were, if they're willing to follow me now, then I'm their new owner. Li Jun clapped his hands in delight. He'd been under so much pressure for so long, just a kid surrounded by complicated adults and messy situations, with a mother who raised him with an iron fist. For the first time, he finally looked a little like a real child. With the boss's decision made, the others couldn't say much more, so they all put on smiles. Congratulations, boss. Congrats on your new pets, boss. Fugui stood proudly on the stage. Please. I can make even the cold, handsome bro double over with laughter. How could I not handle you ordinary folks? Besides, all those episodes of Empresses in the Palace at home weren't for nothing. A little scheming and a few tricks to win favor? If I can win over the Emperor himself, you little nobodies are nothing. Didn't Huan show us? Win favor first, then slay the dragon. Fugui kept grinning goofily at Nan Guiyan, but there was a sly glint in his eyes. Off to the side, Lai Fu watched Fugui's smug face and couldn't help but complain inwardly. No wonder people say bootlicker, bootlicker. It's clearly the smarter one, but it just can't flatter humans the way this silly dog can. Lai Fu lifted his head disdainfully. It takes talent to be a fox spirit. I'm a rooster, I can't do that kind of thing. Just then, as Fugui sat proudly on the high platform, he suddenly felt a warm trickle from his nose. He looked down and saw a few drops of blood on the floor. Crap. Too much ginseng. Sister Nan usually controls how much tonic I get, but today, with her gone, I went overboard. Li Jun quickly noticed something was wrong. Mom, the dog's nose is bleeding. Nan Guiyen was startled at first, then realized what was happening and said, half laughing, half exasperated, this guy must have eaten too much ginseng. Xiao Sun, who managed the food stores, chimed in, the deputy boss's stash of ginseng has been completely eaten up by him. Nan Guiyen just grunted. She didn't care how much Dong Jibiao's stuff got eaten, the more, the better, just to spite him. Xiao Sun thought for a moment and added, your foie gras is all gone too, and the caviar. Even before the apocalypse, those were luxury items. If their Tsinglong gang wasn't so powerful, how could they have gathered so many good things? He'd watched over the warehouse for so long, drooling over those treats, but never dared touch a single one. And now, a few animals had eaten everything. Before he could finish, Fugue bared his teeth at him, scaring him so much his knees nearly gave out. Fugue snorted. Mind your own business. Nan Guiyen felt a little heartache for her private stash, but looking at all the treasures Fugue had just brought her, she didn't mind so much. This dog's nose is amazing, nothing good will escape it. With him around, what treasures can I find? The stuff he ate is just an investment. So she just teased, you really know the good stuff, huh? Only eat the best. But from now on, no more eating things without permission, got it? Fugue nodded perfunctorily. There really wasn't much left in the warehouse anyway, nothing compared to Sister Nan's stuff. Anything worth eating was already in his, Laifu's, and Lord Rabbit's bellies. Now he was only interested in their guns. Steal the guns, then bite them to death. Nan Guiyen, in a good mood, ordered her men, get a room ready for them next to mine and Xiao Jun's. Just something simple for now. Then she said to Fugue, make do for now. Once I take Luan Mountain, I'll let you live in the most luxurious villa #1. Even Lord Rabbit, who was usually expressionless, couldn't help but twitch his mouth at that. This woman is nuts. Fugue was even more disdainful inside. I already live there. Who needs you to take me? At the same time, he became even more convinced that these people weren't just after villa #5. I knew it, Pepe and Brother Pingin's family is dirt poor. Why would these people be interested in their place? Of course. They're after my luxury mansion. No way. With a big grin on his face, Fugue turned around and let out a fart right at Nan Guiyen. He'd eaten a lot of different things today, so this fart was especially foul, almost enough to knock Nan Guiyen and Li Jun out. Even the lackeys in the distance hurried to cover their noses and mouths. Only Tui and Laifu, who were already used to it, managed to keep their composure. Nan Guiyen didn't get angry. She just laughed and complained, you little rascal. Then she ordered a few of her men to take the 3 little ones to their new quarters. Seeing Fugue and the others swagger off, Li Jun immediately grew anxious and wanted to follow them. Nan Guiyen grabbed his hand and shook her head. There's plenty of time for that later. What's the rush? For now, you can't be alone with them. Once I've trained you properly, you can play with them as much as you want. Li Jun nodded obediently. Okay. At that moment, someone rushed in, flustered. Report. There's a fight in the human sheep pen. Nan Guiyen frowned. The human sheep pen? What's so important about that? The messenger glanced nervously at the boss. Didn't you say that no matter what happens today, we have to report it to you? Nan Guiyen sighed helplessly. Her intention was to prevent someone like Dong Jibiao from planting saboteurs, so she told everyone to stay alert during this sensitive period. But that didn't mean every little thing needed to be reported. Who cared if there was a fight in the human sheep pen? Who paid attention to whether the chickens in the coop or the pigs in the sty were fighting each other? That's right, the human sheep pen was technically part of their food stores. But the food here was a little special. As the name implied, it was full of people treated like sheep, humans kept as edible reserves. Every couple of days, they'd be fed some cockroach feed or rotten leftovers. Whenever the gang wanted meat, they'd just drag one out and slaughter them. Most of these people were prisoners captured during battles, survivors from private bases, small-time gang leaders, and so on. Some were just weak stragglers picked up along the way, with no ability to resist, so they'd been tossed in as food reserves too. Freshly slaughtered, freshly eaten. Normally, the human sheep pen was deathly silent. If there was any noise, it was just crying and begging. There had even been a time when the people inside tried to escape together. But they'd never fought each other before. A bunch of people waiting to die. Where would they find the energy to fight? Nguyen thought for a moment. Since she was waiting for Nyoair and the others to return with their report, she might as well go watch the commotion. It could also help her men blow off some steam. After all, plenty of them had been annoyed by those 3 animals just now. This was the perfect chance to vent their anger on the human sheep. She said coldly, "Bring the troublemakers up here." "Yes, ma'am." Soon, a few disheveled, filthy, ragged people were dragged in. Nguyen leaned back in her chair and waved her hand. A Yang immediately stepped forward and slapped each of them hard across the face. One of them, a woman in her 40s or 50s, immediately wailed, "You can't treat me like this. I'm a well-known rich lady in the city." Nguyen snorted. "Oh? A rich lady, huh?" She'd always hated the rich. If this woman hadn't said she was wealthy, it might have been better for her, but now Nguyen just wanted to torment her even more. Looking down at the group, Nguyen said mockingly, "So you're all big shots, are you?" Before they could answer, she gritted her teeth and muttered, "There's not a single good one among the rich." Back then, Li Jun's father had been seduced away by some rich girl, leaving her to raise Li Jun alone as a single mother. How much prejudice and scorn had she endured over the years? Every time Li Jun asked, "Why does everyone else have a dad, but I don't?" she never knew how to answer. She would rather Li Jun's father had died heroically protecting his family, like she'd lied to Qi Jishan. But the truth was, the scumbag had gone off to live the good life, ignoring his own son. His rich wife and in-laws had come by repeatedly to humiliate her, even trying to sabotage Li Jun's kindergarten admissions. So, when the apocalypse hit, the first thing she did was openly kill that heartless family. Now she glared viciously at the rich lady below. At her command, her men lined up and each took turns slapping the woman. A man beside her tried desperately to shield her. They looked like a married couple. After a while, the 2 human sheep were barely clinging to life, unable to take much more. Just then, Nyoair and his team, who'd gone to scout the hillside villa district, returned. Nyoair had a huge backpack and a beaming face. The 2 men behind him looked hesitant, as if they had something to say. "Boss, Dong Jibiao and his crew are all dead." Nyoair was so excited his voice shot up several octaves. His first reaction on seeing Dong Jibiao's corpse was, "Now I really don't have to worry about the deputy boss coming after me." Nguyen was thrilled for a moment when she heard Dong Jibiao was dead, but her face quickly darkened. "What do you mean, all dead?" Nyoair took off his backpack, unzipped it, and showed everyone. Inside was Dong Jibiao's severed head. "We couldn't bring the whole body back, so I just brought the head as proof. And not just him. When I got to the villa district, there were corpses everywhere, all Dong Jibiao's men." One of the brothers who'd gone with him added, "We searched carefully. No survivors." The whole room erupted in shock. No survivors. How is that possible? There weren't that many households in that villa district. How could over 200 fully armed people all be killed? And the deputy boss took a quarter of the gang's explosives, plus guns and all kinds of weapons. How could not a single one survive? Nguyen sat at the head of the table, her face grave. Dong Jibiao and his lackeys dying was worth celebrating, but she was planning to attack the villa district next. If she didn't figure out what happened, she and her men might end up just like Dong Jibiao. She looked at Nyoair. "Did you figure out what happened?" Nyoair shook his head. "I didn't find Zhongsan. All the houses in the villa district were shut tight, just bodies scattered everywhere. All killed by gunfire." At the mention of the villa district, the battered woman on the floor suddenly looked up in surprise. Everyone's attention in the gang was focused on Nyoair, so no one noticed the woman lying on the ground. Nguyen's expression was grim. "Killed by gunfire?" Nyoair nodded. "Yes." Nguyen frowned. Indeed, to wipe out all of Dong Jibiao's men in such a short time, You'd really need guns or even cannons. Speaking of guns, the first people she thought of were the Yu family in Villa Number 2. After all, she'd personally heard gunshots coming from there earlier. But what she'd heard were pistol shots. How many people can you kill with pistols? And the Yu family wasn't even a gang, at most they had a dozen or 20 people. Could just that family, armed with pistols, really wipe out all 200+ men Dong Jibiao brought? Nan Guiyan's brow furrowed tightly. Something didn't add up. If Zhong San failed his mission, why would Villa Number 2 go after Dong Jibiao? A Yang, standing nearby, reminded her if Zhong San disappeared, he must have been discovered and captured by the Yu family. He's very loyal to you. From what I know of him, even if he was caught, he wouldn't give you up. He'd try to shift the blame onto Dong Jibiao. Nan Guiyan grunted in acknowledgement, then said, "We underestimated the Yu family. We thought luring them over would at most weaken Dong Jibiao's forces a little, but we never expected they'd be strong enough to wipe out all his men." She frowned, deep in thought. "But I still don't understand how they managed it." At this point, Nyoer, who hadn't finished his report, hurriedly continued, "Boss, I don't think this has much to do with the Yu family." Nan Guiyan looked up at him. "What do you mean?" Nyoer carefully recounted what he'd seen at the hillside villas. Most of the bodies were scattered all over the villa area. Only at Villa Number 1 were the bodies concentrated, and there were a lot of them. "I think it's highly likely they were killed by the people inside Villa Number 1. "What?" Nan Guiyan shot to her feet. Then, realizing her own loss of composure, she sat back down, face dark. She muttered, "How could that be? There are only 2 people in Villa Number 1, and they don't have guns." As she spoke, it was as if something occurred to her, and she ground out 2 names through clenched teeth: He Yuan, Qi Jishan. The information they'd given her must have been wrong. Hearing Qi Jishan's name, Li Jun immediately looked up. "Mom." Nan Guiyan clenched her fists, ignoring him. After all, if Dong Jibiao hadn't rushed in first, according to the original plan, she, Nan Guiyan, would be the one dead right now. She was just about to order her men to capture Qi Jishan and He Yuan when Nyoer continued, "I checked. The gate of Villa Number 1's courtyard was damaged, probably blown up by Dong Jibiao. There was blood everywhere inside, but no bodies. All the corpses were piled outside the courtyard." He speculated, "I suspect the people in Villa Number 1 shot them all in the yard, then threw the bodies outside. As for the ones scattered around the villa area, they were probably killed while trying to escape." One of Nyoer's men added, "I also found that several dozen people had their throats slit." Nan Guiyan felt dizzy. So now the shooters weren't the Yu family, but the Gu family? And now there were people slitting throats too? Did that mean there was more than one group involved? This villa complex was turning out to be far more complicated than she'd imagined. No matter what, until she figured out what was going on, she couldn't risk another attack. She knew she bore some responsibility for this defeat. After all, she'd been the one to scout out the situation. Even though none of her own people had died, if she couldn't handle this matter properly, it would be hard to maintain her authority. Who knew? Maybe another Dong Jibiao would soon emerge in her ranks. Nyoer, watching her expression, added, "Boss, we caught 2 people on the hillside, but we couldn't get anything out of them." Nan Guiyan's eyes lit up. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Bring them up here." Nyoer, "Yes, ma'am." Soon, 2 people, tightly bound, were brought in. Nan Guiyan saw at a glance that one was a man and the other a woman, and narrowed her eyes. But when they got closer, she realized they weren't Qi Jishan and He Yuan, but 2 unfamiliar faces. The man was older, around 50, and the woman was younger, maybe 20. Their features were so similar, it was obvious they were father and daughter. Nan Guiyan stared at them and asked, "Which villa do you live in? What are your names?" The girl glared hatefully at everyone around her, gritting her teeth and saying nothing. The man's eyes were vacant and dazed, not responding at all. Nan Guiyan glanced at a Yang. He immediately stepped forward and slapped each of them hard. "Speak." Still, neither of them made a sound. The man was knocked to the ground, but didn't react at all, just stared blankly ahead, as if he'd suffered a huge shock. The girl was breathing heavily, her eyes fixed on Nyo-air, as if she wanted to tear him apart. Nan Guiyen turned her gaze to Nyo-air. Nyo-air quickly explained there was another woman in their family. He pointed at the girl. Her mother. I killed her. Nan Guiyen understood now. No wonder the father and daughter were acting so strangely. Dragged from their home to a strange place, surrounded by armed men, yet they showed not a trace of fear or timidity. She looked at Nyo-air. What happened? Tell me in detail. Nyo-air explained, I couldn't find Zhongsan in the villa area, and was about to leave when I noticed their courtyard gate wasn't closed properly, so I snuck in. One of his men added, we saw their family eating through the window. There was only one man at the table, and the other two were just women, so we smashed the window and broke in. Nyo-air continued, the girl's mother had a knife hidden and almost cut me. I got angry, grabbed the knife, and stabbed her to death. Nan Guiyen nodded. Well done. In her view, Nyo-air was smart to bring people back for questioning. Although killing one of them might make things harder, she had plenty of ways to make the father and daughter talk. When the girl heard Nan Guiyen praise Nyo-air, her glare was as sharp as a poison blade, full of hatred. Nyo-air, pleased with himself, added, by the way, I heard her mother shouting, Ting Ting run, before she died, so the girls probably called Ting Ting. The two captives were indeed Mr. Chen and his daughter, Chen Ting Ting. Seeing Chen Ting Ting's furious expression, Nan Guiyen smirked. Ting Ting. That's a nice name. But you don't seem to like talking? Didn't you hear me asking you a question? As she spoke, she turned to look at the man on the other side. You're not going to say anything to your father either? Chen Ting Ting glanced at her father, her eyes filling with even deeper grief. If only Dad had locked the courtyard gate properly, Mom wouldn't have died such a tragic death. Ever since the incident, she didn't even know how to face her father. Shaking all over, she turned her eyes away, still refusing to say a word. Nan Guiyen curled her lips into a slight smile, then turned to Chen's father. Sir, do you have nothing to say about the question I just asked? Seeing that the man was still staring blankly and not answering, Nan Guiyen signaled to a few of her men. You lot, go over and have some fun with Ting Ting. A few men immediately grinned and surrounded Chen Ting Ting. The one in front even leaned in and planted a loud kiss on her cheek. Chen Ting Ting was startled at first, then disgusted to the core. She tried to fight back, but her hands and feet were tightly bound. She couldn't move at all. All she could do was shout in anger and helplessness, What are you doing? Get away from me. Mr. Chen, who had been in a daze with vacant eyes, finally snapped back to reality when he saw his daughter being bullied. He roared in fury, Get away. All of you, get away from her. I'll kill you, I swear. But the group ignored his shouts. In fact, their actions became even rougher and more outrageous. In no time, Chen Ting Ting's clothes were torn into a mess. Chen's father, his hands and feet tied, could only watch anxiously, unable to help in any way. Nan Guiyen sat on the platform, picked up her wine glass, and took a leisurely sip. She spoke calmly, You rich folks. You've lived in your little paradise for so long, you probably have no idea how much the outside world has changed, do you? She looked Chen Ting Ting up and down. These days, it's not easy being a woman, you know. Women are absolutely the vulnerable ones in this world. Chen's father kept his eyes on Ting Ting, screaming in helpless rage. When he heard Nan Guiyen's words, he immediately shouted at her, Make them stop. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. Just make them stop. Nan Guiyen's lips curled in satisfaction. See, wasn't that easy? Did you really have to let your precious daughter suffer first? With a wave of her hand, the men surrounding Chen Ting Ting immediately stopped, though they didn't leave, they just stood by, waiting for orders. Seeing them stop, Chen's father finally breathed a sigh of relief, but his face was still tense as he stared unblinkingly at his daughter. Ting Ting, are you all right? Ting Ting, can you hear me? In a single day, Chen Ting Ting had been frightened multiple times and suffered the blow of her mother's death. Her spirit was shattered. Though nothing truly terrible had happened just now, she still lay on the ground, eyes blank, unable to speak. Chen's father was heartbroken. After calling out to his daughter a few times, he broke down and sobbed like a helpless child. He muttered to himself, "It's all my fault. All my fault." If only he'd locked the courtyard gate properly, these thugs wouldn't have broken into their home. His wife had reminded him several times to double-check. It was all his fault. If not for him, his wife wouldn't be dead, his daughter wouldn't have been brought here and bullied. Their family should still be happily together at home. But Nan Guiyan had no patience for his remorse. She cut straight to the point. "Do you know what happened in the Villa District today?" Chen's father shook his head. "No." Nan Guiyan narrowed her eyes and raised her hand slightly. Seeing she was about to order her men to torment his daughter again, Mr. Chen hurriedly explained, "I really don't know. All I heard were explosions and gunshots. None of us left the house. We have no idea who is fighting whom. How could we possibly know?" Afraid Nan Guiyan would be dissatisfied, he quickly added, "If you have any other questions, just ask. If I know the answer, I'll tell you everything." Nan Guiyan saw his sincerity, lowered her hand, and continued, "Do you know anything about Villa Number 1? Villa Number 1? Chen's father thought for a moment. It used to be just President Gu living there. Now his fiancée Annan should be there too. Annan. Nan Guiyan repeated the name, committing it to memory. She asked again, "So there are only 2 people living there?" Chen's father nodded. "Yes. The Gu family and the Yu family are the most famous in the Villa District. Everyone on the hillside knows them. Villa Number 1 was just President Gu by himself. Not long ago, his fiancée moved in. After the earthquake, I remember her house collapsed too, so she must have moved into Villa Number 1 now." Nan Guiyan thought for a moment. Looks like Qi Jishan and He Yuan hadn't lied, there really were only 2 people in Villa Number 1. But could just 2 people have caused such serious injuries to Dong Jibiao and his men? She continued, "Do they have any close neighbors in the Villa District?" Chen's father immediately recalled that when Annan moved in, she had 2 companions wearing police bulletproof vests. He answered truthfully, Annan also had 2 friends move in with her. President Gu has an assistant who brought his family to the Villa District after the disaster. After thinking a bit, he added, Annan also has a father, stepmother, and stepsister who live in the Villa District. That's about it for people connected to them. Nan Guiyan looked into his eyes. Does this President Gu have a gun? Before Chen's father could answer, a woman lying on the ground nearby suddenly shouted, "He does. He has a gun." Her sudden outburst startled everyone, and all eyes turned to her. "Ask me. I know everything way more than he does." She chuckled twice. "As long as you give me something decent to eat, I'll tell you everything." Nan Guiyan rubbed her fingers together. She'd almost forgotten. This woman had been shouting earlier that she was a rich lady. Judging by her words, she must also be from the hillside villas. Nan Guiyan looked at her with interest. "Whether you get something decent to eat depends on whether what you say is valuable." The woman pursed her lips stubbornly. "Give me food first, then I'll talk." Afraid of being beaten again, she hurriedly explained, "I've been starving for so long. If you give me something to eat, I'll have the strength to talk. It's not like you're short on food." Nan Guiyan leaned back, settling comfortably into her chair. "How do I know you're not just making things up for a free meal?" The woman raised her voice. "How could I not know? I'm Annan's stepmother." She lifted her head proudly, her dirty face full of confidence. This woman was none other than Lu Xiulian. After Lu Xiulian, Wang Dang, and An Xiaobei left the hillside villa, they moved into a house Wang Dang had built in the mountains. During the years since the natural disasters began, Wang Dang had been living in seclusion in the Luoan Mountains, surviving thanks to Lu Xiulian's secret support. Back then, Lu Xiulian had gotten involved with him and even faked a paternity test, tricking him into believing An Xiaobei was his child. All of this was just to win him over, to make him utterly loyal and willing to do anything for her and her daughter. Even helping him during the disasters was because Lu Xiulian didn't trust in Xingye and wanted to keep a backup plan for herself. What she hadn't expected was that this man actually developed real feelings for her. Not only had he worked hard for her all these years, but whenever danger arose, he was always the first to rush forward and protect her. They had left the hillside villa to escape the dangerous Nan, but ended up running into even greater danger. Not long after moving into the mountains, they ran into the Tsanglong gang, who were raiding everywhere. Nan Guiyan's underlings were scouring the area for valuable bases, gangs, and villa communities, and just happened to stumble upon their isolated little house in the Luoan Mountains. Wang Dang was no match for so many people, and the three of them were quickly captured and brought here. What they endured during this time was truly worse than being pigs or dogs. Lu Xiaolian was so hungry every day that even the stinky, sweaty feet of others made her think of juicy, tender braised pig's trotters. And the shadow of death was always looming over her. It didn't take her long to realize that the place she was being held was called the Human Livestock Camp, where people were kept as livestock to be eaten. She had thought about escaping, but the guards here were extremely strict. If you were caught, you'd be beaten to death and then served up on the table. So she suffered inhuman torment in the camp, watching as people around her were taken out one by one to be slaughtered, waiting for death to come ever closer. If it weren't for Wang Dang protecting her, she would have died long ago. When she was brought out today, she thought her time was up, but unexpectedly, she got to witness quite a show. Lu Xiaolian was secretly delighted. She could actually use that little bitch in Nan to get something out of this. It wasn't much, just a decent meal, but for someone starving, good food was more precious than anything. Nan Guiyan's interest was piqued when she heard the human livestock in front of her call herself and Nan's stepmother. Now this was interesting. She looked Lu Xiaolian up and down. Though she was filthy and reeked, you could still make out her high nose bridge and rounded forehead. She must have been quite attractive. No wonder she'd been a rich man's wife. But Nan Guiyan hadn't expected Nan's family to be right here under her nose. In a great mood, Nan Guiyan turned her gaze to the man who had been protecting Lu Xiaolian all this time. This must be Nan's father, the father-in-law of CEO Gu. They definitely deserved a special welcome. She waved her hand, signaling her men to bring food. Yang and the others were her trusted followers. With just a look, they understood her meaning. They didn't bother preparing anything new, just scraped together leftovers from the tables. They didn't invite Lu Xiaolian to sit, either. Instead, they dumped all the leftovers together like pig slop, set it in front of her, and untied her hands. Lu Xiaolian didn't mind. She'd been tormented by the smell of food since she entered the hall. She immediately dropped to the floor and devoured the food like a starving animal. Even as she ate, she didn't forget Wang Dang. As long as she was alive, she still needed his protection. Mouth full, she mumbled to the man beside her, "Eat. Hurry up." Wang Dang's hands were tied, so he could only crouch down like an animal, burying his face in the food. The two of them gorged themselves on the scraps, making the other human livestock nearby drool with envy. After a while, they couldn't hold back any longer and rushed over to fight for the food as well. Nan Guiyan didn't stop them, just leaned back in her chair with a look of distaste. Lu Xiaolian instinctively wanted to fight off the others, but she was covered in injuries from the Tsanglong gang's beatings and had no strength left. She could only eat faster, stuffing her cheeks until they bulged, swallowing one mouthful before the last was even down, wishing she had another mouth. Just as she was eating with the most gusto, Nan Guiyan waved her hand, and her men immediately came forward to take away the food. Lu Xiaolian shouted, "What are you doing? I'm not done yet. Give it back." Her mouth was still full, so as she yelled, bits of food sprayed everywhere. Nan Guiyan wrinkled her nose in disgust. "You've had a taste of the good stuff. If you want more, you'll have to prove your value." Lu Xiaolian glared at her for a moment, then quickly lowered her head. "Ask whatever you want." Nan Guiyan stared at her. "You just said Nan and her people have guns, right?" Lu Xiaolian nodded emphatically. "Yes, more than one." Nan Guiyan's eyes lit up. "Oh? You seem to know quite a bit." Lu Xiaolian glanced at the food being taken away and replied honestly, when Nan first moved in, She shot an entire family. That Gu Jiu even shot a couple dead in front of everyone. Both of them have guns. From the sound, it seems like they're not even the same type. Nan Guiyan asked, since Nan is your family's daughter, why did she move into the villa district later? Lu Xiulian gave an awkward laugh. I'm her stepmother, you know. Living together is uncomfortable. Nan Guiyan studied her for a moment, then glanced thoughtfully at Wang Dang. And Nan's dad doesn't seem to talk much? Lu Xiulian froze, then quickly explained, that's not in Xingye. This is my lover, Wang Dang. She'd already figured out that these people were planning to go after Nan. She just wanted to use this to show her value, hoping to get some food and maybe a chance at survival. She wasn't stupid enough to pretend to be Nan's loving stepmother. I've been separated from her dad for a long time. I have nothing to do with the Yin family anymore. Whatever you want to do, go ahead, don't worry about me. I'll just provide you with information. Nan Guiyan hadn't expected the stepmother to be with another man and couldn't help but remark, your family is quite a mess. She continued, exactly how many guns do they have? What kind? Besides guns, do they have any other powerful weapons? Lu Xiulian thought for a moment. I don't know the exact number. I don't know what kind either, but they're all pretty loud. As for other weapons, well, I haven't seen any, so I don't know if they have more or not. Nan Guiyan shot her a glare. This woman was just spouting nonsense. She took a deep breath and continued, how are the two of them in terms of fighting skills? Lu Xiulian couldn't help glancing toward the food. How about you let me have another bite first? She waited a few seconds, but no one responded. Lu Xiulian's gaze shifted back to Nan Guiyan, meeting her displeased expression. Remembering the beating she'd taken earlier, Lu Xiulian shrank back and answered the question first, President Gu? He's pampered himself every day. What kind of fighting skills could he possibly have? As for Nan, she learned a bit of Sonda in college. After she graduated, the apocalypse hit. Before that, I can guarantee she didn't know any martial arts at all. Nan Guiyan fell into thought. So, that meant 4 years of Sonda training and less than 3 years of real combat experience. Among ordinary girls, that was definitely impressive, but compared to someone like Nan Guiyan, who came from a family of martial artists, it was nothing. Thinking of this, she frowned. Dong Jibiao was her junior apprentice. Although he wasn't as skilled as her, he should have had no problem dealing with someone like Nan. He'd also brought plenty of capable fighters with him. Not to mention, they had the numbers advantage. As for guns, they'd brought several, plus a whole car full of explosives. So how could they have lost? Suddenly, inspiration struck Nan Guiyan, and she jerked her head up. That's it. The guns. Nan Guiyan turned to a Yong. Their guns must not be ordinary ones. Most likely submachine guns or assault rifles or something like that. A Yong was stunned. But how could they have those kinds of guns? This was China, not some shooting game. Nan Guiyan said firmly, it has to be those kinds of automatic weapons, only with those could a small group defeat a larger one. As she spoke, a hint of greed flashed across her face, and her tone was full of determination. That's exactly what we need right now. All the guns in their gang were homemade, and while they were effective against knives and clubs, they were worthless against the real firepower Nan's group had. Homemade pistols were nothing compared to rifles and submachine guns. And Nan's group had only a few people, yet with automatic weapons, they'd wiped out Dong Jibiao's 200 men. If Nan Guiyan could get her hands on those weapons for her own 200 followers, wouldn't she be unstoppable? As long as they didn't go up against the official military, she'd be invincible. A Yong knew what she was thinking and reminded her, boss, if they have weapons like that, it's going to be hard for us to win. Nan Guiyan frowned and didn't respond. It was true, if they just charged in, they'd probably end up just like Dong Jibiao. But powerful weapons, a villa district full of supplies, and luxurious, comfortable houses, it was all too tempting to give up. Nan Guiyan brooded for a long time, but couldn't come up with a good plan. A Yang suggested, how about we don't go head-on? We could send a few skilled people to sneak into Villa Number 1, steal their guns, or even assassinate them directly. Nan Guiyan shook her head. Dong Jibiao brought a ton of explosives and still failed. That means the villa isn't easy to get into. And most importantly, she was the best fighter in the whole gang. If this plan was to succeed, she'd have to lead it herself. But the enemy had real firepower, and Xiao Jun was still just a kid. She wasn't about to risk her life on such a dangerous mission. She needed a safer plan. Just then, Lu Xiulian, seeing their dilemma, cheerfully chimed in, "Actually, I have a good idea." Nan Guiyan's eyes lit up. "Let's hear it." Lu Xiulian pursed her lips. "But I want you to agree to one condition first." As she spoke, she glanced longingly at the food that had been taken away. Nan Guiyan waved her hand, signaling her men to bring the leftovers back over. Without another word, Lu Xiulian started wolfing down the food again, and Wang Ding and the others nearby joined in, taking advantage of the moment. After a while, Lu Xiulian was finally full. She lay on the ground, rubbing her round belly. Nan Guiyan immediately said, "You've eaten enough, right? Now spit it out." Lu Xiulian looked at her. "You haven't agreed to my condition yet." Nan Guiyan narrowed her eyes, displeased. "Didn't I just give you food?" Lu Xiulian shook her head. "That wasn't the condition I meant." Then, licking her lips shamelessly, she added, "But thank you for your hospitality anyway." Nan Guiyan huffed in frustration. "You're really not afraid of dying, are you?" Having just eaten, Lu Xiulian sounded much more relaxed. "The condition I'm asking for is very simple for you, nothing major. But the idea I have for you is extremely important." She paused, then emphasized, "You won't find a better plan than this." Nan Guiyan raised an eyebrow. "That confident? All right, what's your condition?" Before Lu Xiulian could speak, Nan Guiyan threatened, "But you'd better think carefully. If your idea is useless, you'd better watch your neck." Lu Xiulian replied confidently, "Don't worry." Then she said, "I want you to let us go, including my daughter. She's not with me right now. I don't know where your people took her." Nan Guiyan looked around and asked, "Who brought them back?" Afraid her dirty, disheveled appearance would make her unrecognizable, Lu Xiulian quickly added, "We were caught in the Luoan Mountains, the three of us together." At the mention of Luoan Mountain, someone immediately stepped forward. "We brought them back." Nan Guiyan asked, "Where's her daughter?" One of them thought for a moment and replied, "She's not bad-looking, and she's young. We sent her to the brothel camp." "What camp?" Lu Xiulian was confused for a moment. "Chicken camp? Medicine camp? Brothel camp?" Lu Xiulian finally realized and screamed, "You sent my daughter to be a prostitute?" She remembered seeing Xiaobei being taken away alone by a man who'd looked her over and thought he'd just taken a liking to her. She figured that even if her daughter had to submit to a stranger, at least she'd have someone to rely on here. Better than being kept as livestock like her and Wang Deng. But she never imagined her daughter had been sent to a brothel. How could Xiaobei's delicate body handle that? Wang Deng's reaction was even more intense. He roared in fury, struggling madly, wishing he could tear everyone present to pieces. But he was weak and tightly bound. After just a couple of shouts, several men rushed over and beat him savagely. Nan Guiyan let out a cold snort. What's there to be so shocked about? The Zhenglong gang used to have over 500 brothers, most of them men. How could they not have physical needs? Setting up a brothel camp was to help the brothers relieve their tension in the apocalypse and keep morale stable. When her people were happy, it made the team easier to lead, and it was easier to attract new strong recruits. Nan Guiyan pointed at the group who had originally captured the people. "You lot, go find her and bring her here." "Yes." After they left, Ayong quietly reminded her, "Sister Yen, the brothel camp is rough. That girl might not even be alive." Nan Guiyan just grunted in response, saying nothing. Even if the girl was already dead, she still had plenty of ways to make this woman talk. Soon, and Xiaobei was brought over. Lu Xiulian stared at her for several seconds before she dared to confirm it was her own daughter. With a wail, she rushed over and hugged her, sobbing uncontrollably. And Xiaobei's face was ashen, dark circles under her eyes, lips swollen like sausages, her hair a greasy, tangled mess piled atop her head. Her neck and arms, every bit of exposed skin, were covered in wounds, whip marks, bite marks, bruises from being grabbed, all sorts of injuries. Worst of all, her pants were stained with dried blood, a shocking sight. Strange bumps had also broken out all over her body. Wang Dang, who had just been beaten half to death and was lying on the ground, saw his daughter in such a state and immediately trembled as he struggled to his feet. Choking with emotion, he called out, "Xiao Bei," and crawled over, tears streaming down his face. But Xiao Bei reacted violently, crying and scrambling away from him. "Get away!" Sob. "Get away! Don't come near me!" Wang Ding hurriedly tried to comfort her. "Daddy won't come over. Daddy won't come over. Don't worry." "Daddy?" Nan Guoyan was taken aback. Isn't this girl and Nan's stepsister? How did she become this lover's daughter? She sighed inwardly again. What a messy family. And Xiaobei kept clutching her head, screaming, "You're not my dad. You're a man, a bad man. Go away, don't touch me." Nan Guoyan watched her throw a hysterical tantrum and frowned impatiently. Seeing this, a young stepped forward decisively and punched in Xiaobei hard. She was knocked to the ground and finally fell silent. Lu Xiulian screamed and rushed over. Wang Dang's eyes were bloodshot with panic. No matter what Lu Xiulian and Wang Dang said or did next, and Xiaobei didn't respond. She just lay there in a daze, staring blankly at the ceiling. Lu Xiulian first called her name anxiously, then looked around at the men of the Tsanglong gang, shouting in anger. "You beasts! How could you treat my daughter like this? Don't you have children of your own? How could you do this?" Nan Guoyan finally lost patience and said coldly, "You should be grateful she's still alive." Her expression turned even more menacing. "Whether she stays alive from now on, that depends on you." Hearing this, Lu Xiulian quickly fell silent, not daring to say another word. She panted heavily for a while, then could only wipe her tears in distress. Seeing her submit, Nan Guoyan leaned back in her chair, satisfied. "Speak. What's your plan for dealing with Nan and President Gu?" At the mention of Nan, the dazed Xiaobei finally reacted. She suddenly sat up. "Nan? Where's Nan?" She looked around, but didn't see Nan, and started screaming frantically. "Bring her here. Bring her here. Mom, get Nan over here. Make her take my place." "Why? Why? She always gets the good things, and I always get the bad. Bring her here, now." Lu Xiulian hurried to calm her. Okay. Don't get worked up. Mommy will go get her right now. Don't get upset." Nan Guoyan curled her lips. Looks like these sisters don't get along at all. That's even better. If the one coming up with the plan is on her side, she'll feel more at ease using it. She looked at Lu Xiulian and urged, "Hurry up and tell me. What's your idea?" Lu Xiulian soothed her daughter, took a deep breath, and said, "Here's the thing, and Nan, she." At the entrance to the banquet hall, Lai Fu was craning his neck, eavesdropping outside. When he heard something important, he leaned in even closer, his big round eyes darting around, watching every movement nearby. Inside, a man sitting near the door suddenly felt like someone was watching him and turned to look. Lai Fu quickly pulled his head back. The man glanced around, saw nothing suspicious, and turned his attention back to Lu Xiulian's words. Outside, Lai Fu listened even more intently than he did, afraid to miss a single word. Only after Lu Xiulian finished speaking did he flap his wings and speed away. Inside the hall, Nan Guoyan was in high spirits. "Your plan is workable." Lu Xiulian watched her expression and breathed a sigh of relief. "So you'll let us go now, right?" At this moment, Father Chen, who hadn't spoken for a while, also said, "What about us? I've answered all your questions cooperatively. Please let me and Tingting go." Chen Tingting, who had been in shock, finally snapped out of it after seeing her former neighbor and Xiaobei's miserable state and realized how terrifying this place was. She joined in, pleading, "Please let us go." Nan Guoyan ignored them and turned to her son. "Xiao Jun, what do you think?" Li Jun answered without hesitation, "I'll listen to Mom." Nan Guoyan frowned in displeasure. "I want your opinion. What did Mom teach you?" Li Jun thought seriously for a moment. A real man keeps his word. We should keep our promise and let them go. Lu Xiulian, Chen Tingting, and the others all looked delighted at his words. But Nan Guiyan was not satisfied. Didn't I tell you to forget all those lessons I taught you before the apocalypse? They don't apply anymore. She reminded him again, and what else did I teach you? About pulling weeds. Li Jun immediately replied, pull the weeds out by the roots. Nan Guiyan nodded and pointed at Father Chin and Chen Tingting. We killed their family. What do you think they'll do? Li Jun thought for a moment. Come after us for revenge? Nan Guiyan patted his head. So, what should we do? Little Li Jun frowned, sat up straight like an adult, and said seriously, pull the weeds out by the roots. We can't let them go. Nan Guiyan smiled with satisfaction. Hearing the mother and son's words, Father Chen flew into a rage. You vicious, scheming woman. How dare you? Before he could finish, Nan Guiyan pointed at the father and daughter and gave her order, lock the man in the human livestock camp. Send the girl to the brothel camp. Chen Tingting broke down instantly at these words. I won't go to the brothel. I won't go. She'd always been a good girl, obedient to her mother, never even had a boyfriend, and would blush just talking to boys her age. All her life, she'd followed her mother's teachings, waiting for her family to arrange a proper marriage with a suitable family, to be a good wife and mother, and live a stable, respectable life. To send her to a brothel, she'd rather be chopped up and thrown into a pot for soup. Father Chin was even more furious. How dare you? How dare you? Before the disaster, their family had been prominent figures in society who wouldn't show them respect. Tingting was the Chin family's only daughter, their little princess. How could she be reduced to a prostitute? But no matter how angry he was, it couldn't change the reality. Now, they were at someone else's mercy. A few burly Sanglong gang members quickly dragged the father and daughter away. Chen Tingting screamed and sobbed, Save me. Dad, save me. Father Chen struggled and roared helplessly, but was soon knocked out and dragged away. Not far off, Lu Xiulian's family trembled uncontrollably, terrified they'd be sent back to the dark, hopeless camps at any moment. Lu Xiulian had always been a clever woman, but in this brutal, dog-eat-dog place, her wits were useless. She could only be at the mercy of others. Back in the livestock camp, at her most desperate, all she could do was shout, I'm the wife of the Yin family, a woman of wealth. But it was pointless. She understood that the gang leader before her clearly hated the rich. So she didn't dare say anything, only looked at Nan Guiyan pitifully. I swear, our family has no thought of revenge. You don't need to wipe us out. Besides, even if I wanted to, I could never hurt you. Isn't that right, sister? Nan Guiyan looked at her with a half-smile. You have a point. Then she ordered her men, take the mother and daughter to wash up and change into clean clothes. Before Lu Xiulian could feel relieved, Nan Guiyan continued, then take them to the brothel camp. And Xiaobei cried out in terror, I'm not going back. I'm not going back. Let in Nan go, let in Nan go. Lu Xiulian was also scared out of her wits. I'm already so old and my daughter is grown, how can I? Nan Guiyan replied calmly, don't sell yourself short. I think you're still quite charming. Lu Xiulian was furious. You're burning the bridge after crossing it. Nan Guiyan ignored her and turned to her men. Send the man back to the livestock camp. Soon, the men in charge came forward and dragged the three of them away. Lu Xiulian struggled fiercely, falling back on her old lines. You can't do this. I'm a prominent lady in Limbei City. Nan Guiyan narrowed her eyes and stopped her men. She said to Lu Xiulian, esteemed madam, since you once gave me advice, I'll give you a choice. Lu Xiulian's face lit up, but Nan Guiyan continued, if you don't want to go to the brothel camp, you can go back to the livestock camp. She waved at her men. Let her go. Let her choose. Lu Xiulian stared at Nan Guiyan, silently resisting for a moment, but in the end, she stayed where she was. Better a miserable life than a quick death. At least in the brothel camp, she'd have a chance to survive. Nan Guiyan sneered. Not going to the livestock camp to live and die with your lover? Wang Dang, standing nearby, roared at Nan Guiyan in fury. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Lu Xiulian, face full of despair, was dragged away with the terrified Xiao Bei. Nan Guiyan looked at Wang Dang, veins bulging with rage, and ordered, "Deal with him today." Yes. Wait. Nan Guiyan thought for a moment. Marinate him with spices. Make cured meat. She hated homewreckers most of all, men included. Yes. Elsewhere, Lai Fu returned to the room Nan Guiyan had arranged for them. Fugui was lounging comfortably on the big bed. Hearing the pecking at the door, it immediately ran over and opened it. As soon as Lai Fu entered, it recounted Nan Guiyan's plan, flapping its wings and cackling with laughter. Fugui stuck out its tongue and chuckled too. They'd thought the humans would pull off something earth-shattering, but it was just this. It barked a few times at Lai Fu and Lord Rabbit. The three little ones huddled together, discussing their own plans. Night fell. The mountainside villa. And Nan sat in the living room, staring unblinkingly at the surveillance screens, afraid to miss any sign of the three little ones returning. Gu Jiu sat with her, neither of them sleepy. He knew how anxious Nan was, so he got up and sliced a plate of chilled fruit, placing it on the coffee table. And Nan absent-mindedly grabbed a cold grape and popped it in her mouth, swallowing it whole. The coolness soothed some of her inner frustration and anxiety, but it soon returned. She grabbed a piece of chilled watermelon and stuffed it in her mouth, never taking her eyes off the screen. Gu Jiu knew that although Nan looked calm, she was actually very worried. He opened his mouth to say something, but suddenly noticed something flashing on one of the monitors. "Anan, zoom in on that screen." And Nan did as told, but saw nothing unusual. "What is it?" Gu Jiu frowned. "I thought I saw something flashing in the distance." And Nan studied it carefully. The image looked normal, a clear patch of ground outside the wall, and thick fog in the distance. But if you looked closely, there did seem to be a faint light flickering in the fog. It was far away, barely visible through the mist. "I'll go take a look." Without hesitation, and Nan teleported outside. Within seconds, she was back in the villa, holding something in her hand. Gu Jiu looked closely. It was a child's toy with flashing lights, battery-powered, with a rolled-up letter tied to it. And Nan said, "I checked, there's no one outside. This thing must have been there for a while. It was so far away and the fog so thick, we didn't notice it at first." They unrolled the letter. As Nan read the contents, her expression grew grave. The letter for Villa Number 1 was personally delivered by Nan Guiyan. To prevent Anan and his people from following her or sneaking into their base armed, she deliberately avoided the areas with clear surveillance and left the letter a bit farther away. She even attached a colorful toy light as a signal, just in case they missed it. After dropping off the letter, she quickly left and ran to the front of the chief family's Villa Number 12. About 20 of the gang's best fighters were already waiting there. "Boss." Nan Guiyan nodded and took out the steel wire she used for climbing walls. Ah Yang hurried to stop her. "Let me do it. Your arm injury hasn't healed yet." Nan Guiyan didn't argue and let Ah Yang climb over the wall first. He then unlocked the courtyard gate from the inside. A group of people surged into the yard, each holding several window breakers, and soon smashed their way inside. Inside, Qi Jishan and He Yuan, who were getting ready for bed, were instantly alarmed. On the third floor, Qi Jishan heard the commotion downstairs, rushed out of her bedroom in a panic, and ran to the staircase, just in time to see He Yuan running up from the second floor. He Yuan grabbed her hand and spoke rapidly, "Go back to your room. Don't come out." As he spoke, he pulled her back and pushed her into the bedroom. Qi Jishan stumbled inside, anxious to say something, but He Yuan cut her off. His gaze was firm. "Lock the door from the inside. No matter what happens outside, don't open it." With that, he closed the door and hurried downstairs. Although Qi Jishan wanted to stand with He Yuan, she knew that if she went out now, she wouldn't be able to help. She'd only distract him and become a burden. So she bit her lip, obediently locked the door, and stood there praying nonstop. She hoped Hee-Yuan could handle it. It was probably just a few petty burglars. Hee-Yuan was an ace bodyguard, highly skilled, he'd be fine. She stood nervously by the door, soon hearing the sounds of a fierce fight downstairs. But after just a dozen seconds or so, it quickly went quiet. Qi Jishan breathed a slight sigh of relief. It seemed there weren't many intruders. Hee-Yuan must have finished them off so quickly. She waited a while, but didn't hear Hee-Yuan coming back upstairs. Unable to help herself, Qi Jishan called out, "Hee-Yuan. Hee-Yuan. Are you okay?" There was no reply. Her heart tightened. "Hee-Yuan, are you hurt?" After calling several times with no response, Qi Jishan put her hand on the doorknob, ready to open the door. Something must have happened to Hee-Yuan, otherwise he wouldn't ignore her. Just then, Hee-Yuan's voice suddenly came from outside. "Jishan, don't open the door." Hearing his voice, Qi Jishan was overjoyed. "Hee-Yuan, thank goodness, you're okay." She asked, "What's going on out there?" But, unexpectedly, a woman's voice answered her, "Miss Qi, I'm back. Aren't you going to come out and greet an old friend?" That voice. Nan Guoyan? Qi Jishan's face darkened. The one who broke into her house was actually that woman who'd been staying with them? Outside, Nan Guoyan seemed to be in a good mood. Looks like Miss Qi still thinks of me. You recognized me just by my voice." Worried about Hee-Yuan, Qi Jishan was about to open the door when Hee-Yuan called out again, "Jishan, don't open the door." Immediately after, there were sounds of fighting and Hee-Yuan's muffled groans. Qi Jishan panicked. "Hee-Yuan, what's happening? Are you okay?" "Nan Guoyan, what the hell do you want?" Nan Guoyan ignored her and spoke to Hee-Yuan instead. "You really are as annoying as ever. Always going against me." Inside the room, Qi Jishan was frantic. Hee-Yuan was a top-notch bodyguard, even outnumbered. He shouldn't have been defeated so quickly. Could the intruders have guns like Gu Jiu did? At that thought, Qi Jishan didn't hesitate. She opened the bedroom door. She couldn't just watch Hee-Yuan die protecting her. Nan Guoyan looked a bit surprised to see the door suddenly open. "Miss Qi, you're quite decisive." She had been wondering whether to break down the door or use Hee-Yuan as leverage to play a little game of testing human nature. Although Xiaojun liked Qi Jishan, Nan Guoyan didn't believe there were truly sincere and kind people in this world. She was curious. If Hee-Yuan's life was threatened, would Miss Qi choose to save herself or open the door to save him? She hadn't expected Qi Jishan to give her no chance to play that game. A bit displeased, she ordered her men, "Take them all." "Yes." Qi Jishan didn't even glance at the people coming to grab her, rushing straight to Hee-Yuan, who was being restrained. "Hee-Yuan, are you okay?" Hee-Yuan had been beaten badly. His face was swollen and bloody, his head spinning, eyes closed. But hearing Qi Jishan's voice, he forced himself to lift his head. "Jishan, didn't I tell you not to open the door?" Qi Jishan's eyes reddened with anxiety. "Forget about me. Are you okay? You look seriously hurt. Did they hit your head?" Nan Guoyan and her people had come armed. When Hee-Yuan went downstairs, he'd just subdued 2 intruders when a cold gun barrel was pressed to his head. He'd tried to grab the gun, but several more barrels were immediately aimed at him from all sides, leaving him surrounded. Nan Guoyan knew he was a highly trained professional bodyguard with excellent skills and reflexes. So she had her men beat him up while he was held at gunpoint, then tied him up tightly to prevent him from getting a chance to seize a weapon. With the 2 members of the Qi family captured, the group quickly returned to the Tsanglong gang's base. Nan Guoyan had deliberately left Xiaojun behind for tonight's operation. Back at their base, she sat alone in the seat of honor, looking down at the 2 captives, both tightly bound. Qi Jishan was still in her pajamas. Hee-Yuan's face was battered and bloody. Both looked utterly miserable. 2 guards with homemade rifles stood behind each of them. Qi Jishan glared at Nan Guoyan and spat, "You liar." On the way over, people kept greeting Nan Guoyan as boss, so Qi Jishan had more or less figured out what was going on. This Nan Guoyan wasn't some pitiful orphaned woman at all. She was a gang leader, who had deliberately come to scout out her house and, after gathering information, led people to break in and rob them. It was all her fault for being so blind and letting a wolf into her home. Nan Guiyan, however, showed no embarrassment at being exposed. She just sneered and shot back, "Miss Qi, do you really have the nerve to call someone else a liar?" Qi Jishan glared at her. "Why shouldn't I say it? I have a clear conscience. I've never been a thief or a liar." Nan Guiyan narrowed her eyes, staring at her for a few seconds before tossing the backpack at her feet over to her. "You're not a liar? Then what's this?" The backpack's zipper wasn't closed, so when Nan Guiyan threw it from a distance, the contents immediately spilled out, rolling right to Qi Jishan's feet. Qi Jishan looked down and instantly let out a terrified scream. He Yuan was also startled by the sudden appearance of a bloody, wide-eyed human head. That's right, what Nan Guiyan had thrown out was none other than Dong Jibiao's severed head. Qi Jishan had studied opera abroad. Her voice was so powerful that she could project to every corner of a theater without a microphone, singing in a classical style. So now, her shrill scream echoed throughout the entire hall. Nan Guiyan frowned at the noise. She immediately ordered the guard behind Qi Jishan to cover her mouth, or else if Xiao Jun was drawn out, things would get complicated. That child seemed obedient, but was actually stubborn as a mule. If pushed too far, he really could go on a hunger strike and starve himself to death. Once the guard had firmly clamped a hand over Qi Jishan's mouth, the hall finally quieted down. Nan Guiyan let out a long sigh and muttered, "Never seen the world, have you? It's just a human head. What's there to be so scared about?" "Just a human head?" Qi Jishan stared wide-eyed at Nan Guiyan, wanting to say something, but with the man's hand over her mouth, she couldn't utter a word. She was just about to struggle when she suddenly caught a whiff of a strange, foul odor from the guard's hand. She couldn't tell if it was sour hand sweat or the stench of unwashed feet. Either way, it was disgusting. Her stomach lurched, and she made a retching motion. The guard, startled, instinctively let go and stepped back 2 paces. Worried that the boss would be angry, he glanced nervously at Nan Guiyan. Nan Guiyan waved him off, signaling that he didn't need to step forward again, then calmly waited for Qi Jishan to finish retching. He Yuan was extremely worried, but could only fret helplessly. "Jishan, are you okay? Are you all right?" After a moment, Qi Jishan shook her head. "I'm fine." She shot an annoyed look at the guard behind her and explained, "His hand stank so bad it made me want to puke. God knows if he's been scratching his feet or what." The guard, embarrassed, snapped, "You brat. What nonsense are you spouting? If you were scared into puking, just say so. Why drag me into it?" Qi Jishan ignored him. She carefully edged away from the bloody head on the floor, then asked Nan Guiyan, "If you want to talk, just talk. Why throw a severed head at me?" Nan Guiyan snorted coldly. "This was our Zhanglong gang's deputy leader. You got him killed." Qi Jishan frowned. "What does his death have to do with me? I don't even know him. Never met him." Nan Guiyan looked at Qi Jishan and He Yuan, speaking slowly and deliberately. "You two told me before that there were only 2 people in Villa Number 1 and no guns. Am I right?" Qi Jishan froze and exchanged a glance with He Yuan. Back when Nan Guiyan was staying at their house, she'd asked a lot of questions, and Qi Jishan had answered truthfully, except for this one. Because He Yuan had been suspicious at the time, she'd lied casually. But of course, they weren't about to admit that now. Qi Jishan said, "I don't know what you're talking about. What does this have to do with Villa Number 1? Nan Guiyan pointed at the head on the floor. "That Villa Number 1 you claimed had no guns and only 2 people? They killed over 200 of our men, plus the deputy leader." She glared at Qi Jishan, her expression turning vicious. "If the deputy leader hadn't reached Luoan Mountain first, that head would be mine right now. So tell me, shouldn't I settle this score with you?" Qi Jishan and He Yuan immediately thought of the endless gunfire they'd heard during the day. So that was Gu Jiu and Nan fighting off the Zhanglong gang's invaders? That's pretty badass. They took out over 200 people? Before Qi Jishan could speak, He Yuan jumped in. I was the one who said it. Jishan had nothing to do with it. If you want to do something, come at me. Jishan hurriedly shook her head. He's just a bodyguard. I'm the owner of the house. I let you in. I was the one you got information from. What's it got to do with him? Nan Guiyan looked at them and snorted. Neither of you is getting away. Jishan was baffled. You're being unreasonable. We never tried to harm you. Not only did we take you and your son in, we gave you precious food, took you with us to find supplies, and I even exchanged friendship tokens with Xiaojun. Mentioning the token only made Nan Guiyan angrier. Xiaojun treated that shabby bracelet like a treasure, always thinking about his sister Qi, never considering which side anyone was on. As his mother, Nan Guiyan was furious. She leaned forward, face cold. Fine. Since you're so kind and did me so many favors, I'll be generous and let one of you go. Jishan frowned. What do you mean, let one of us go? Nan Guiyan spread her hands. It means only one of you gets to leave. Aren't you two so polite, always giving way to each other? I'll let you decide. Today, one of you has to stay behind and pay the price for this. The other I'll let go as repayment for your earlier kindness. Jishan glared at her. How is that repayment? It's revenge, plain and simple. Nan Guiyan didn't argue. You have 3 minutes. If you don't decide in 3 minutes, then both of you stay. With that, she leaned back comfortably and said no more. He Yuan didn't hesitate. He shouted at Jishan, you go. Hurry. Jishan glared at Nan Guiyan for a while, saw she was dead set, then looked around at the armed guards. She knew there was no way the two of them could fight their way out. She gritted her teeth and apologized to He Yuan. He Yuan, this is all my fault. If I'd listened to advice, we wouldn't be here. You go. Don't worry about me. He Yuan knew Nan Guiyan was just toying with them and could turn on them at any moment. In this situation, there was nothing he could do. All he could do was urge Jishan anxiously. Jishan, go. Listen to me. Jishan was resolute. You go. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from outside the hall. Big Sister Qi. Big Sister Qi, it really is you. Everyone turned to look and saw little Li Jun, still in his pajamas, running over with a face full of delight. He had been drawn over by Jishan's earlier scream. The hotel building wasn't that big. He'd been upstairs getting ready for bed when he suddenly heard someone shouting. The voice sounded strangely familiar. He wasn't sure, but it really did sound a lot like Big Sister Qi. So, he hurried downstairs to check, and to his surprise, he actually saw Jishan. Excited, he rushed over, wanting to greet her, but only then did he notice she was tied up with ropes. He frowned and looked at Nan Guiyan. Mom, what are you doing? Why did you tie up Big Sister Qi? Nan Guiyan cursed inwardly, but on the surface, she remained calm as ever. It's none of your business. Go back to bed now. Li Jun didn't say a word or move, just stood there, staring fixedly at his mother. Nan Guiyan sighed helplessly. Xiaojun, come here. Li Jun still didn't budge. Nan Guiyan's brows furrowed, her tone turning stern. Li Jun. Hearing his full name, Li Jun hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly walked over to her, dragging his feet and glancing back at Big Sister Qi every now and then. Jishan felt a mix of emotions as she looked at the little boy who'd suddenly appeared and greeted her so warmly. This child surely knew he'd come with his mother to trick her, but he was still young and probably couldn't tell right from wrong. He just listened to his mother. And now, even though both she and He Yuan were tied up, he could have easily turned his back on her, but instead, he still wanted to be close. Jishan didn't know how to treat this child, so she just turned her head away, avoiding his gaze. Seeing Big Sister Qi ignore him, Li Jun felt a little hurt. He dawdled over to Nan Guiyan's side, pouting in silence. Nan Guiyan, completely unbothered, pointed at the severed head on the ground, not caring if it scared the child at all. You were here earlier today. You know what happened, don't you? Li Jun hesitated, then nodded, and tried to explain for Jishan. Big Sister definitely didn't mean to trick us. Maybe she didn't even know if there were guns in Villa No. 1. At this life-or-death moment, Qi Jishan couldn't afford to be honest or noble. She lied, I really didn't know. Please, let us go. Li Jun was thrilled to hear this and said to Nan Guiyan, see. I told you. Big sister Qi didn't do it on purpose. Mom, let them go. Nan Guiyan was furious. She spoke each word slowly and clearly. Li Jun, if Dong Jibiao hadn't rushed to Luan Mountain first, the one dead today would be her mother. She stared unblinkingly at Li Jun. Even so, you still think she doesn't deserve to die? Li Jun was stunned for a moment, then mumbled weakly, but you're okay now, and big sister Qi didn't mean it. Nan Guiyan's chest heaved with anger. One big reason she insisted on killing Qi Jishan was because her son cared about her too much. She couldn't let Xiaojun have such an obvious weakness. So, she said, not backing down, today, someone has to pay for this. She couldn't be bothered to play any more games. She simply ordered her men to kill Qi Jishan. But Li Jun reacted quickly, running to Qi Jishan and spreading his arms to shield her with his small body. You're not allowed to hurt big sister Qi. The man who was about to act stopped awkwardly in his tracks. Nan Guiyan was furious. Li Jun, get back here. Li Jun's face was full of determination. No, I want to stay with big sister Qi. Qi Jishan had always been soft-hearted. Seeing the little boy desperately protecting her, she was moved. Xiaojun. She took a deep breath and looked sincerely at Nan Guiyan. Sister Yan, you know I took you in out of kindness. Why would I ever want to harm you? She glanced at Li Jun. Xiaojun is a grateful, kind-hearted child. Don't make things hard for him. I know it's not easy for you to lead a gang while raising a child. What's past is past. We've known each other, let's talk this out. If you need to vent, I'll cooperate. Just please show some mercy. Once you've vented your anger, let He Yuan and me go. Nan Guiyan narrowed her eyes, staring at the upright Qi Jishan and the determined Li Jun. She realized she probably wouldn't be able to kill this woman today. There are few mothers in the world who can truly go against their own child. No matter what, she wouldn't let her son hate her over someone like Qi Jishan. So, after staring for a while, she relented. Fine. I won't kill you for now. Although she couldn't get rid of her today, Nan Guiyan's determination hadn't changed. She'd just have to wait for another time and opportunity. But before that, Nan Guiyan turned her gaze to He Yuan, who stood not far away. She had to deal with that troublesome bodyguard first, or he'd be a future threat. Li Jun was overjoyed that his mother had finally agreed to spare big sister Qi. Qi Jishan finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking she and He Yuan had escaped disaster. Nan Guiyan gave a look to a Yang behind her, who immediately understood. He ordered the guards behind Qi Jishan and He Yuan untie them. He then glanced at He Yuan, giving Nan Guiyan a questioning look. Nan Guiyan nodded in confirmation. A Yang knew what to do. While everyone was relaxing as the ropes were untied, he silently raised his gun. Qi Jishan, just freed, was still feeling relieved when she happened to look up and saw a Yang aiming his gun at He Yuan. At that moment, He Yuan's attention was all on her, worried she might be hurt from being tied up so long, completely unaware of the danger. Qi Jishan's eyes widened. She shouted, "Look out," and, without thinking, threw herself in front of He Yuan. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Qi Jishan was hit in the abdomen and collapsed. Jishan! He Yuan's heart stopped for a moment. He rushed to catch her. Jishan! Jishan, are you okay? He knelt on the ground, pressing his hands to her wound, but the blood kept pouring out. He Yuan's hands trembled uncontrollably. Jishan, are you all right? Qi Jishan seemed to be struggling to breathe, her words coming out in gasps. Sorry, it's all my fault. I dragged you into this. He Yuan shook his head desperately. Don't say that. Not now. He looked around in panic, shouting, Doctor! Doctor! This was the territory of the assailants. There was no way they'd let anyone fetch a doctor. He Yuan pressed desperately on her bleeding wound, anxiously scanning the surroundings. At last, his gaze locked onto Li Jun. Xiaojun, go find a doctor, quick. Li Jun had been paralyzed with fear ever since the gunshot rang out, staring blankly at Qi Jishan's fallen body. It wasn't until He Yuan called out for help that he snapped back to reality and burst into tears. Big Sister Qi. Big Sister Qi. Mama. Please, get a doctor for Big Sister Qi. Nan. Guoyan was far too pleased with herself at this moment to even consider saving her. Why would she arrange for a doctor to help Qi Jishan? Still, she was inwardly surprised. Was there really someone in this world willing to risk their life to shield another from a bullet? She'd always thought that kind of thing only happened in TV dramas. In reality, even couples who'd been together for half a lifetime could turn on each other for a chance to survive. In the apocalypse, scenes of parents eating their own children were all too common. She'd always doubted Qi Jishan's supposed kindness, but now she truly hadn't expected this woman to be. Nan Guoyan didn't even know how to describe it. Kind? Naive? Simple-minded? Seeing her mother unresponsive, Li Jun grew frantic and lunged at her, shouting, "Please save Big Sister Qi. Get her a doctor. Hurry." Of course, there were doctors in the gang. With all the fighting and killing, injuries were inevitable. When Nan Guoyan first established the gang, she'd recruited plenty of medical staff. But whether it was doctors or medicine, she certainly wasn't going to waste any on Qi Jishan. So she told Ah Yong, "Go find a doctor," while secretly giving him a meaningful look. Ah Yong understood at once and dawdled out the door. "I'll go call one myself." By now, Qi Jishan had lost too much blood. Her lips were pale, and she was gasping for breath, feeling her life slipping away bit by bit. She clutched He Yuan's hand and apologized once more, "Sorry, I'm always dragging you down." He Yuan pressed down on her wound with all his strength, shaking his head desperately. "Don't say that." Qi Jishan managed a weak smile. "I have to," she thought. "If I don't say it now, I'll never get the chance. I owe you an apology. Back then, at the beauty club, I was shallow. I treated you badly." Hearing this, He Yuan was instantly reminded of the past. This tough, 7-foot-tall man suddenly broke down in tears. "Jishan, don't say that. You're going to be fine. I'll stay with you and wait for your parents to come back." At the mention of her parents, Qi Jishan's eyes reddened. Summoning her last bit of strength, she gave him a final instruction. "Don't worry about me. Go now. What happened today is all my fault, all because of my misplaced kindness." Before she could finish, she could no longer breathe. Her eyes slowly closed, and her hand slipped from He Yuan's grasp. "Jishan!" He Yuan let out a guttural roar. His hands trembled as he confirmed she was no longer breathing, and tears streamed down his face like broken beads. "But I loved your kindness. Your softness. That's what I loved most about you. You were so good, it was like you didn't belong in this world at all." With bloodied hands, he gently stroked her face. "It's this world that's wrong, not you." But no matter what he said or did, Qi Jishan would never respond again. She lay there quietly, the crimson blood on her pure white nightgown blooming like a rose. Pinned to the collar of that nightgown was a small, delicate lollipop hair clip, a gift from Li Jun. Since the disaster struck, little Li Jun had seen too much death. He already knew what it meant. There would never again be that smiling, sweet big sister Qi who shared her candy with him. He wailed and rushed toward Qi Jishan, about to throw himself at her side, but He Yuan shoved him away. Li Jun looked up through his tears, meeting He Yuan's bloodshot eyes. "Don't touch her." Nan Guoyan snapped impatiently, "Xiao Jun, come here." She then glared at He Yuan and ordered her men, "Kill him." He Yuan clung tightly to Qi Jishan's corpse, not even sparing Nan Guoyan a glance, as if he no longer cared about his own life or death. Suddenly, Li Jun became agitated. "No one is allowed to touch him." Nan Guoyan frowned. "Li Jun, you." Li Jun cut her off, gritting his teeth and glaring at her. His small body shook with emotion. "I said, no one is allowed to touch him." Big Sister Qi had been thinking of He Yuan even as she died, hoping he'd be safe. He'd promised her they'd always be best friends, but he hadn't been able to protect her. Now, he couldn't let her last wish go unfulfilled. Nan Guoyan looked at her overly emotional son, deeply worried. Xiaojun, come to mama. Li Jun didn't move, just stared at her stubbornly. If you try to kill him, I'll be the next one to take a bullet for him. Nan Guiyan shot to her feet. What did you say? Li Jun gritted his teeth and repeated, if he dies, I die. Nan Guiyan's eyes widened in fury. She knew her son, when he wore that expression, he meant every word. He would absolutely follow through. She didn't dare act rashly, but she also couldn't let He Yuan go. Qi Jishan was dead, and He Yuan would never let this go. Letting him leave would be like planting a ticking time bomb. But with Xiaojun like this, she really had no way to deal with him right now. So she compromised, I won't kill him. But he can't be let go, lock him up in the brothel. She thought, I'll torment him for a while, and once Xiaojun calms down, there'll be plenty of chances to deal with this man. Nan Guiyan emphasized to her son, there's no other choice. If you still refuse, then you can die with him. I'll just pretend I never had such an unfilial son. Li Jun didn't really understand what the brothel was, only that the women who went in always came out hurt and miserable, but the men always left smiling. He Yuan was a man, so he should be fine. Li Jun figured his mother just wanted to keep He Yuan locked up in the gang. As long as he wasn't sent to the livestock camp, she didn't intend to kill him. He breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. Being locked up for a while was better than losing his life. Later, he could find a way to help him escape. He Yuan wasn't listening to any of this. He just held Qi Jishan, staring blankly, lost in thought. Li Jun walked over, took off the silver bracelet from his wrist. This was Big Sister Qi's when she was little. She always kept it close. He rubbed it hard, then handed it over. Maybe it should belong to you. He Yuan, he was truly Sister Qi's best friend. Finally, the devastated He Yuan reacted. He looked at the bracelet in Li Jun's hand, reached out, and took it with great care, holding it in his palm and examining it closely. Meanwhile, Li Jun took the opportunity to unclip the lollipop hairpin from Qi Jishan's collar. The bracelet should be returned to He Yuan, but Li Jun also wanted to keep something of Sister Qi's as a memento. Just looking at it would remind him of that night, of how Sister Qi had smiled as she put it in her hair. Li Jun clenched the hairpin tightly in his hand, tears streaming down his face. He was alone again. Nan Guiyan waved at a few subordinates standing around He Yuan. Immediately, someone stepped forward and knocked the dazed He Yuan out cold. Li Jun jumped in shock, frowning as he turned to look at his mother. Nan Guiyan ordered, take him to the brothel. Yes, ma'am. Li Jun looked at Qi Jishan's body on the ground and asked, where is Sister Qi going? Where else could she go? Captured prisoners who died in the gang were always sent straight to the kitchen for processing. By now, there was almost no beef, lamb, or pork left in the world. For meat, the gang relied almost entirely on reserves from the human livestock pens. The little bit of animal meat left was incredibly precious, reserved as the gang leader's private stash. Luckily, that fat dog had only eaten the most precious things, foie gras and caviar, and hadn't devoured all her pork, lamb, and beef. Otherwise, she really would have had to kill those 3 little thieves. Otherwise, she'd have nothing left to eat. Deep down, Nan Guiyan found eating human flesh disgusting, so the meat from the human livestock pens was given to her subordinates. As the gang leader, she and her child only ate frozen meat confiscated in the past. Li Jun knew very well what would happen to Sister Qi according to standard procedure. So he made the decision himself. I want to find a place to bury Sister Qi. He couldn't accept the idea of the beautiful, kind Sister Qi being butchered and eaten by the gang's rough men. Nan Guiyan looked at him for a while, then relented. All right, I understand. There was plenty of meat in the human livestock pens anyway, one more or less didn't matter. The person was already dead, her son could handle it however he wanted. So she assigned 2 people to help Li Jun dig a hole near the hotel to bury Qi Jishan. As the 2 dug, Li Jun kept reminding them, dig a little deeper. He was afraid the grave would be too shallow and other survivors might dig her up. He even chose a spot visible from his bedroom window. Early the next morning at Luan Mountain, Long Tsongin arrived at Villa No. 1 bright and early. Not long after, Zhao Ping'an, Xu Peipei, and Hu Tsuelan also came knocking. How's the situation? Fugue and the others still haven't come back. And Nan handed them the letter she'd received the night before. On it, in bold writing, the Tsenglong gang will pay you a visit soon. Your missing loved ones are in our hands. Open your gates, surrender your weapons, and you won't be harmed. Our loved ones are in their hands, Xu Peipei read aloud, growing anxious. Fugue and the others have been captured by this Tsenglong gang. And Nan nodded. This was the first time since her rebirth that she'd found herself in such a passive situation. Fortunately, she still had her spatial ability and teleportation. Even if she was forced to open the gates and hand over her weapons, she wouldn't really be in danger. What worried her most now was the situation of the three little ones. How had they been captured? Were they hurt? How badly? Last night, and Nan had discussed it with Gu Jiu. No matter what happened when the enemy arrived, as soon as the three little ones appeared, she would teleport over and put them into her space. Then she'd deal with this audacious gang. Long Tsongan stared at the letter, suddenly recalling something. I think the people who invaded the villa district yesterday were from this Tsenglong gang. Hu Tsuelan was surprised. How do you know? Seeing everyone looking at him, Long Tsongan explained, when I ran into them in the thick fog, I heard someone call their leader deputy boss. At that moment, Zhao Ping'an remembered something too. When I was cleaning up bodies yesterday, I found one with a strange tattoo. He ran out as he spoke. A moment later, Zhao Ping'an dragged a corpse inside. As he hauled it in, he shouted, "Something's not right." Xu Peipei went to help him. "What's wrong?" Zhao Ping'an said in surprise, "This corpse's head has been cut off." Everyone looked down. They'd killed people yesterday, but never decapitated anyone. Zhao Ping'an pointed at the man's arm. "It's him. He has a really flashy tattoo on his arm." Everyone looked closely. The tattoo was of a lifelike wolf, and beside it was the stylized character, Sang. And Nan looked at the corpse's clothes and recognized it. This was the leader of that group yesterday. I killed him while teleporting. The leader? Long Tsongan recalled. Then he must be the deputy boss I heard them call. He didn't look happy about it, though. The others just called him boss. And Nan looked at the headless corpse and boldly speculated, looks like there's discord within the Tsenglong gang. Anyone with deputy in their title, deputy boss, deputy director, deputy team leader, would never let their subordinates call them boss. Where would that leave the real boss? If these people dared call him boss, it meant there was definitely infighting in the gang. Xu Peipei added, no one in the villa district would have cut off his head and taken it. It must have been his own gang, taking it back to report. Hu Tsuelan sighed. They didn't even bother to give their deputy boss a proper burial, just took his head. Looks like Nan was right, their internal strife must be serious. Gu Jiu thought for a moment. We killed about 200 of them yesterday. If their gang is split into 2 or more factions, there must be at least that many left. Long Tsongan frowned. We caught them off guard yesterday, which is why we won so easily. Now they know our situation and will come prepared. They'll be much harder to deal with. Zhao Ping'an nodded. Exactly. They had explosives and homemade guns. Their strength is not to be underestimated. And yesterday's leader was just the deputy boss. The real boss will be even tougher. But Xu Peipei trusted and Nan unconditionally. It's fine. With Nan here, they can't do anything to us. Now, each of them had a rifle and plenty of ammunition. No matter when the enemy came, at least they'd be able to defend themselves. Within Nan's ability to teleport, she wasn't afraid at all. After a brief discussion, everyone decided to take things as they came. If soldiers come, we'll fight. If floods come, we'll block them. When Zhao Ping'an left home that morning, he'd even brought some tools, planning to help Nan and the others fix their broken courtyard gate. After chatting for a bit, he took his tools and went out to the yard alone. He'd only just started the repairs when he heard the sound of a large group approaching. Hearing the chaotic footsteps, Zhao Ping'an immediately became alert. He stood up and ran toward the villa. Someone's coming. Someone's coming. Everyone inside heard Zhao Ping'an's warning and quickly put on their gas masks, ready to face the enemy. Before they could even step out the villa door, a woman's voice blared from a loudspeaker. Mr. Gu, Ms. Nan, the Tsanglong gang is here to pay a visit. Come out and meet us. And Nan raised an eyebrow. The enemy had done their homework, even knowing her name. She didn't know how they'd gotten the information, but any enemy that came this prepared was not to be underestimated. The loudspeaker continued, You must have received our letter. Come out, open the gate, and hand over your weapons. Aunt Hu's temper flared instantly. Huh, they're even threatening us now. She rolled up her sleeves and grabbed her gun. Nanan, in a moment, you find the right spot and teleport to save the 3 little ones. Once they're safe, I'll mow these bastards down. But Nan stopped her and said to her, Chu Pei and Long Songin, you 3 stay inside. Ping'an is in the yard now. I'll go out with Ao. The 3 of us outside will be enough. Hoot Suelon grew anxious. They have more people and they're holding hostages. How can just the 3 of you? Gu Jiu understood Nan's reasoning and explained, They'll probably make us hand over our guns before letting us see Fugue and the others. If you all go out too, none of us will have weapons left. Aunt Hu slapped her forehead. Right? I didn't think of that. Long Tsongin summed up. The 3 of us will stay hidden inside with our weapons. If anything happens outside, we'll rush out and provide cover fire. Chu Pei gripped her gun tightly and said to Nan, Don't worry, if you're in danger, I'll rush out and save you. Seeing how nervous she was, Nan smiled and patted her shoulder. Relax. Then she took out 3 guns and a bag of bullets and left with Gu Jiu. Chu Pei called after them, Be careful. And Nan and Gu Jiu walked out of the villa. Once the door was closed, no one could see the 3 fully armed people still inside. Zhao Ping'an was waiting at the villa entrance. And Nan tossed him a gun, and the 3 of them headed toward the courtyard gate together. Outside the gate, Nan Guiyan looked them up and down before introducing herself. I'm Nan Guiyan, leader of the Tsanglong gang. Mr. Gu, Missin, and our unknown friend, greetings. And Nan had no intention of being polite to these uninvited guests and simply stared at her in silence. Nan Guiyan wasn't bothered. She smiled and pointed at the gate. Didn't I tell you to open the gate and welcome us? And Nan finally spoke her first words. I want to see the hostages first. Nan Guiyan spread her hands. You haven't even opened the gate. I don't see any sincerity from you. And Nan lifted her chin and looked at her down her nose. There's already a hole in the gate. Can't you just crawl through it? Even though the mask hid in Nan's expression, Nan Guiyan could still sense her arrogance. She, the leader of a gang, crawl through a hole? How is that any different from crawling through a dog hole? Naturally, Nan Guiyan wasn't about to crawl in front of her subordinates. So she just stared at Nan in silence, both sides sizing each other up across the gate. At that moment, Zhao Ping'an noticed the bandages wrapped around Nan Guiyan's arm and suddenly realized, You're the intruder who triggered the trap the other day? Nan Guiyan narrowed her eyes and looked at Zhao Ping'an at the back. You're from Villa number 5? Zhao Ping'an said angrily, so it really was you. If he'd known the intruder was the leader of the Tsanglong gang, he would have organized a thorough search of the villa area and taken her out. Then the 3 little ones wouldn't have been captured. He glared at Nan Guiyan, puzzled. You were poisoned by me. How are you still alive? Nan Guiyan snorted. Your poison was impressive. But not as impressive as me. Zhao Ping'an stared at her arm for a while and couldn't help but exclaim, You're ruthless. He knew exactly how potent his own poison was. Without his special antidote, the only way to survive was to amputate quickly to stop the spread. Yet this woman was alive and well, and her arm was still there. That meant she'd realized the arrow was poisoned before it spread, and had decisively cut away the poisoned flesh. Other than in Nan, he'd never seen a woman so ruthless and decisive. Zhao Ping'an's respect for his opponent grew, and he gripped his gun nervously. If he had to face this woman alone, he'd have no chance. But with his idol, the killing machine in Nan, by his side, what was there to fear? And Nan overheard their conversation and realized that this gang leader was the mysterious figure who'd scaled the walls before. She grew even more wary. This woman was no pushover. After a brief standoff, Nan Guiyen smiled and said, "How about this? Since you won't open the gate, hand over your guns first. Once you do, I'll let you see the hostages." And Nan had already anticipated this, so she didn't hesitate. She signaled Gu Jiu and Zhao Ping'an to take off their rifles. But before handing them over, she made sure to remove the bullets so the enemy couldn't just turn the guns on them. Nan Guiyen noticed they'd only handed over 2 empty guns and narrowed her eyes. "What's the meaning of this?" And Nan raised her own rifle and aimed it at her. "Those 2 guns show our sincerity. This one is our insurance." Then, in a tone that brooked no argument, she said, "Let us see the hostages, and you'll get the bullets and this last gun." Nan Guiyen stared at her and smiled. Not bad. Very cautious. She didn't press the issue and ordered her men, "Bring him up." And Nan immediately looked into the distance and saw, through the fog, several figures approaching. A filthy, disheveled man, tightly bound, was brought forward by 2 Sanglong gang members. When Nan saw his face, she was shocked. "Xingye, why is it you?" It wasn't just Nan. Even the always calm Gu Jiu was momentarily stunned. What the heck? The person they'd captured was actually Xingye? Inside the villa, Chu Pei and the others were also standing by the one-way glass, looking outside. That's not right. That's not the 3 little ones. Why did they drag out a disheveled old man? Should we just rush out and finish these bastards off? Hold on, and Nan and the others haven't made a move yet. At this moment, Nan's feelings were complicated. Setting aside her love-hate relationship with her scumbag dad, she never expected him to make an entrance like this. When she saw the threatening letter, she naturally assumed the captives were the 3 missing kids. She'd spent the whole night on edge, thinking her weakness had been seized. But it turned out to be Xingye? How to describe it? It was like waiting all night for the grand finale, only for it to be plain white rice, utterly anticlimactic. In stark contrast to her reaction, the moment Xingye saw her, his eyes lit up with excitement, as if he'd just seen his savior. He was so agitated he was practically spitting as he shouted, "Nan, my daughter, I finally found you. Please save your old dad." Back then, Xingye had been caught off guard and buried in the collapse of Villa 14. He thought he was done for, but as luck would have it, when the house collapsed, 2 concrete slabs happened to cross above him, forming a small but life-saving pocket of space. So he was only shaken and scraped up, but his life wasn't in danger. When he finally managed to crawl out the next day, he planned to head straight to Villa 1 to find Gu Jiu and Nan. But instead, he spotted Wang Dang and Xiaobei scavenging supplies from the ruins. The realization that he'd been cuckolded by his driver for years, raising another man's child like a fool, sent a surge of rage straight to his head. Unfortunately, his leg was injured, so beating Wang Dang to death was impossible. But he couldn't just watch them walk away either. After all, just the night before, Lu Xiulian and the others had heartlessly abandoned him, taking his supplies and leaving him behind despite his pleas. Now, as if the heavens had eyes, the adulterer and the bastard child had come back. Xingye glanced back at Villa 1. And Nan and Gu Jiu lived there. They weren't going anywhere. But if he didn't follow Wang Dang now, he might never get his revenge for being cuckolded. So Xingye decided to secretly trail Wang Dang and Xiaobei, find out where they were hiding, and then attack them while they slept, kill the whole family. After reclaiming his supplies, he'd return to the villa on the hillside, apologize to Nan, seek her protection, and start a new life. But things didn't go as planned. Enduring his leg injury, he struggled to follow Wang Dang and Xiaobei to their hidden mountain hideout. Late at night, when he tried to make his move, he was so weak from hunger that he couldn't hold the hammer steady. He missed, hitting the spot next to Wang Dang's head and startling him awake. Wang Dang reacted instantly, leaping out of bed and kicking Xingye in the face. What followed was a brutal beating that knocked him out cold. Thanks to Xiaobei's pleas, Lu Xiulian and Wang Dang didn't kill him. Instead, They tied him up in a room and humiliated and tormented him in every way, making his life a living hell. The shameless pair even forced him to watch their nightly activities as husband and wife. Watching his wife and the driver humiliate him like this, and Xingye was so enraged he coughed up blood several times. That humiliating life didn't last long before everyone in the house was captured by the Zhenglong gang. In Xiaobei was sent to the brothel camp, while in Xingye, Lu Xiulian and Wang Dang were locked up in the human sheep camp. Given in Xingye's physical state, he shouldn't have lasted long, but he hung on out of sheer spite. He was determined to see the adulterous couple die before him. So, like a cockroach, he hid in the most inconspicuous corners and managed to survive until now. One day, tormented by illness and hunger, knowing he didn't have much time left, he decided to take Lu Xiulian and Wang Dang down with him before he died. But he was too weak for a direct fight. So, while everyone was half asleep, he deliberately slapped the man next to Wang Dang, then pretended to sleep, framing Wang Dang. Everyone in the human sheep camp lived under the shadow of death, their emotions stretched to the breaking point. That single slap was the spark that ignited all their pent-up depression, anger, and frustration. On top of that, Wang Dang had made many enemies by pushing others out to protect Lu Xiulian whenever the guards came to select people. Many of those pushed out had friends among the group. So, and Xingye's little scheme was like lighting a fuse, instantly blowing up the powder keg. First, the man who got slapped punched Wang Dang. Then, those whose friends had been pushed out joined in. Seeing Wang Dang getting beaten, Lu Xiulian jumped in too, hiding behind him and taking cheap shots at others. Soon, a few bystanders who got accidentally hit joined the fight. The human sheep camp descended into chaos, finally drawing the attention of the guards. Xingye quietly hid in the corner, watching as Wang Dang, Lu Xiulian, and the others were dragged away. He finally felt a sense of satisfaction. This camp was a place where people were treated like livestock. Anyone taken out after causing trouble was as good as dead. Lying in the corner, a faint smile curled on his lips. Sending those two bastards to their doom first, he could finally rest in peace. But to his surprise, not long after, someone came looking for him, asking if he was Nan's father. Hearing Nan's name rekindled his hope. Of course! His biological daughter was his true lucky star. That bastard in Xiaobei couldn't compare at all. Nan Guiyan, seeing how close to death he was, worried he wouldn't survive another day. She specially had a doctor patch him up and gave him some food. And Xingye managed to hang on until now, finally seeing the daughter he'd been longing for. During those agonizing days, Annan always imagined herself as his savior. Whenever he felt he couldn't go on, he fantasized about being rescued by his own daughter and living out his days happily in Villa No. 1. But clearly, that was nothing more than a fantasy. Annan stared blankly for a few seconds, ignoring Xingye. Instead, she twitched her lips and asked Nan Guiyan, "This is the hostage you brought?" From Annan's reaction just now, Nan Guiyan could already sense something was off. Judging by Annan's attitude, it was obvious this hostage wasn't the person she had imagined or hoped for. She couldn't help but ask, "Isn't this your father and Xingye?" Annan glanced at the familiar face of the man. It's him. Nan Guiyan was a little confused. If that was really her biological father, why was she reacting like this? She turned to look at Xingye's condition. Disheveled hair, filthy and unkempt, covered in injuries and even limping. No matter how you looked at him, he was a picture of utter misery. What kind of daughter could see her own father reduced to such a state and remain completely unmoved? What Nan Guiyan didn't know was that, back then, Lu Xiulian had only given her this seemingly reliable idea in order to get herself some food and a chance at survival. In reality, she hadn't told the truth at all about the deep rift between the father and daughter. Even though she knew perfectly well that Annan wouldn't care about Xingye in the slightest, she still gave Nan Guiyan this suggestion. After all, she really had no other options. For Lu Xiulian, as long as she could get a bit of food or a sliver of hope, she didn't care whether Nan Guiyan could actually defeat Annan or not. As for Nan Guiyen, although she knew Anan had a stepmother and stepsister, in her eyes, it was perfectly normal for a man to remarry. And no matter what, the bond between father and daughter couldn't just be severed. Just like Xiaojun, even though his father had done such terrible things, he still missed him all the time and longed for his father's love. So when she heard Lu Xiulian's suggestion, she immediately thought this plan was foolproof. She never expected things to turn out so differently from what she'd imagined. No matter how hard Nan Guiyen racked her brain, she could never have guessed that the Anan standing before her had actually lived through a second lifetime. In her previous life, she had died precisely because her scumbag father had stood by and watched her perish. How could someone like her possibly care about Xingye now? Noticing Anan's attitude, Nan Guiyen felt a pang of dread. She quietly edged backward, hiding behind Xingye in case Anan suddenly decided to pull the trigger. She couldn't help but ask, if he's not the one you wanted, then who did you think I'd bring? Of course, Anan wasn't about to mention the 3 little ones. She just replied vaguely, is this the only hostage you have? If you've got any other tricks, you'd better use them all now. Nan Guiyen cursed inwardly. What other hostages could she have? If even her real father was useless, what good would it do to bring her stepmother and stepsister? Unwilling to give up, she reached out and gave Xingye a hard punch. What, and miss, even your own father isn't enough of a bargaining chip for you. As she ordered her subordinates to continue beating Xingye, she kept a close eye on Anan's reaction. But to her shock, Anan really didn't react at all. Not just Anan, even the 2 men beside her looked utterly unbothered, like immovable mountains. Not only did Anan not feel sorry for her father being beaten, she even seemed in a good mood as she raised her gun, ready to open fire on this ragtag bunch. Seeing this, Xingye panicked. Even as he was being beaten, he shouted, Anan, I'm your father. Realizing that wasn't working, he quickly yelled, don't you want to know the truth about your mother's death? That finally made Anan pause. The truth about her mother's death? What did he mean? She frowned. Didn't Mom die of a heart attack? No, she didn't. Xingye stared at Anan with his cloudy eyes. Save me, and I'll tell you the truth. Anan fell silent. She didn't know if Xingye was just making things up to save his own skin, or if there really was some hidden truth behind her mother's death. Her mother's passing had been so sudden. She was still young at the time, and although her heart sometimes acted up from overwork, the doctors had always said it was nothing serious. Who could have imagined that year, things would suddenly take a turn for the worse and she'd die so abruptly? Anan glared at Xingye, her expression dark. Speak. What happened? Xingye, banking on her feelings for her mother and her filial piety, clamped his mouth shut and refused to say another word. He was making it clear, if you don't help me, you'll never know. Anan took a deep breath and turned to look at Gu Jiu. Gu Jiu nodded at her. After a moment's thought, Anan turned to Zhao Ping'an, signaling for him to come closer. That way, if anything happened, she could take him with her and escape in a flash. Zhao Ping'an understood and quietly moved closer to her. Then, Anan looked at Nan Guiyen across from her and said, hand him over to me. Nan Guiyen kept a straight face, but inside she was secretly delighted. She'd thought the hostage was useless, but in the end, a father was still a father. He could always be counted on in a pinch. She reached out to Anan. We'll trade your gun for the man. Then she added, oh, and the bullets too. Anan didn't hesitate. She took off the gun slung over her shoulder, removed the magazine, and tossed the empty gun over. She had plenty more guns in her space. She could pull out another one anytime for self-defense. But she couldn't give them the bullets just yet. If they loaded the gun and started shooting, things would get messy. An assault rifle was far more dangerous than the homemade guns her opponents carried. Nan Guiyen took the gun and immediately turned her gaze to the bag of bullets in Anan's hand. Missin, what, can't bear to part with your bullets? Anan smiled. What if I give you both the gun and the bullets and you don't give me the man? Before Nan Guiyen could reply, she continued, I've already thrown you the gun first. As the leader of your group, surely you're not so petty? Give me the man, and I'll give you the bullets. Nan Guiyan weighed the assault rifle in her hands for just 2 seconds, then smiled. Deal. She signaled to the 2 subordinates holding Xingye. They immediately untied Xingye and, as they let him slip through the gap in the courtyard gate, one of them reached out to take the bullets from Annan. As soon as the exchange was complete, Nan Guiyan coughed. Her henchman, Ah Yong, instantly raised his homemade gun, aimed at Annan, and pulled the trigger. And Nan's eyes flashed coldly. With her left hand, she grabbed Gu Jiyu. With her right, she pulled Zhao Ping'an, and in an instant, the 3 of them blinked to the side. Only Xingye was left standing there, shocked and pale. His leg injury had never healed, and one of his kneecaps was already shattered. He couldn't stand on his own at all. He'd thought that once they entered the courtyard, and Nan and the others would help him along. Who could have guessed that not only did no one help, the 3 of them just vanished together. Losing his balance, he failed to grab the door and crashed heavily to the ground, crying out in pain while cursing in Nan for her lack of filial piety. For Zhao Ping'an, this was his first time experiencing blinking. He felt dizzy for a split second, and then the scene before his eyes had already changed. A moment ago, they'd been standing face to face with the Tsanglong gang. Now, the gang was suddenly off to his right. To be precise, it wasn't the gang that had moved, but the 3 of them who had blinked into a corner of the courtyard, putting a good distance between themselves and the Tsanglong gang. Zhao Ping'an's mouth dropped open in amazement. He knew Nan could blink, but experiencing it firsthand was still surreal. Inside the house, Long Xing'an, who was seeing Nan blink for the first time, was also stunned. He called out through the glass, "That's so cool." But the ones most shocked were their enemies. Just a second ago, the 3 of them had been right in front of their eyes, and now, gone, reappearing somewhere else. Even Bolt, the so-called king of sprinting and the fastest human alive, couldn't possibly move that far in such a short time. Nan Guiyan and the others rubbed their eyes in disbelief, wondering if they were seeing things. But aside from the trio's sudden blink, there was something even more bizarre. Ah Yong's shot had turned out to be a blink. Ah Yong frowned, refusing to believe it, and fired again. And Nan blinked once more and again, nothing but a click. What the hell? The Tsanglong gang was dumbfounded. It was bad enough that the enemy was blinking all over the place, but now their own guns weren't even working. Zhao Ping'an's blunt comment made it worse. You guys came out to fight, but didn't even load your guns? Haha, what a bunch of idiots. Ah Yong, furious, shouted at his men, "What are you all standing around for? Can't you shoot?" The gang members, still stunned by Nan's superpower, finally snapped out of it, raised their guns, and fired along with Ah Yong. Meanwhile, Nan Guiyan took the empty rifle Nan had handed over and began to reload it. But to everyone's shock, none of the gang's guns would fire, just a few weak clicks and nothing more. Nan Guiyan hadn't even finished loading her rifle when Nan blinked again, bringing Gu Jiyu and Zhao Ping'an right into the midst of the Tsanglong gang, standing beside her. It wasn't just the gang who were startled, even Zhao Ping'an jumped in surprise. He found himself cheek to cheek with one of the gang members, pressed up close. Zhao Ping'an gave an awkward grin. Hi there." Even as he spoke, his hands moved fast. Striking before the enemy could react, he plunged his utility knife into the man's side. "Sorry about calling you idiots earlier. That was a bit rude of me, Before he could finish, or even pull out his knife, Nan grabbed his arm and blinked the 3 of them back into the courtyard. Chaos erupted in the Tsanglong gang's ranks. Even the usually composed Nan Guiyan looked at her hands in shock. Her rifle and the bullets she'd just collected had vanished into thin air. What kind of sorcery is this? Teleportation? Blinking? Superpowers? A wave of unease swept through Nan Guiyan's heart. She suddenly realized that her proud martial arts skills were completely useless against someone with such bizarre movement abilities. In the courtyard, Nan held up the gun and bullets with a smile, calling out, "Sorry, I just took these back. Hope you don't mind." With that, she handed them back to Gu Jiyu and Zhao Ping'an. "Looks like you've had your turn. Now it's ours." The Tsanglong gang was on the verge of tears. Had their turn? They hadn't even managed to fire a single shot. Who the hell had stolen all the bullets from their guns? Even the spare bullets in a Yang's pocket had been replaced with gravel. Seeing that all their guns were useless while the enemies were loaded and ready, Nan Guiyan felt a chill run down her spine. She quickly retreated, shielding her people, and shouted, "Battle pets! Bring out the battle pets! Battle pets?" And Nan raised an intrigued eyebrow. This Tsanglong gang actually had something that rare? Lions? Tigers? Too bad Fugue and the others weren't here, otherwise, it would have been a great chance to see how their training was going. As Nan mused, she raised her gun, ready to deal with whatever came their way in the simplest, most direct way possible. Lions or tigers, it didn't matter, as long as they were carbon-based life forms, nothing could survive a hail of bullets. If Wusong had had an assault rifle back in the day, he could have taken down that tiger in 1/10 of the time. Under everyone's watchful gaze, a brightly colored rooster flapped out of the thick mist behind the Tsanglong gang. And Nan, finger on the trigger, froze. This was the enemy's battle pet? Wasn't that her own Laifu? Before she could react, the Tsanglong gang parted to either side, clearing a path down the middle. Next, out of the mist, a majestic white dog trotted forward, followed by a burly, bouncing rabbit. And Nan's mouth twitched. Wasn't that Fugue and Lord Rabbit? All three looked imposing and full of spirit at first glance. They really did seem formidable. If she didn't know how they acted in private, cuddly, mischievous, always gnawing and farting, she might actually be intimidated. She wasn't sure what was going on, but at least the three little ones looked healthy and safe, which was a relief. At that moment, Fugue kept a stoic face, but inside, he was fuming. So annoying. That damn Laifu had ruined his grand entrance again. That scheming chicken always rushed out first, stealing the spotlight. He was supposed to be the first to appear before his master and surprise her, but Laifu, with his wings, always beat him to it. Behind the three pets, the Tsanglong gang members kept retreating, leaving the field to these three mutant beasts. After all, everyone in the gang had witnessed their strength firsthand. They were truly fierce fighters. Now it was up to them to hold the line and buy time for everyone else to escape safely. Aeyong stared at Fugue with anticipation in his eyes. He watched as the dog, looking as mighty as a tiger and as strong as a lion, charged straight toward the other side with an imposing aura. Even the heavy steel gate couldn't stop it. It was knocked open in an instant. Xingya, who had been slumped by the door, was so terrified that he did a desperate roll, scrambling away as fast as he could. Isn't that the big white dog that bit him and left him disabled? How could it show up again like this? He'd even heard from Xiaobei that this beast belonged to a Nan. What was going on now? How had it become the enemy? Xingya didn't dare make a sound, terrified that this fearsome beast would finish off a Nan and her people, then turn around and come for him next. He shrank his neck and curled up into a ball, trying to make himself as inconspicuous as possible. Watching Fugue barrel forward, a few of the Tsanglong gang members at the front couldn't help but cheer. Nice. Look at how scared those people from Villa No. 1 were. They were frozen in shock, not even remembering to fire their guns. The big dog lunged straight at the woman in the center, and Nan, that strange and dangerous woman. The Tsanglong gang members were thrilled. Good dog. Knows to go for the leader first. But in the next second, Fugue suddenly stopped. Instead of tearing into the woman with its huge jaws as they'd imagined, it gently pressed itself against her, rubbing up to her obediently. It even enthusiastically stuck out its tongue, trying to lick her face, its tail wagging excitedly behind it. Every cell in its body radiated affection and fondness. The Tsanglong gang members were dumbfounded. That's not how it treated them before. The ferocious beast had turned into a cute, fawning lapdog in an instant. And it wasn't just the dog. Even the rabbit, who usually acted like a muscle-bound tough guy, was now snuggling up to a Nan, showing its affection. The colorful rooster was flitting back and forth between a Nan and Gujiu, vying for attention from both sides. At this point, Even the slowest person could figure it out. Aeyong's face darkened. These 3 animals are their pets. He knew it. Why else would a bunch of animals suddenly break into their gang headquarters? Now that he thought about it, they must have tracked Nyoair back from the villa district and snuck in. Realizing things had gone south, the group immediately turned and ran for their lives. Meanwhile, Nan Guiyan had already left. She hadn't even witnessed the dramatic scene of Fugue choosing its master. The moment she shouted, "Battle pets, attack," she'd already slipped into the thick fog. Nan Guiyan knew very well that no matter how powerful animals were, they were still flesh and blood and couldn't withstand bullets for long. These 3 had eaten so much of her good food, it was only right that they buy her some time to escape. So after summoning them, she immediately blended into the crowd and slipped away in the chaos. The rest of her gang brothers weren't so lucky. To ensure her own safe retreat, Nan Guiyan hadn't given them any orders to withdraw. She just quietly slipped away by herself. Because they'd stayed to watch the commotion a little longer, they naturally became cannon fodder, buying time for Nan Guiyan's escape. And Nan, seeing her 3 little pets unharmed and in good spirits, relaxed. She raised her assault rifle and opened fire at the enemy. Inside the house, Shu Peipei, Hoot Suilon, and Long Songin, seeing the 3 pets return safely and knowing the enemy had lost their leverage, also rushed out without worry. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Da-da-da-da-da-da. The 6 of them chased after the fleeing Sanglong gang members, guns blazing. The gang members, who were usually so arrogant and violent, were now dropping like flies. Those who had been at the front, the gang's core members, were now the last in the stampede, the first to fall in a bloody mess. Those who had been at the back tried to use the terrain to their advantage, darting into the fog first, but Nan's group's firepower was overwhelming, casualties were heavy. Some clever ones broke away from the crowd, trying to escape to the sides under cover of the fog. But with Nan herself darting back and forth along the main road, there was simply no escape. It was bad enough for the unarmed, but the worst was for those who had brought homemade guns, only to find they were empty, unable to fight back. Damn it. Who the hell stole the bullets? Achoo. Back in the courtyard of Villa Number 1, Fugue sneezed. It sniffed, then raised a paw and gave Xingya, who was nearly scared out of his wits, a slap. Woof 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 woof. Are you cursing me in your heart? With its master and her friends off hunting down the bad guys, Fugue, along with Lord Rabbit and Lai Fu, had stayed behind to guard the house, afraid of stray bullets. And to keep an eye on this nasty, ugly old man. And Xingya, slumped on the ground, glared at Fugue's domineering posture, but didn't dare say a word, afraid the dog might cripple his other arm if it got annoyed. He could only force a smile and shrink back as much as possible. But inside, he was fuming. This vicious dog really was in Nan's. When that unfilial daughter came back, he'd have to settle this score and demand extra compensation from her. Meanwhile, Aeyong, who was quick and lucky, managed to escape the first wave of gunfire and sprinted to where they'd parked. The Zhanglong gang had come to Luoan Mountain in 2 vans, one for passengers, one loaded with explosives. By now, the passing van had already been driven off by Nan Guiyan, leaving only the one packed with explosives. Aeyong took a deep breath. He didn't blame Nan Guiyan for leaving alone. Back in the day, Sister Yan's father had not only raised him, an orphan, but also taught him the skills to survive. After the apocalypse, Sister Yan had saved him multiple times, helping him survive in this harsh world. Besides, he knew she was running for her child. Xiao Jun was still waiting at the hotel. If she didn't make it back, the boy wouldn't survive on his own. Aeyong hesitated by the van for a few seconds, then gritted his teeth and climbed in, determined to buy time for his boss's escape. That in Nan was too strange, she could teleport at will. Who knew how far she could go? He couldn't let Sister Yan get caught. The keys were in the ignition. He locked the doors, started the van, and drove it across the road to block the way. He was going to use this van full of explosives to stop the pursuers. If they kept coming, he'd take them all down with him. Soon, a few of the faster runners spotted the van blocking the road and shouted excitedly, "Hurry! Quick! If we get past that, we'll be safe. Listen up, villain number one. There's a whole van full of explosives up ahead. Blowing up this entire street wouldn't be a problem. If you don't want to die, back off now." Gu Jiu, who was at the front of the group, immediately raised his hand to signal Chu Peipei and the others behind him to stop when he heard the shout from the other side. "Don't shoot. Be careful, there might be an explosion." The people they'd been chasing finally got a temporary reprieve and, like madmen, kept running for their lives. Gu Jiu turned to an Nan beside him and said, "I'll put away my gun and go take a look." And Nan shook her head. "It's not safe, even if you put your gun away. This is an organized gang with clear roles, not just some random group of survivors. Even if we don't fire, there's no guarantee some lunatic won't try to take us down with them by setting off the explosives. After all, in a situation like this, anyone who can give up running and stand their ground to block them isn't just your average brave soul." Hu Chuilan, who had been in the thick of the fighting, calmed down when she heard An Nan's words. "Don't chase a desperate enemy too far. We'd better not go over there. We've already driven them off. Chances are, they won't have the guts to mess with us again." But An Nan still didn't agree. There were so many of them, who knew if one of them might be bold and vengeful enough to come after them later. She stared into the thick fog ahead for a moment, then said quietly, "Leave it to me." She understood the logic of not pushing a cornered enemy, but she wasn't the type to leave a line for others so you can meet again in the future. Her philosophy was, when you cut the weeds, you have to pull out the roots. If she really let so many enemies escape, she'd never sleep soundly again. For Nan, she could spare an enemy's life for now and torment them slowly, but only if that enemy was completely under her control. Just like Qian Inger and Bai Wenbin had been. But this Tsinglong gang was different. If she didn't wipe them out today, who knew where they'd run off to, or when they might come back to haunt her from the shadows? She couldn't allow that. And Nan shot Gu Jiu a reassuring look, then vanished. Gu Jiu stared at the spot where An Nan had disappeared, clenching his fists nervously. Even though he knew An Nan would never do anything she wasn't sure of, it still felt terrible to be stuck here, unable to fight by her side. His woman was strong. So strong she didn't need his protection at all. He took a deep breath, telling himself to adjust his mindset, and that he needed to work even harder to become worthy of her. He waved his hand, signaling the others to stay put and hold their positions. Meanwhile, An Nan had already appeared on the other side of the van. Inside the van, Ayong was sitting in the driver's seat, nervously watching the direction the pursuers had come from. Most of the Tsinglong gang lackeys who'd just escaped kept running, but a few who couldn't go any further were slumped around the van, gasping for breath and resting where they stood. They'd just had a harrowing escape, and now that they'd stopped, their legs were trembling uncontrollably. While trying to calm their pounding hearts, they kept a wary eye on Gu Jiu's group. None of them noticed that a woman had silently appeared behind them. And Nan walked slowly toward the van blocking the road and knocked on the passenger window. "What are you looking at?" Ayong, who'd been staring intently out the other side, was startled by the voice. He whipped around and found himself staring into An Nan's half-smiling eyes. He jumped in fright, instinctively wanting to shout, but before he could make a sound, a flash of white light filled his vision, and the scene outside the window changed completely. Where there had been fog and only a few meters of visibility, now there was bright sunshine and clear skies. The scenery was stunning: lush green lawns, rare trees and flowers, a crystal-clear spring, and a grand, luxurious villa. Looking around, he even saw crops. If it weren't for the large patch of down-to-earth eggplants and beans, he'd have thought he'd been transported to some foreign estate. Everything was so beautiful. Since the disaster struck, he hadn't seen such a peaceful scene. The only things that didn't fit in were himself and this battered old van. Ayong sat in the van, stunned as he took in his surroundings. He was sure this wasn't Luan Mountain or even Limbei City. In other words, in the blink of an eye, he'd been transported at least 1,000 miles away. And all that woman had done was touch his window, How could that not send chills down his spine? He quickly locked the doors and didn't dare get out. After all, everything that had just happened was too bizarre. Experience told him, the more beautiful and harmless a place looked, the more dangerous it probably was. Besides, there was no way that woman would bring him somewhere good. This seemingly peaceful and safe place must be hiding some secret danger. Outside the space, the Tsanglong gang lackeys resting near the van also sensed something was wrong. Two men who'd been leaning on the van for support suddenly found nothing beneath their hands and fell to the ground with a yelp. Everyone immediately turned around, only to see a Nan standing there with a gun. And where the van full of explosives had been, there was now nothing at all. Not only the van, but Yang himself had vanished. A chill crept up from their feet. How could such a big van just disappear? It was one thing for this woman to teleport herself, but she could teleport other things too? A group of grown men were so terrified by a young woman that they were shaking all over, unable to say a word, let alone rush her. How could they fight her? Not only did this woman know some kind of sorcery, she was carrying an assault rifle, while they were just ordinary people, utterly pitiful by comparison. So, everyone stayed rooted to the spot, not daring to move. Some, more sensible than the rest, even raised their hands in surrender. And Nan smiled at them. What are you all standing around for? Run. As if they'd been granted a royal pardon, the group immediately took off at a sprint. And Nan curled her lips and shouted back into the fog toward Gu Jiu, all done. You can keep going. The fleeing enemies up ahead nearly tripped over themselves in fright when they heard her. How could this woman be giving orders on both sides? Gu Jiu heard Nan's shout and immediately led Zhao Ping'an and the others forward, ready to resume firing. Zhao Ping'an hesitated. Are we sure it's safe? If we start shooting now, we won't set off the explosives, right? Chu Peipei worried too. Nanan's still up ahead, let's not accidentally hit her. Gu Jiu didn't hesitate for a second. She said it's okay. He trusted in Nan completely. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind them. That's right. Don't worry, go ahead. The explosives have already been dealt with. Everyone turned around at once, coming face to face with Nan. Even though her expression was hidden behind a gas mask, Gu Jiu knew she was smiling at that moment. They weren't just lovers, they were partners who truly understood and trusted each other. After exchanging a knowing glance, Gu Jiu grinned as well. You stay here and rest for a bit. Leave the rest to us. And Nan nodded. Be careful. Once everyone had left, and Nan finally released Yang from her portable space. She could observe everything inside her portable space with her consciousness, so she'd seen every move Yang made after entering. The moment he appeared, and Nan teased him, such a nice place, and you didn't even dare to get out and take a look? Pretty cautious, aren't you? Yang stared at her, his mouth agape in terror, unable to speak for a long while. How had he ended up back at Luoan Mountain again? How did this woman do it? He frantically looked around, but there was no sign of the van loaded with explosives he'd been riding in. He'd clearly been hiding inside, doors locked tight, so how was he now separated from the vehicle, standing here out of thin air? Looking for this? And Nan waved her hand, and the explosives-laden van reappeared before him. Before he could get a good look, she waved her hand again, and the van vanished once more. Sorry, but the explosives are mine now. Yang looked at this uncanny woman, surrounded by thick mist, and felt as if he'd been plunged straight into hell. Uncanny. Too uncanny. His legs went weak, he didn't even have the strength to try running again. Trembling, he asked, How did you do that? And Nan found his frightened look amusing and curled her lips into a smile, launching into her usual nonsense. What's so surprising? I just happen to have a perfectly ordinary superpower, that's all. Perfectly ordinary? She called that perfectly ordinary. Yang's breathing quickened, and he blurted out, What kind of superpower? And Nan lied with a straight face, I can transfer people and objects to any location I want. A cold sweat broke out on Yang's back. Any location? And Nan's lips curled. So, how did you like the place I just sent you to? She went on teasing, see how kind I am? Even in this chaotic, Disaster-ridden world, I let you experience a little slice of paradise. Young didn't believe for a second that she'd show him any kindness. He frowned and eyed her warily. And Nan smiled. What, you didn't like it? How about I send you to the desert next? Endless sand as far as the eye can see, completely different from before. I guarantee you'd never find your way out. Young was so scared he stumbled backward, waving his hands frantically. No, no, no. He couldn't help but plead. What do you want from me? Stop torturing me. If you're going to kill me, just make it quick. And Nan's lips curled, and seeing he was almost completely fooled, she finally revealed her true purpose. I don't want anything, really. I just want to know, where did you get your information about me? You even know my full name. From the way that Sanglong Gang had arranged themselves earlier, it was clear this man held a high rank, probably the boss's trusted aide. He'd definitely know the answer. But to her surprise, despite being scared out of his wits, Young pressed his lips together and refused to speak. And Nan stared at him for a moment. She hadn't expected him to be so loyal. Rolling her eyes, she suddenly sighed. I wonder where your boss has run off to by now? Young froze when she mentioned Sister Yen. What do you mean? And Nan snorted coldly. Since you won't tell me, I'll just have to go ask her myself. Young grew anxious. You'll never find her. If you want something, come at me. Seeing his reaction, and Nan was now certain he really was loyal. She laughed. Did you forget? I have superpowers. She stared into Young's eyes and threatened, enunciating each word. I'll just teleport her back here. With that, she raised her hand, pretending to activate her power. Young had been so thoroughly bluffed and intimidated that he'd lost the ability to think straight. He panicked and shouted, I'll talk. I'll talk. Their plan to take Luoan Mountain had already failed, so it didn't matter if he told her. Besides, knowing Sister Yen, she'd never come back here again. So he told her everything, how Nan Guiyan had infiltrated the Villa district to gather intel, and all about Chen Tingting, Lu Xiulian, Qi Jishan, and the others, including what happened to them in the end. When she heard Lu Xiulian's name, and Nan raised an eyebrow. She'd been worried there might be a traitor inside the Villa district, and that just wiping out the Sanglong Gang's remnants wouldn't be enough. She'd have to deal with any neighbors who'd colluded with outsiders and leaked her information, too. Now that she knew there was no mole, she finally relaxed. She also felt a pang of regret for the Qin family and that girl named Qi Jishan. It really was true. One had to be cautious in the apocalypse. The slightest carelessness or misstep could be fatal. And kind, soft-hearted girls really weren't cut out for survival in this world. Young glanced nervously at the pensive Nan. Do you have any more questions? No, and Nan replied. So, can I go now? Young knew full well she'd never let him go, but at the edge of life and death, he couldn't help but ask. There was no way he could win in a fight. This woman wasn't even human. No matter how skilled he was, he couldn't deal with someone who could vanish in an instant. But to his shock, Nan actually waved her hand. Go on then. Huh? Young was stunned. What, you don't want to leave? Young was overjoyed. I do. He turned and ran for his life. But he hadn't made it 3 meters before a bullet whistled from behind, piercing his chest. Watching Young collapse, Nan lowered her gun and muttered to herself, moving targets really are the best for shooting practice. Once she dealt with Young, Gu Jiu and the others had also finished off the rest of the Sanglong Gang's lackeys. The group regrouped and headed toward Villa No. 1. Now, only the quick-thinking female boss remained. She'd managed to escape Luoan Mountain by car. And Nan planned to go back and fetch Fugue, then have it take her to check out the Sanglong Gang's base. The gunfire outside had been going on for 2 days straight, leaving the residents of the Villa district anxious and on edge. Even the Yu family, who knew part of what was happening, were bewildered. Kong Xi asked, what's going on? Didn't the Gu family wipe out all those intruders yesterday? Why are there more today? Standing by the window, Yuchen could only see a thick fog outside. At first, he could vaguely make out flashes of fire in the direction of Villa No. 1, but soon, All he could hear were gunshots growing more and more distant. Old master, you guessed. Judging by the sound, the Goof family is winning again. Yuchen grunted in response, his expression unreadable, lost in thought. Kong Si sighed beside him. Thank goodness that Sanglong gang isn't targeting us. How could we possibly have the firepower to fight back? Yuchen was silent for a moment before suddenly saying, I'm going out to take a look. Kong Si jumped in shock. Are you crazy? Old master, you chimed in. What does this have to do with you? What are you going to do with that lousy pistol of yours? Help them out. Hands in his pockets, Yuchen replied. Who said I was going to help? I just want to see what's going on. Old master Yu's temper flared up again. Are you out of your mind? This is a matter of life and death. What's there to see? Kong Si hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Exactly, son. From the sound of it, the Goof family is chasing those intruders further and further away. If you rush over there now, you could easily get caught in the crossfire. If you're really that curious, wait until things settle down, then go visit Villa number 1 openly. But Yuchen was stubborn. Enough, you two get some rest. I'm going out for a look. With that, he grabbed Tang Chiyun, who was massaging Kong Si's shoulders, and got ready to leave. Tang Chiyun was startled. Huh? I don't want to go. Inside, she was both helpless and annoyed. She hadn't even recovered from yesterday's trauma, and now this guy was acting crazy again. This Yuchen was a total lunatic. He belonged in an asylum. If he wanted to go looking for trouble, why drag her along? If she weren't stuck under someone else's roof, she wouldn't have even left the maid's room today. Old Master Yu slammed the table and stood up. You unfilial son. Stop right there. Are you deaf or something? Yuchen glanced back at him. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never be defeated. I have to take this chance to see for myself what the Gu family is really like. With that, he dragged Tang Chiyun out the door. Old Master Yu was still fuming behind them, shouting, What's there to see? The situation is exactly what it looks like. Tang Chiyun struggled hard, but couldn't break free from Yu Chen's grip. She could only look back at Kong Si with pleading eyes. But Kong Si didn't even spare her a glance, only looking worriedly at her son. Chin, be careful. Tang Chiyun gritted her teeth, turned away, and followed Yu Chen unwillingly. As soon as they stepped out of the Yu family villa, they were swallowed by thick fog. Tang Chiyun's whole body tensed up. Yu Chen quickly noticed her anxiety and tried to comfort her. Don't worry. Didn't you kill quite a few people yesterday? If he hadn't said that, she might have felt better. Now, Tang Chiyun was even more terrified. She glanced around, convinced that the fog was hiding the ghosts of all the people she'd killed. Shivering, she muttered under her breath, Every debt has its debtor. I didn't want to kill you. Please don't come for me. Yu Chen stopped and looked back at her. So I'm the debtor? Tang Chiyun ignored him, continuing to mutter to herself, trembling all over. Yu Chen sighed. He couldn't help but compare her to that carnivorous flower from the Gu family. This woman's nerves were nowhere near as strong. They kept walking, and for once, Tang Chiyun, who usually avoided Yu Chen, stuck close behind him, afraid the fog would swallow her up if she lagged behind. After a while, they faintly heard voices up ahead. Yu Chen perked up his ears. It was actually that carnivorous flower from the Gu family. Speak of the devil. He made a shrewd gesture at Tang Chiyun and crept forward a few more steps, stopping before he got too close. He knew that his Gu fiancée was not someone to mess with. If he startled her, she might just riddle them with bullets. Hidden by the thick fog, Yu Chen quietly eavesdropped from a distance. What kind of superpower? The ability to teleport people and objects anywhere. Were you satisfied with the place I just teleported you to? Believe it or not, I'll teleport you to the middle of a desert. Yu Chen, usually so imaginative, stood rooted to the spot, for once looking utterly incredulous. And Nan actually had a superpower. Judging by the man's reaction, this wasn't a joke. And from their conversation, it was clear he'd already experienced it. Plus, along the way, he and Tang Chiyun had seen plenty of fresh corpses. This was no staged drama. Yu Chen stood there, mouth agape in shock. And Nan could teleport people anywhere at will? That was way too overpowered. He stood frozen for a moment, then turned to look at Tang Chiyun, who was still lost in fear, completely oblivious to what was going on. He couldn't help but frown. The real deal was the real deal. No matter how you carved a knockoff, it could never replace the original. Hearing that Nan had finished dealing with her opponent, he quickly pulled Tang Chiyun to leave, not wanting to risk running into her face-to-face. As they walked away, he couldn't help but reflect on how the balance of power between the Yu and Gu families had completely shifted. Before, while there was a gap in strength, at least they were still on the same playing field. But now, not only did Gu Jiyu have superior firepower, he also had Nan a walking cheat code. If the Yu family wanted any chance of competing, there was only one way. He turned to Tang Chiyun behind him. Xiao Yukai, do you want to participate in my experiment? But Tang Chiyun was still lost in her fear and anxiety, not even registering what Yuchen was saying. She even wondered if her trauma was so bad she was hallucinating. Did she just hear something about superpowers and teleporting people? Tang Chiyun cursed inwardly. This crazy second-generation rich kid was going to drive her insane. Seeing she was out of it, Yuchen didn't say anything more and led her onward. But just as they neared home, he suddenly changed direction and headed toward Villa Number 1, dragging Tang Chiyun along. At Villa No. 1, the three little ones were leisurely playing in the yard. They didn't want to let in Xingye, that ugly old man, into the house, but leaving him outside alone made them worry he'd run off, so they all stayed outside to keep an eye on him. Thanks to the effects of the mist, the three little ones, who were usually in a good mood just seeing their owner, were even more energetic than usual, frolicking and dashing around the big garden. And Xingye, sitting on the ground and nearly trampled by the fat dog several times, was rolling his eyes and pinching the bridge of his nose. He was about to be driven mad by these rowdy little beasts. When Yuchen and Tang Chiyun arrived outside Villa Number 1, this was the chaotic scene that greeted them. Yuchen stared at the three little ones, whose size was far from normal, momentarily at a loss for words. There really isn't a single normal creature in the Gu family. It's one thing for the lady of the house to have inexplicable superpowers, but even the pets are abnormal. He narrowed his eyes, sizing up the massive dog and the rabbit packed with muscle, thinking to himself that these could easily count as a few strong young fighters, not inferior to the Yu family's bodyguards. And then there was the chicken. Though it was smaller than the other two, it was agile and could even fly. The Gu family hadn't had these animals before. It was obvious they'd all been brought by that Nan. He had no idea what that woman had been through, but everything about her was strange. He was even starting to suspect that the guns they used had been brought by Nan as well. Yuchen clenched his fist slightly. That Gu Jiyu really hit the jackpot. He couldn't help but glance back at Tang Chiyun behind him. How could you even compare? There's just no contest. Maybe he should just steal Gu's fiancé for himself. Tang Chiyun, however, wasn't thinking about any of that. She'd been lost in her own thoughts, but seeing so many lively animals finally snapped her out of her fear, and her mood brightened considerably. She'd always loved animals. Before coming here, she often volunteered to help stray cats and dogs. Even when she was busy with part-time jobs and studies, she made time every week to volunteer at an animal rescue center. She could name most breeds of cats and dogs, and small animals usually liked her. Seeing the three little ones, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my gosh! Why is this Frenchie so big? It's adorable. And wow, look at that big white rabbit, so sturdy. Huh? Is that one that's flying a chicken?" Fugue quickly noticed the unfamiliar people approaching. First, he eyed the sharp-looking Yuchen warily, then turned to the starry-eyed Tang Chiyun. The pretty lady seems all right, but the guy doesn't look like a good person. He immediately barked fiercely at Yuchen, warning him off. Yuchen, seeing the ferocious dog and the broken gate, pulled Tang Chiyun back a few steps and instinctively rested his hand on the gun at his waist. At that moment, a woman's voice suddenly called out from behind them, "Who's there?" The dog instantly changed its demeanor, wagging its tail and barking cheerfully. Woof woof woof. The owner was back. Afraid of being mistaken for a threat, Yuchen immediately raised his hands. "Neighbor Yuchen, Don't shoot. He slowly turned around and saw Nan and her group. Gu Jiu waved his hand, and Nan, Long Songin, and the others slowly lowered their guns, though Nan's finger still rested on the trigger. Gu Jiu asked Yuchen, "What are you doing here?" Yuchen shook the yellow fur from his hair and grinned roguishly. "We heard gunshots and came to see if you needed any help." And Nan exposed him mercilessly. "If you wanted to help, you're a bit late, aren't you?" Xu Peipei and Zhao Ping'an chimed in, "Exactly, we've already finished the fight." Yuchen's expression didn't change. He still acted as if he was an old friend. "Not true. We were here yesterday, actually." Gu Jiu raised an eyebrow. "Yesterday?" Yuchen nodded. "Yep. Didn't you notice when you were cleaning up the bodies that a lot of them had their throats cut? That was our work." He patted Tang Chiyun beside him. "My friend here killed for the first time to help you guys. She was scared out of her wits." Tang Chiyun, who had been focused on Fugue, was startled by the sudden pat and nearly fell over. Yuchen pointed at her and laughed. "See? She still hasn't recovered." And Nan wasn't buying it. "You're pretty clever, know how to protect your own interests." Yuchen's smile froze for a second, but he quickly recovered. "Listen, you're really sharp." He looked at Nan, secretly thinking she was flawless, beautiful, decisive, smart, and even had superpowers. If she were on his side, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. But if she became an enemy? Before he could finish the thought, Gu Jiu stepped forward, blocking his view. "The crisis is over. You can go home now." And Nan was completely shielded from view. Yuchen stared at Gu Jiu for a few seconds, then forced a smile. "All right. See you around." With that, he dragged Tang Chiyun away. Tang Chiyun politely nodded goodbye to the group, then reluctantly looked back at the three little ones. "Bye-bye, beautiful doggy." Vain Fugue, hearing the compliment from a pretty girl, grinned and, sensing her goodwill, even wagged his tail perfunctorily. Once Yuchen and Tang Chiyun left, the group finally entered the yard. The enemy had suffered heavy losses in this battle, while their own side's only casualty was Hutsuelon, who had thrown out her back from chasing the enemy too enthusiastically. It was a complete victory. The original plan was to gather the three little ones and then head to the Tsanglong gang's base to hunt down the fleeing female gang leader. But seeing Xingye cowering in the corner of the yard, and Nan remembered there was still something important to ask. Chasing Nan Guiyan couldn't be delayed, and she was desperate to know the truth about her mother's death. So she decided to bring in Xingye along and interrogate him on the way to the Tsanglong gang. But it wouldn't be convenient to bring so many people. After thinking it over, and Nan said to Xu Peipei and the others, "You all go back and rest for now. You've worked hard these past 2 days. Once everything's settled, I'll treat everyone to a meal." They'd been busy with Gu Jiu's engagement ceremony, and then the three little ones and the Tsanglong gang incident happened right after. Everyone had been on edge and really needed a break. Zhao Ping'an, having overheard Xingye earlier and knowing Nan had personal matters to handle, readily replied, "All right, we'll head back. You and Brother Gu take care." With that, the group handed their rifles back to Nan and left. And Nan exchanged a glance with Gu Jiu, then slowly walked toward Xingye. As soon as Xingye saw Nan approaching, he immediately put on a polite, ingratiating smile. He was just about to say something when she knocked him out with a single slap. Fugue, seeing its master make a move, thought it was time to finish him off and bared its teeth menacingly. And Nan stopped it, put the extra guns back into her space, then took out her Knight 15. Only then did she say, "Go ahead and bite." She paused, then reminded, "But don't kill him." Fugue let out a howl and immediately sank its teeth into Xingye's other, relatively intact leg. With a sickening crunch, Fugue bit right through his other kneecap. Accompanied by a piercing scream, Xingye was jolted awake by the pain. He was sweating all over, clutching his leg with trembling hands, rolling on the ground in agony. "It hurts, it hurts." And Nan looked at him with an expressionless face. No matter what the real truth behind her mother's death was, he was definitely involved. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only confessed at the brink of death. Back then, when her grandmother was crying her heart out, he hadn't said a word. After rolling around for a while, and Xingye passed out from the pain again. And Nan turned to Gu Jiu and said, "You drive today." Gu Jiu nodded, took the keys, and got into the driver's seat. And Nan looked at Fugue again. "Wake him up and get him in the car." Then she told Lai Fu and Lord Rabbit, "You two don't need to come. Stay home and guard the house." With Fugue leading the way, there was no need to bring the other two to find the Tsanglong gang. Lord Rabbit obediently went back inside, and Lai Fu gave Nan a playful nuzzle before heading back to the villa as well. Fugue, meanwhile, happily trotted over. Artu and Xingye, tormenting this annoying old man was its favorite thing. It stared at him for a while, then squatted down, getting ready to pee on his face to wake him up. "Hey!" And Nan quickly stopped it. "We still have to get in the car. Don't make a mess." Reluctantly, Fugue straightened up, then angrily bit Xingye again. "Enough sleeping. Get up. You think you have it so easy." This time, although it didn't bite down to the bone, it still left him bleeding badly. Xingye woke up screaming, the pain pushing him to the edge. A surge of viciousness rose inside him as he shivered and started yelling. "Nan, are you crazy? Control your dog. It's biting your father. Your own father." And Nan wasn't intimidated in the slightest. She took out a rope and tied him up tightly again. Then she kicked him. "Enough nonsense. Get in the car." As she spoke, she took out a wet wipe and cleaned Fugue's mouth. After wiping, she tossed the blood-stained wipe far out into the yard, as if Xingye's blood was something filthy, then carefully wiped her own hands again. Xingye was still roaring. "What are you doing? What kind of daughter ties up her own father? Your animal bit your father and you're not going to discipline it? Nan, don't go too far." His legs were useless, but his chest was heaving with rage. If this had happened in the past, a dog that bit people would have been beaten to death. And as for Nan, she'd need a good lesson too. A girl should be demure and obedient. Not only was she disobedient and unruly, she wasn't gentle or virtuous at all, completely spoiled by her mother. But Nan just replied nonchalantly, "I think I'm disciplining it just fine. It bites whoever I tell it to." Xingye glared at her. "What did you say?" Nan put her hands on her hips. "I told it to bite you. Got a problem with that?" Xingye stared at her for a long time, lips trembling with rage, but couldn't get another word out. Nan kicked him again. "Hurry up and get in the car. Where are we going?" Xingye's face darkened. "Both my legs are ruined by your dog. I can't move. At least let me go back inside to rest and get some medicine first." Nan ignored him, grabbed him like a chick, and tossed him into the back seat. Xingye felt the world spin, and in the blink of an eye, he was already in the car. His face flushed and paled by turns. He could still vaguely remember little Nan riding on his shoulders as a child, but now she could pick him up and throw him around. For a man with such a strong sense of male superiority, even having his daughter ride on his shoulders felt like an affront to his dignity, let alone being tossed around like this. Even though he'd lost weight from lack of food lately, he still weighed at least 100 pounds. How did this little girl get so strong? Before he could finish thinking, the big fat dog jumped into the car with a thud, joining him in the back seat. The back of the car had 2 rows of seats facing each other. Clearly, the dog could have sat on the other side, but it insisted on squeezing right next to him. Even though the armored car was spacious, Fugue was as big as a lion, and it squashed Xingye into the corner, nearly flattening him. Already injured, Xingye's wounds were aggravated by Fugue's weight. He had no choice but to scream in pain, shouting, "Nan, get it away from me." Fugue ignored him, turned around, and stuck its butt in his face. Gu Jiu, from the driver's seat, happened to see this and quickly called out, "No farting in an enclosed space." Fugue grumbled and held back a fart. It was still crowded, but at least the beast's big, fierce head was no longer in his face. Xingye secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He took a few deep breaths, gently tried to nudge Fugue's plump backside aside, only to be met with an impatient snarl. He didn't dare move again, afraid the beast would bite him. Finally, with a tiny bit of space to himself, he looked down at his legs, one old injury not yet healed, and now a fresh new wound. The pain was unbearable. Just then, Nan got in the car and sat in the last row, facing him. He immediately asked, "Where are we going?" "I really need to rest." Before the disaster, he'd heard that Villa Number 1 was the height of luxury. Ever since the female gang leader said she'd bring him to see his daughter, he'd been looking forward to resting comfortably at Villa Number 1. But up to now, he hadn't even set foot inside the Goof family villa. And Nan ignored him completely and instead asked Fugue, "You can find the Tsenglong gang, right?" Fugue nodded proudly. Easy as pie. It didn't even need to get out and sniff around like ordinary dogs. As the king of dogs, its nose was so good it could pick up the scent from inside the car. And Nan praised it, "Good dog." Then she handed Gujiu a small bottle of spiritual spring water so he and the dog could communicate smoothly and follow its directions. Gujiu drank some spring water, started the car, and began driving down the mountain. And Xingya, however, started complaining unhappily, "Why do we still have to go to the Tsenglong gang? I'm not going. I need to rest." And Nan's tone turned cold. "Do you not want your arm anymore?" And Xingya was so angry his nose twisted. "You wouldn't dare." And Nan snorted. Fugue. Fugue immediately turned his head with a low growl, ready to bite. Wait. And Xingya quickly caved. "Fine, I'll go. Just make it turn back. Turn. And Nan looked at him for a while, unable to understand how, as a child, she'd ever seen this man as a towering mountain. She lowered her gaze and ordered Fugue enough. Fugue snorted, and for the rest of the trip, not only helped Gujiu navigate, but also found time to bare his teeth and growl at Xingya from time to time. With the driving and directions taken care of, and Nan focused on interrogating Xingya. "My mother's death, what really happened?" At the mention of this, Xingya immediately looked guilty and averted his gaze, staring down at his injured leg. "Hiss, this really hurts." And Nan stared at him for 2 seconds, then suddenly drew her triangular blade and stabbed it hard into his shoulder. And Xingya screamed and cursed, "And Nan, are you crazy?" And Nan's expression was cold as she pulled out the blade and pointed it at his face. "The next stab will be your throat." As soon as the blade was pulled out, blood gushed from Xingya's shoulder. Fortunately, Nan had the foresight to cover the back seat with several old sheets, so her beloved car wasn't stained. Gritting his teeth, Xingya called out to Gujiu, son-in-law, "Aren't you going to say something and help me out here?" Gujiu kept his eyes on the road, face expressionless. "Sorry, my wife has a temper. Please bear with it." Seeing that Gujiu was clearly unmoved, Xingya was furious. He turned back to Nan and continued, "I know you two are getting along well now, so you're acting all wild and reckless. But no matter what, I'm still your father. Treating me like this will affect how your husband sees you and your marriage." He rambled on, but Nan only replied, "You sure can take a beating." "Huh?" And Xingya was stunned. And Nan sneered, "You're this badly hurt and still have the energy to lecture me. I told you. The next stab will be your throat." With that, she raised the blade again, making a show of preparing to strike. And Xingya's eyes bulged in terror and he shouted, "I'll talk. I'll tell you everything." The tip of the blade stopped just short of his throat. "Go on." And Xingya didn't dare posture anymore and obediently answered, "Actually, your mother's death, it was all Lu Xiulian's doing." "Lu Xiulian?" And Nan frowned. "Keep talking. Your mother was having heart problems at the time because of work stress. You know that." "I was spending a lot of time with Lu Xiulian then, and I just happened to mention it to her. I didn't expect her to take it to heart. She deliberately bought some incense that's bad for the heart. Well, not bad for a healthy heart, but for someone with heart issues, it would make palpitations worse. She put the incense on my clothes." And Xingya paused. "I didn't know any better at the time. It smelled nice, so I kept using it. Over time, your mother's heart got worse, especially when she was near me. That's when I realized something was wrong. By the time I learned the truth from Lu Xiulian and stopped using the incense, it was already too late. Not long after, your mother died of a heart attack. At this point, and Xingye even squeezed out a few tears. It was all because of Lu Xiulian. That poisonous woman, she's the reason your mother. Watching him cry, a phrase suddenly popped into Nan's mind. Crocodile tears. It was disgusting, but she clenched her fists and forced herself to keep listening. And Xingye was still trying to justify himself. I just made the same mistake every man makes. And Lu Xiulian was my childhood sweetheart. We were together before I met your mother. Who could have guessed she'd be so vicious? But don't worry, Nan, I've already avenged your mother. Lu Xiulian and that Wang Dang, I took care of them both. He hadn't finished before Nan interrupted. Wang Dang. Wang Dang had been their family driver for years, so of course Nan knew him. What does he have to do with this? At the mention of Wang Dang, and Xingye's anger flared. Your mother's death had nothing to do with him. But he dared to cuckold me, of course I couldn't let that go. Wang Dang cuckolded in Xingye, and Nan knew her mother would never get involved with the family driver. She quickly realized it must have been Lu Xiulian and Wang Dang together who betrayed him. She sneered, so killing Lu Xiulian was to avenge my mother, or to avenge yourself? And Xingye snapped out of his rage and hurried to explain, of course it was for your mother. Dealing with Wang Dang was just a side thing. And Nan didn't buy a word of it. If you really wanted to avenge my mother, would you have waited until now? Everything in Xingye said sounded clear on the surface, as if it was all Lu Xiulian's fault, but Nan saw the biggest hole in his story. If none of this was your fault, why didn't you go to the police when you found out the truth? Why didn't you tell Grandma? And Xingye stammered, family scandals shouldn't be made public. And your grandma was old. I was afraid she couldn't take the shock. Afraid she couldn't take it? And Nan sneered.
We're diving deep today, and remember, on this channel, we never leave a story halfway, we always finish the novel. If you appreciate the full journey, please like the video, subscribe for the complete series, and share it with your fellow book lovers. Also, if you want to support the channel even further, we now have YouTube memberships available. If you're interested in signing up for exclusive perks and helping us keep these stories going, just click the join button below the video for all the details.
Don't forget, you're the one who literally drove Grandma to her grave. When you brought Lu Xiulian into the house, did you think about whether Grandma could handle it? And Xingye was at a loss for words. And Nan pressed on, even if you were worried about Grandma or the family's reputation, why did you marry Lu Xiulian? Why did you kick your own daughter out of the house for the woman who killed your wife? Looking at the speechless in Xingye, and Nan said coldly, Stop making things up. Your story doesn't add up at all. You and Lu Xiulian are two of a kind. And Xingye was sweating profusely, mouth open to explain, I didn't. And Nan raised the triangular blade and cut him off coldly. I want the truth. If you lie again, it'll cost you your life. And Xingye had just been stabbed by this bayonet, and his wound was still bleeding. Now, with the blade pointed right at his nose, it was impossible not to feel terrified. Anan, calm down. At this moment, Fugue, who had been sitting beside him all along, sensed his master's agitation and turned to let out an angry roar at him as well. And Xingye was so startled by its bared fangs and flying spit that he shuddered uncontrollably. He couldn't help but cry out again. What do you want from me? I've told you everything I know, but you're still not satisfied. What else can I do? Anan sneered. You expect me to believe that just some incense could kill someone? Tell me, what brand was it? And Xingye's eyes darted around. I don't know. Lu Xiulian was the one who used it, how would I know? It was probably some folk remedy or homemade blend. Anan stared at him intently. You're so vain and pretentious, yet you don't even know the brand? It wasn't made by some master perfumer, and you'd still let that scent cling to you. And Xingye stammered, unable to answer. Anan pressed the bayonet forward, the tip digging into his neck. Speak. What really happened? And Xingye jumped in fright and scrambled backward. Don't get worked up. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Though he finally gave in, Anan still wasn't satisfied. Her mother's death was inseparable from him. If he had even a shred of cunning left, he'd surely try to lie and wriggle out of responsibility. She had no patience to play games with him. She had to push him to the edge. So she stabbed him again, this time viciously plunging the bayonet into his other shoulder. "I'm not happy with your performance. If you say anything untrue again, I'll stab you again, and keep going until you're dead." This stab made Xingye's heart clench in agony, his whole body curling up like a boiled shrimp. With so many wounds at once, his endurance had reached its limit. Annan noticed his consciousness starting to fade, so she took out a tourniquet and warned him. "You see, this isn't an ordinary knife. If you don't want to bleed out and die, you'd better cooperate. Tell me the truth, and I'll bandage you up. Wait any longer, and not even the gods can save you." Both his arms and legs were racked with pain, and Xingye's willpower completely collapsed. Trembling, his lips pale, he asked, "If I tell you, you really won't blame me? You'll help stop the bleeding?" "That's right." Annan lifted the tourniquet in her hand. "You'd better hurry up and talk." Xingye could feel his life slipping away. Faced with death for real, he was seized by unprecedented terror. "I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Nanan, I'm begging you, save your dad." Under his confession, the truth from all those years ago finally surfaced. Lu Xiulian had indeed found a folk perfumer to concoct a scent that could unsettle the mind, but it was nowhere near lethal. The person who truly caused Qi Shulan's death was Xingye. Qi Shulan had always been immersed in the illusion of a happy marriage. Xingye was so cautious that he kept two separate phones. The one he used to contact Lu Xiulian was always locked in his office drawer and never brought home. Whenever he bought things for Lu Xiulian, he did it all under the name and bank account of Wang Deng. If things had continued like this, Qi Shulan would never have discovered the truth. But nothing stays hidden forever. That day, Qi Shulan and her mother and daughter had cut their island vacation short because her mother had caught a severe flu and was weak. After taking her mother and daughter to the hospital, Qi Shulan went home to fetch something and happened to catch Xingye and Lu Xiulian in the act, seeking excitement at home. In that moment, her whole world collapsed. The husband she thought was loyal and honest was cheating on her right before her eyes. Overwhelmed by grief, Qi Shulan clutched her chest and fainted on the spot. Lu Xiulian's eyes flashed with a sharp glint when she noticed this detail. Later, after Xingye kept kneeling and apologizing, spinning lies, Qi Shulan believed it was just a momentary lapse. For the sake of their years together, and wanting to give Annan a complete and healthy family, Qi Shulan chose to forgive him. Not only did she not pursue it further, she even helped him keep it from the elders and their daughter. Xingye behaved himself for a while, becoming even more attentive than before. But Lu Xiulian, having noticed Qi Shulan's heart problem, had Wang Deng bring Xingye a special incense, instructing him to use it regularly. Xingye knew exactly what that incense was, but with his secrets in Qi Shulan's hands, and all the family assets tightly controlled by the Qi family, he knew that if she ever turned on him, he could lose everything. So, following Lu Xiulian's instructions, he used the harmful incense every day. Though the couple had reconciled, the memory of Xingye's affair was like a thorn in Qi Shulan's heart. The constant emotional pain, combined with the effects of the incense, caused her health to deteriorate. A broken mirror is hard to mend. Once completely trusting, Qi Shulan became plagued by anxiety and suspicion. She hired a private investigator to thoroughly investigate Xingye and Lu Xiulian. That's when she discovered the mistress even had a daughter surnamed named Xiaobei. Annan and Xiaobei. The striking similarity in names made Qi Shulan furious. She smashed the family happy photo on her desk. The loving marriage and happy family she thought she had were nothing but lies. Staring at the paternity test report for Xiaobei and Xingye, Qi Shulan was so enraged she had to take heart medication twice to calm down. There was no momentary lapse, couldn't control himself. This bastard's illegitimate daughter was almost the same age as Annan. All these years, she had been living in lies and deceit. In her rage, Qi Shulan wanted to cut ties with the scumbag immediately. But after so many years, and Xingye had already entrenched himself deeply in the family business. A man with a wandering heart would naturally prepare to seize the assets. To prevent the Qi family's business and her late father's legacy from being tainted by this scum, Qi Shulan had to keep quiet. She pretended to be a loving wife while secretly handling the family's assets, planning to confront Xingye and break things off once everything was settled. But with his loyal cronies in the company, Xingye soon noticed her actions and realized that if it came to a real fight, he'd never win against Qi Shulan. So he deliberately increased the amount of incense and even swapped out her heart medication for useless vitamins. Then, he had Lu Xiulian pretend to be desperate to take his place, constantly sending Qi Shulan their intimate videos and filthy messages, repeatedly provoking her and destabilizing her emotions. When Xingye realized that Qi Shulan's physical and mental state had reached their absolute limit, he acted decisively. While she was fast asleep, he suddenly blasted deafening music, scaring her so badly that her heart seized and she suffered an attack. The emergency heart medication had already been hidden away by Xingye in advance. In less than a minute, Xingye had eliminated a threat, and Nan was left motherless. What happened next was exactly what Nan had already known. After handling his wife's funeral, Xingye wasted no time bringing Lu Xiulian into the house, which infuriated the bedridden old lady of the Qi family to death. Then he kicked Nan out of the home. From then on, no one would ever know the truth behind Qi Shulan's death, and no one could fight him for his fortune. If not for the apocalypse, Xingye, Lu Xiulian, and Xiaobei really would have gone on to live a wealthy, happy life. After hearing all this, Nan couldn't help but clench her fists. She had always thought her mother didn't know about Lu Xiulian and Xiaobei. No wonder, for a while back then, her mother had looked so unwell, often distracted, not even hearing what she said. And she, so naive, had thought it was just problems at her mother's company, that work stress was to blame. She had never imagined that, at that time, her mother was enduring such earth-shattering torment all alone. Her husband's betrayal, the humiliation from the mistress, physical pain, chaotic finances. And she still had to pretend nothing was wrong, hiding everything from Nan and her grandmother, not wanting them to worry. And Nan's eyes turned red, her heart aching unbearably. Her mother, her beloved mother, had actually been murdered by her own father. And she had even stayed in the house her mother left her, waiting and hoping for the very murderer who'd thrown her out to come take her home. Even after living life over again, she'd let Xingye off the hook for abandoning her in her previous life, simply planning to go their separate ways. If her mother could see this from heaven, how heartbroken she would be. And Nan was shaking with rage. At this moment, she felt as if she had merged with her mother from years ago, truly feeling her sorrow and anger. And Xingye, you wife-murdering bastard. You don't deserve to die just once, 1,000 deaths wouldn't be enough. At that moment, Xingye, dizzy from blood loss, hadn't noticed Nan's furious expression. He muttered to himself, I've told you everything. You promised, so you have to keep your word and treat my wounds. I was wrong about your mother's death, I admit it. I really regret it now. If I'd known Lu Xiulian would cheat on me, I'd have just lived properly with your mother. If your mother were here, she'd never have run off with my supplies and Wang Ding. I'd still be living comfortably in the villa. But your mother wasn't perfect either. If she'd learned to be a gentle woman like Lu Xiulian, I wouldn't have gone down the wrong path. Nan, I know you're angry, but we're father and daughter. Let's put the past behind us and move on. I promise I'll treat you well for the rest of my life and make up for the motherly love you lost. Listening to his shameless words, Nan, already furious, grew even angrier. She raised her hand and slapped Xingye hard across the face. With her martial arts training, the blow was powerful. Xingye snapped awake, staring in disbelief. Are you crazy? You dare hit your own father? Without a word, Nan slapped him again. That's for my mother. Then another slap. That's for my grandparents. Still not satisfied, she rained down slap after slap, both hands swinging. That's for being ungrateful. That's for being shameless. That's for never repenting. And Nan looked so much like her mother, and with Xingye dizzy from blood loss and the blows, he was dazed, almost thinking it was his deceased wife slapping him. And Xingye, enraged, shouted, "Shi Shulan. You're not even a real woman. How dare you hit your man?" Hearing him insult her mother again, and Nan slapped him several more times, finally knocking him out cold. She spat on him, then sat down to catch her breath. By now, the car was nearing its destination. Gu Jiu pulled over, got out, and checked on Nan in the back seat. "Nan, are you okay?" He'd heard every word Xingye said from the front seat. Even he, who had never met Shi Shulan, was furious, let alone Nan, her own daughter. He watched her anxiously, afraid she'd be overwhelmed by grief. "Nan, do you want me to take care of him for you?" And Nan clutched the breast milk pendant around her neck, breathing hard. "No, I'll do it myself." She looked around. "Is it safe here?" Gu Jiu nodded. Fugue said that Sanglong-gang's base is just ahead, at the hotel on the next street. "I parked farther away on purpose. Do whatever you need to, I'll keep watch." Fugue barked twice in agreement. "Me too." And Nan dragged Xingye out of the car and threw him hard onto the ground. He groaned and slowly came to, without a word, and Nan raised her knife and stabbed him, driving the blade deep into his body. Before Xingye could even scream, she pulled the knife out and stabbed again. Again and again, over 20 times, each blow full of fury, leaving bloody holes all over him. And Xingye, voice hoarse, begged for his life. "I was wrong. And Nan, I was wrong. Please, let me go. Take me back to Villa number 1, I beg you. It hurts so much." And Nan ignored him, her mind full of her mother's sorrowful eyes. Only when Xingye finally stopped breathing did she, trembling, lower her hand. Staring at the mutilated corpse, and Nan stood frozen for a long time, until Gu Jiu came over and hugged her, worried. "Gu Jiu, I killed Xingye. He killed my mother." Gu Jiu held her close, heart aching. "It's okay, don't be sad. You did the right thing. He was the one at fault. And you still have me." With Gu Jiu's gentle comfort, blood-soaked, and Nan finally calmed down, wiping the tears from her face. "That's right. The one she killed wasn't her father, but a monster. She should be glad she finally got to avenge her mother with her own hands." And Nan stroked the necklace at her throat, didn't spare Xingye another glance, and said to Gu Jiu, "Let's go inside." Gu Jiu carefully observed Nan, making sure she seemed normal before nodding. "All right, let's go." And Nan put the armored vehicle away into her storage space, and the two of them followed Fugue, who led the way forward at a steady pace. Noticing that Gu Jiu's attention was fixed on her, and Nan smiled and reassured him, "I'm really fine. You don't need to worry." For most people, killing their own father would be a huge deal. Gu Jiu was probably afraid she'd have a mental breakdown. But for her, Xingye's death didn't really make much of a difference. The moment her scumbag father died, a flood of childhood memories did flash through her mind. Xingye holding her hand, patiently taking her shopping, saying, "My princess deserves only the best things." Xingye taking her to the amusement park, snapping photos non-stop, marveling, "How can my precious daughter be so beautiful?" Xingye catching a glimpse of a love letter a boy had secretly slipped into her backpack, angrily demanding, "Which pig wants to steal my precious cabbage?" Scene after scene from the past flashed by. But Nan knew now that all of it had been an act, a facade he put on for the sake of the Chi family's fortune. The people who truly gave her happiness were her grandparents and her mother. The real Xingye was the bastard who threw her out of the house, who watched her die without lifting a finger, who killed her mother and grandmother. So Nan got over it quickly. He never cared about the lives of her and her mother, so why should she care about his? To grieve for him even for a second would be a betrayal of her mother. With Fugue leading the way, the two of them soon arrived at the entrance of the wedding banquet hotel. Nan Guiyan had parked the van she'd driven back at the rear entrance, so Nan and Gu Jiu hadn't noticed it from the front. At the door, Fugue sniffed carefully, letting out a few soft woofs. Gu Jiu explained, he says he's sure that Nan Guiyan just went inside not long ago. And Nan said, let's go. Fugue wagged his tail, nose to the ground, leading them inside. No matter how long you run, you'll never escape this dog's nose. Outside the grain storeroom, Xiao Sun, who was on guard duty, stood nervously at the door. Inside, Nan Guiyan was frantically packing up. She'd sped all the way back, the mountain roads shrouded in fog and nearly sending her off a cliff several times. As soon as she arrived safely, she immediately started packing to get ready to run. Little Li Jun stood next to a suitcase packed with clothes and essentials for him and his mother, anxiously asking, the others still haven't come back. Are they all really dead? Mom, I'm scared. Maybe we should stop packing and just leave now. Nan Guiyan kept packing the most important food supplies, gritting her teeth. If we don't bring our things, we'll die no matter where we run to. In times like these, escaping the enemy isn't enough to survive. Without enough supplies, you still won't make it. She'd already packed the bare essentials for herself and June clothes, daily necessities, as quickly as possible. Now, as long as she could load as much food as possible into the van, she and June would be safe. A van full of supplies would be enough for the two of them to survive for a long time. With a bit of luck, they might even make a comeback someday. Children have a strong sixth sense. Li Jun's face was full of unease. But what if the enemy catches up to us? Nan Guiyan's hands didn't stop moving as she packed at lightning speed. That won't happen so quickly. Those 3 battle pets can buy us a lot of time, and with so many brothers holding them off, even if we lose, it'll still slow them down. She said confidently, by the time the enemy remembers me, they won't even catch a whiff of my exhaust. Li Jun pouted. Then why are we in such a hurry? He'd been so anxious just now that he almost fell down the stairs with the suitcase. Nan Guiyan frowned. Normally, the enemy wouldn't be able to find us. Linbei City is huge, and with all this fog, where would they even start looking? But, she continued, when it's life or death, people's hearts can change. Even though those brothers are all my people, when their lives are on the line, they might give away our base. Let alone the others, even a Yong might betray us in a crisis. In short, we need to get out of here fast and find a safe place where no one can find us. Li Jun nodded and hurried to help his mother pack. Meanwhile, Nan and Gu Jiu had already reached Nan Guiyan's bedroom. Looking at the messy room, Nan turned to Fugue. Looks like she's already packed up and left, right? Fugue looked a bit embarrassed. Sorry, but this really is where her scent is strongest. Nan Guiyan's scent was all over the hotel, making it hard to tell. Fugue lowered his head and sniffed carefully again, then his eyes lit up. This way. The two of them and the dog hurried downstairs, heading straight for the grain storeroom. Nan Guiyan, who had trained in martial arts for years, had extremely sharp hearing. As she was packing, she suddenly caught the faint sound of footsteps approaching and immediately went on high alert. Without hesitation, she ran to the big water vat in the corner, lifted the lid, glanced inside, and turned to June, get in. The vat wasn't full, so June could stand inside with his shoulders above water, not at risk of drowning. Li Jun's face turned pale. What's wrong, Mom? Don't scare. Before he could finish, Nan Guiyan scooped him up and put him in the vat. Li Jun instinctively tried to struggle, but Nan Guiyan slapped him. Calm down. She gripped his shoulders and said seriously, remember how I taught you to hold your breath underwater during the flood? Standing in the water, Li Jun forced himself to nod. I remember. Nan Guiyan said, good. In a moment, I'll put the lid on. Stay put inside. If you hear someone coming toward the vat, squat down and hide underwater. Hold your breath. Don't come out until you're sure they're gone, understand? Li Jun was scared. Mom, are you? Nan Guiyan didn't let him finish, urgently pressing, do you understand? Just then, Xiao Sun's voice called from outside, who's there? Nan Guiyen glanced back nervously, then spoke rapidly. No matter what happens outside, don't come out. If I'm okay, I'll come get you. If something happens to me, don't come out and throw your life away for nothing. Li Jun, crying, tried to grab his mother's hand. But Nan Guiyen pushed him away, grabbed a handful of flour from nearby, and dumped it in the water, stirring it up so that when her son hit underwater, he wouldn't be seen. Then she quickly put the lid back on the vat. Before leaving, Nan Guiyen whispered softly, Xiaojun, you must do your best to survive. Be brave. Everything I've taught you is enough to get you through. Remember the name and Nan. She's a very strong and unpredictable enemy. If you ever see her again, stay far away, don't even think about revenge. With that, she didn't linger. She spun around and dashed out. If she stayed, Xiaojun risked being discovered. The enemy didn't know about the child. If Nan Guiyen could lure them away, no matter if she won or lost, Xiaojun would be safe. In the pitch-black water vat, Li Jun, soaking in the water, clenched his fists and cried. His mother's words filled him with a terrible sense of foreboding. And Nan, would Mom die at her hands? He stood in the water, tears streaming down his face. Why can't I take revenge? If something really happened to Mom, he would never let it go. So what if the enemy was strong? Could she stay strong forever? One day, he would grow up and by then, she'd be old. Could she still beat him then? Gritting his teeth, he stood trembling in the water, both anxious and afraid, praying over and over for his mother's safe return. He'd already lost Sister Chi, his friend. He couldn't lose his most important person, his mother. That and Nan, why can't you just die instead? Please, just die already. When Nan Guiyen emerged from the granary, Gu Jiu had just finished dealing with Xiao Sun, and the two of them were about to head inside. Reacting instantly, she flung the 2 handfuls of flour she'd grabbed, then, relying on her knowledge of the layout, sprinted away. And Nan, caught off guard by the cloud of flour, instinctively pulled Gu Jiu and Fugue into the space, wary of poison or being stabbed while blinded. After a dozen seconds or so, once the air outside had cleared, they cautiously reappeared from a slightly farther spot. They glanced into the granary, no one was there. Gu Jiu pointed. I heard footsteps just now. Sounded like they went that way. They both looked down at Fugue. When it came to tracking people, they had an expert. Fugue looked proud. Woof woof woof. Follow me. The dog quickly sniffed out the trail, leading them straight to the banquet hall. Inside, it was empty, except for a severed head carelessly tossed on the floor. And Nan glanced down, confirming it was the deputy gang leader she'd slit the throat of earlier. The internal strife in the Tsanglong gang was truly severe. The dignified deputy leader hadn't even had his body retrieved, and his head was just thrown here, not even buried. What kind of hatred was this? Still, it was lucky for them. Otherwise, if over 500 people had suddenly swarmed the villa district, it would have been terrifying. Even if they could win, their arms would be sore from the gun recoil the next day. And Nan scanned the room, nothing but empty space, not a soul in sight. But Fugue stood firmly in front of a wall. Gu Jiu stepped forward and examined it closely. The wall wasn't seamless, though hard to spot. There was a faint gap in the middle. He knocked twice, hollow. He glanced back at Nan. Hidden door. And Nan came over to check, raising an eyebrow. It's a sliding door. Careful, Gu Jiu warned. And Nan nodded. The two of them each took a side and pulled the hidden door open. As the door slowly swung open, Nan Guiyen, hiding inside, stared in shock. How did they find this place so quickly? There hadn't been time, and she couldn't bear to leave her son alone in the hotel, so instead of running outside, she'd hidden in the hall. She planned to wait for a chance to ambush the enemy. The small space behind the hidden door was originally designed for dramatic entrances during wedding ceremonies, barely bigger than a wardrobe, fitting 3 to 5 people at most. It was so well concealed that they'd nearly missed it when they first arrived. After throwing flour at Nan and the others, she dashed straight here, assuming the enemy would think she'd fled and chase outside. Who would have thought they'd find her so quickly? Nervously, she gripped her empty homemade gun. Ambush was no longer an option, she'd have to face them head-on. Peeking out, she caught sight of a familiar dog. Nan Guiyan stared in disbelief. General Bai? General Bai was the name she'd given Fugue. The dog was pure white and majestic. Her battle companion deserved a fitting, heroic name. But how was it still alive? And why had it led the enemy here? Fugue bared its teeth at her in annoyance. Stupid woman, stop renaming me. My name is Fugue. Auspicious and prosperous, my master gave me that name. What's with all this general and soldier nonsense? Sounds awful. Earlier, threatened at gunpoint, Dog King had endured an hour of humiliation, trying to please the bad woman. Now that its master was here, it immediately became smug. After baring its teeth at Nan Guiyan, it nuzzled up to a Nan. Master, I was only pretending to be friendly with her. You're the real deal. And Nan chuckled and patted its big head. Judging by the gang leader's attitude, it seemed Fugue had been living quite well here during its disappearance. Even got a heroic name. Nan Guiyan's face darkened as she watched their affectionate interaction. If she couldn't figure out their relationship now, she'd be a fool. So this dog is yours. She'd finally found a pet she liked, only to discover it belonged to her enemy. And Nan couldn't be bothered to argue. She drew her tri-edged blade, blinked forward, and appeared behind Nan Guiyan, stabbing without hesitation. Nan Guiyan's pupils shrank. She dodged in a flash, narrowly avoiding the strike, and immediately countered with a sharp elbow. And Nan retreated 2 steps to evade, gripping her dagger in disbelief. This woman had actually dodged her blink attack? And even had the presence of mind to counter with an elbow? She's really strong. Just from this brief exchange, and Nan was certain. Her opponent's skills far surpassed her own. She knew herself, if someone used her own blink attack against her, she wouldn't be able to dodge it. Her strikes were fast, and paired with unpredictable teleportation, moving from front to back in a split second, most people wouldn't react in time. But Nan Guiyan had somehow evaded with incredible speed and even managed a counterattack. In 2 lifetimes, this was the most skilled fighter a Nan had ever faced. And Nan put her dagger away and raised her assault rifle. No matter how good your martial arts are, 1 bullet can take you down. Times have changed. When you have a gun in your hand, who's going to bother with bayonets? Nan Guiyan stared at the gun pointed at her, her heart tightening. In Nan, she spoke rapidly, you're strong. It's rare for me to meet a worthy opponent. How about a one-on-one? And Nan raised an eyebrow. Nan Guiyan quickly continued, heroes admire heroes. Let's have a fair fight. If I win, you let me go. If you win, do whatever you want with me. And Nan slowly lowered her gun. Nan Guiyan was overjoyed and was about to say something else, but in the next second, the gun was aimed at her again. Are you acting in a TV drama or something? Huh. Nan Guiyan was stunned. And Nan's face was expressionless. I'm no hero, and I'm certainly not some martial arts master. I have no interest in playing at duels on Mount Hua with you. In this situation, your skills don't count for much. Unless you have a firearm as powerful as mine, you're in no position to negotiate. Back when this woman led a whole mob to storm Villa Number 1, she sure wasn't asking for a one-on-one. Now that she's at a disadvantage, she wants a duel? Does she take me for a fool? And Nan raised her gun at this cunning woman and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Nan Guiyan's pupils contracted. She reacted instantly, dropping into a crouch and rolling to hide behind the massive Fugue. Fugue was startled and immediately turned around, trying to bite her. But Nan Guiyan's skills were truly extraordinary. She managed to dodge Fugue's jaws and stuck close to its tail. Seeing her first shot miss, and Nan frowned. This woman's speed was insane, she could even dodge bullets. Now that Nan Guiyan was hiding behind Fugue, clearly hoping to use the big dog as a shield so a Nan wouldn't dare shoot, and Nan fell silent for 2 seconds, and then vanished from her spot. Nan Guiyan had just dodged a bullet and evaded the big white dog's attack. She was just starting to relax when, looking up, she realized Nan had disappeared again. Again? She immediately spun around, ducking to the side in an attempt to avoid another sneak attack from behind. But this time, she guessed wrong. All around was silent. There was no sign of Nan. Nan Guiyan frowned. What's going on? Didn't she just blink? Where did she go? As she anxiously scanned her surroundings, debating whether to deal with the vicious dog first, suddenly, a murderous intent surged from her left rear. Before she could react, a gunshot rang out bang, and Nan Guiyan was shot in the head, collapsing to the ground. And Nan stood beside her, calmly putting away her gun. You're strong. But you messed with the wrong person. She might not have Nan Guiyan's martial arts skills, but in a post-apocalyptic world where reason means nothing, luck is a kind of strength too. She was lucky she had her spatial ability, she had a gun, and even the pet Nan Guiyan wanted was one she'd raised herself. She had every possible advantage. And Nan bent down, picked up the homemade gun from Nan Guiyan's hand, and checked it. It was indeed out of bullets. Meanwhile, Nan Guiyan fell with deep unwillingness in her heart. She was clearly the better fighter, had more men, had guns and explosives. By all rights, she shouldn't have died so obscurely. From her angle, she could see Dong Jibiao's head, tossed aside not far away. Maybe it was her life flashing before her eyes, but suddenly, she remembered the early days of founding their gang. Dong Jibiao had been full of youthful pride. Sister Yen, you're unbeatable. Why don't we start a gang? Together, we'll survive this apocalypse. She'd smiled brightly. Sure, let's do it. What should we call it? Dong Jibiao rolled up his sleeve, pointing at his tattoo. How about the Zhanglong gang? I really like wolves. Let's be the strongest wolves in the apocalypse. All right, we'll be the strongest wolves. Thinking back to those days of ambition and unity, how did it all come to this? In the end, all their fighting just benefited others. Her brothers were gone, the supplies they'd fought so hard to gather were all taken by others. And little June, still hiding in the water tank. Nan Guiyan stared wide-eyed in death. Regret. She regretted it so much. If only she'd investigated the villa on the hillside more thoroughly back then. If only, if only. Nan Guiyan died with her eyes open, never closing them even in death. Fugue sniffed her body, confirmed she was dead, then lifted its head and trotted over to its master. Seeing the empty gun in Nan's hand, Fugue bounced around her, shaking its head proudly. And Nan raised an eyebrow at its show-off behavior. Was that your doing? Fugue grinned and nodded, then motioned for them to follow. And Nan and Gu Jiu exchanged a glance and followed Fugue upstairs again, this time, to the room next to Nan Guiyan's bedroom. Fugue, familiar with the place, opened the door and invited them in. As soon as Nan entered, she caught a familiar scent. The three little ones were always well-groomed, always smelling of pet shampoo. One whiff and she knew they'd been living here. And Nan bent down and picked up one of Laifu's feathers. She raised an eyebrow at Fugue. You guys lived pretty well here, huh? Fugue lifted its head proudly. Of course. The Dog King can make it anywhere. Then it jumped onto the bed, wagging its head, and used its mouth to lift the blanket. Only then did Nan discover that underneath, the whole bed was lined with bullets. She was surprised. You guys actually stole this many bullets? Fugue frowned and barked a few times in protest. And Nan turned to Gu Jiu. Gu Jiu chuckled and translated. He says it's not stealing, it's a strategic transfer. And Nan laughed too, unable to resist ruffling the dog's head. Good dog. She'd been worried about the three of them at home, but they'd been perfectly safe, even helping her by hoarding the enemy's bullets. Where else could you find such clever, capable pets? Fugue acted all cute and spoiled, barking as if complaining about something. Gu Jiu translated. He says he didn't sleep well last night because of all these bullets under the blanket, and he didn't even have a proper cover. He wants to know if you feel sorry for him. And Nan almost laughed, playing along. Of course I do. She patted his head. Tonight I'll reward you with a few big chicken legs, and you can come back to the bedroom and sleep with us. How about it? Before Fugue could answer, Gu Jiu cut in, no way. Fugue immediately grumbled in protest. Stingy. Gu Jiu looked at the dog with a serious face. With you here, there are a lot of important things I can't do. Seeing Fugue's confused expression, and Nan turned around and gave it a punch. Get lost. Gu Jiu curled his lips into a smile and decided, let's reward it another way. After thinking for a moment, he patted Fugue's head and said, I'll make you pork knuckle every day for a week. He even paused deliberately to emphasize, Lai Fu doesn't get any. That was exactly what tugged at Fugue's heartstrings. It immediately nodded happily. It loved it when its master and the handsome brother spoiled it. Only for it, not for that stinky rooster. Gu Jiu couldn't help but laugh as he tugged its ear. This guy never thinks Lai Fu doesn't even eat pork knuckle. Once Nan had put all the bullets away into her space, Fugue led them back to Nan Guillen's room next door. Earlier, they'd been in such a rush to find people that it hadn't had time to show its master the little gift it had found. The room was a mess. Fugue lowered its head and sniffed around, then stopped in front of a floorboard and tapped it with its paw. It was hollow underneath. And Nan immediately stepped forward and pried up the floorboard. Underneath was a stash of valuable jade, amber, gold, and more, the very things Fugue had looted from the Tsanglong gang's underlings earlier. Those guys had robbed a lot of people before. When they saw nice things that were useless in a disaster, they kept them for themselves. Fugue had managed to swipe them all at once. Besides those, there were also some of Nan Guillen's own private treasures, all stored here together. Since these weren't necessities, she hadn't taken them when she fled. Looking at the pile, and Nan casually asked, Are all these Nan Guillen's? Fugue shook its head and signaled for Gu Jiu to translate. After listening, Gu Jiu's mouth twitched as he translated, These are all the king's spoils, temporarily stored with that dumb woman, to be given to the beautiful and invincible master. After translating, he gave the dog's head a pat. Watch your language. And Nan looked at him. What language? Gu Jiu, just stick with my translation. I can't repeat what it actually said. Curious, and Nan glanced at the dog, then couldn't help but drink some spiritual spring water and signaled for the dog to say it again. So Fugue recounted its thrilling, life-or-death experience at the Tsanglong gang, how it tried to please Nan Guiyen, and everything else. This retelling was full of swear words. As Nan listened, she couldn't help but frown. Fugue, you're a little girl. Don't use bad language. Then she praised, but you did well. You know how to adapt and stay calm in danger. All that teaching wasn't wasted. Fugue lifted its head proudly and rubbed against Nan. With the killing done and the story told, it was time to collect supplies again. This time, Nan didn't need to avoid Gu Jiu. After the two of them finished searching Nan Guillen's room, they went straight to the grain storehouse. As soon as they entered, they saw Nan Guillen's packed suitcase in the corner. And Nan casually opened it and frowned. These clothes, Gu Jiu said from the side, they're for a child. Only then did Fugue remember to remind its master that Nan Guiyen still had a son. And Nan knocked Fugue on the head. Why didn't you say so earlier? She looked around. Where's the kid hiding? In a water vat in the corner, little Li Jun was covering his mouth, tears and snot running down his face, hardly daring to breathe. When he heard the gunshots just now, his heart leapt into his throat. He knew that when guns went off, there would be a winner and a loser, he just didn't know which side had won. He waited anxiously in the vat. If his mother had won, she'd come get him soon. Since he'd heard 2 shots, he felt a bit relieved, thinking 2 people must have died, so it probably wasn't his mom. But after waiting a long time, no one came for him. As time passed, his heart grew colder and colder. When he finally heard Nan and Gu Jiu's voices, his heart sank completely. His mother was dead. Tears welled up instantly. He wanted to cry out loud, but he forced himself to cover his mouth and stay silent. At this moment, he was both heartbroken and terrified, his mother's last words echoing in his mind. Live well. Dear best to survive. Standing in the water, trembling all over, he listened nervously for any sounds outside, ready to sink under the water the moment someone lifted the lid, just as his mother had told him. Nangian's suitcase is still here, so the kid must be nearby. Most likely somewhere in this grain storehouse. Fugue, use your nose and sniff around. A dog? Li Jun's eyes widened in fear. There's a dog too? He thought, oh no, and listened even more intently to the sounds outside. Footsteps approached, getting closer and closer until they stopped right in front of his hiding place. Crap. Li Jun took a deep breath and ducked underwater. The next second, the vat's lid was lifted. And Nan looked down and saw only the murky, still surface of the water. She glanced at Fugue. Fugue nodded at her with certainty. And Nan understood, set the lid aside, crossed her arms, and waited patiently. After a while, a few bubbles rose to the surface. And Nan knocked on the side of the vat. Come on out. Don't hold your breath any longer, or you'll really suffocate. A few seconds passed with no movement, just more bubbles. And Nan raised an eyebrow. This kid was stubborn. After a while longer, Li Jun, unable to hold his breath any longer, finally surfaced, clutching the edge of the vat and gasping for air. Looking at him, Nan suddenly thought of something and turned to Gu Jiu. Hey, doesn't he look like the protagonist in a martial arts movie? Gu Jiu didn't get it. What? And Nan shrugged. You know, in those movies, the hero's family gets wiped out when he's a kid. He hides somewhere and survives, remembers the villain's name or face or birthmark, and when he grows up, he finally gets revenge and becomes a famous master. Li Jun, still gasping for breath, froze. How did she know exactly what he'd been imagining while holding his breath just now? And Nan didn't notice his reaction and kept talking to Gu Jiu. See? Doesn't that make us the villains? Before Gu Jiu could reply, and Nan turned to Li Jun and asked, Hey, kid, if I let you go, are you planning to come back and take revenge on me someday? Li Jun clenched his fists, slowly raised his head, water dripping from his hair. I'll listen to my mom. She told me not to seek revenge. And Nan raised an eyebrow. Oh? Your mother actually told you that? Li Jun knew this was a matter of life and death. With his current skills, killing 2 adults wouldn't be a problem, but even his mother had died at their hands. Clearly, these 2 were not people he could handle. So he had no choice but to stay on high alert and respond carefully. Before my mom told me to hide in the water jar, she made a point of saying that if she lost, I was not allowed to seek revenge on you. And Nan studied his expression. At such a young age, faced with this situation, his face was calm, almost emotionless. She looked at him and asked, Why do you think your mother said that? The little boy met her gaze boldly. Because you're strong. She didn't want me to throw my life away for nothing. Li Jun lowered his eyes. All my mom wanted was for me to live safely. And Nan's interest was piqued. And what about you? What do you want? Li Jun replied, I just want to live too. And Nan raised an eyebrow. Really? Of course not. Why shouldn't I take revenge? You killed my mother. How could I not wipe out your whole family? Li Jun lifted his head, looking in Nan straight in the eye, his face full of resolve. Really? If you let me go, we'll never see each other again. And Nan nodded. Seeing her nod, Li Jun thought she was going to let him go and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could move, he heard her say, This kid's unfilial. He can even let his mother's killer go. She turned to Gu Jiu. Just kill him. Li Jun. Even Fugue, the dog at her side, was so startled by this sudden turn that he choked on his own saliva and started coughing. It was only now, in his extreme tension, that Li Jun noticed the dog behind Nan. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. General Bai? Not again. That awful, unlucky name. Fugue rolled his eyes impatiently. General, what a name for a life of toil and battle. And with Bai White in front, it sounded even more inauspicious. Unlike Fugue wealth, which sounded lucky and blessed. No wonder the owner loved him best. Seeing the dog's I don't know you attitude, Li Jun gritted his teeth in anger. This traitor. It was this dog who led these 2 villains here. He'd wanted his mother to take good care of it, but if he'd known, he would have shot it himself. Even though he was furious, he kept telling himself to stay calm, not to let the enemy see his emotions. He lifted his chin and said to Nan, "If you think that's unfilial, fine, I'll be filial. I'll grow stronger, and one day, I'll come back and challenge you fair and square. How about that? Challenge me." And Nan pursed her lips. "All the more reason to kill you. Lee Jun. So no matter what, I'm dead?" His chest heaved violently as he broke down. "No matter how I answer, it's wrong. There's no right answer to your questions. You wicked woman." And Nan raised an eyebrow. "What, you think this is a final exam? Looking for the right answer? Want me to give you some hints?" Lee Jun, furious and proud, declared, "Do whatever you want. I'm not afraid of you." And Nan chuckled. "Look at this little guy, acting all heroic now. Why didn't you do that earlier?" Lee Jun cursed her 1,000 times in his heart. Who wants to die if they can live? Did he want to be a hero? He just wanted to survive. But if he was going to die anyway, he might as well die with some dignity. But then Nan suddenly said, "Go on then." Huh? Lee Jun was completely stunned. This woman was impossible to predict. Revenge was wrong. Not taking revenge was also wrong. When he wanted to live, she wouldn't let him. When he was ready to die, she wouldn't let him either. Is she crazy? Though full of suspicion, he was still a child. He couldn't help but show a hint of joy and hurriedly climbed out of the water jar. "You mean it?" And Nan nodded. "I'm really leaving." And Nan nodded again. "Go, kid. Live. Next time we meet, I won't let you go." Lee Jun gave her a long, hard look, as if trying to burn her face into his memory. "And Nan, I'll work hard, I'll grow strong, and one day, I swear I'll kill you. And that man, and that dog, I won't let any of you go. What my mother couldn't finish, I will." He clenched his fists and walked away, each step firm and resolute. Fugue looked up at his owner, puzzled. "That's not like Sister Nan at all." Gu Jiu, standing nearby, remained calm and unbothered. Lee Jun quickly left the granary and headed straight for the back door, planning to drive away in the van. Inside the van were candies his mother had prepared to help with his low blood sugar, and some snacks he'd left there before. It wasn't much enough for a few days, but as long as he was alive, there was hope. He would survive, bit by bit. Just as he opened the hotel's back door, before he could step out, that strange woman and Nan suddenly appeared in front of him. "Hey kid, what a coincidence. We meet again." And Nan glanced at the van parked outside the door and smiled. "So you had a car hidden here?" Lee Jun was startled by her sudden appearance and clutched his chest, shouting angrily, "What do you want now?" And Nan raised her gun. "I told you, next time we meet, I won't let you go." Lee Jun was dumbfounded. That next time came way too fast, didn't it? How was he supposed to grow up now? Before he could react, there was a bang, the gun fired. Lee Jun's eyes widened as he fell to the ground. His last thought before dying was, "This wicked woman has no honor." And Nan took 2 steps forward, crouched down, and gently closed his eyes. At that moment, Gu Jiu and Fugue walked over. Fugue wagged his tail at his owner, as if to say, "I knew it, this is more like it." He always knew his owner wasn't the kind of fool who'd let a tiger return to the mountains. Gu Jiu, as always, looked calm, as if everything had gone exactly as he expected. And Nan stood up and looked at Gu Jiu. "You knew I wouldn't let him go, didn't you?" Gu Jiu nodded. "I know you." And Nan glanced down at little Lee Jun's body. "Killing a kid like this, am I being cruel?" Gu Jiu raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. In his memory, Nan had killed plenty of people, and he'd never seen her moved by anyone's death. She'd never cared whether her target was old or young. This was the first time he'd ever seen a trace of compassion on her face. And Nan bent down, picked up Xiao Jun, and carried him to the banquet hall, placing him beside his mother. Actually, not to mention this life, even in her previous life, she'd already had plenty of children's blood on her hands. But this child was just too mature and sensible for his age, not the least bit annoying. When he said he wouldn't seek revenge, the flash of determination in his eyes was clear as day to her. She knew that this child would definitely come looking for her to avenge his mother, just as she had killed in Xingye to avenge her own mother. Although she admired his maturity and courage, they stood on opposite sides. She had to deal with him, couldn't leave even the slightest hidden danger for herself, Gu Jiyu, or Fugue. And Nan looked up at Gu Jiyu and said, "Actually, for this child, this ending isn't so bad." Gu Jiyu took her hand and led her back toward the storeroom. How so? Maybe she was saying it for him, or maybe for herself, but Nan replied seriously, "A quick death is better than a painful life." Hearing this, Gu Jiyu suddenly recalled the look on the boy's face earlier, as if to say, "You're not playing fair," and smirked. If that kid heard you, he'd probably get all riled up and ask, "Then why don't you die a quick death yourself?" And Nan raised her eyebrows. "I'm different. I'm living happily, not suffering at all. And I'll keep living happily." Gu Jiyu chuckled and put his arm around her shoulders. "Come on. Let's go do something that makes you happy." And Nan looked up at him warily. "What are you up to?" "You. Can you pick a better time and place?" Gu Jiyu raised an eyebrow and tapped her on the head. "What are you thinking?" And Nan covered her forehead. "What are you thinking?" Gu Jiyu's phoenix eyes lifted slightly. "I'm thinking of taking you to collect supplies." He paused, then asked, "What, collecting supplies doesn't make you happy?" "I thought you were going to," and Nan cleared her throat awkwardly. "Let's go." Time to collect supplies. Gu Jiyu's lips curled up. "Let's go." Standing behind them, Fugue looked completely confused. Every time these two got together, it couldn't understand a word they said. It knew every word, but once they put them together, it just didn't make sense. And every time they started talking like this, a weirdly ambiguous atmosphere would appear. And Nan glanced back at it. "What are you spacing out for?" "Keep up." The two of them and the dog quickly returned to the storeroom. The supplies here were all neatly organized on shelves. The most important things had already been moved to the front by Nan Guiyan, so it was easy to pack them up. No wonder that Zhenglong Gang was such a powerful group. The food and drinks in their storage were abundant, no less than what she'd collected from the mountain base before. Besides the basics like grains, dried vegetables, snacks, cigarettes, and alcohol, there was also a lot of dried cured meat. She stared at the cured meat for a while but didn't put it into her space. Seeing Fugue eyeing it hungrily and about to jump up and grab it, Gu Jiyu quickly stopped him, pinching his ear and saying, "Do you even know what kind of meat this is? And you still dare eat it?" Fugue smacked his lips, seemed to realize something, and stopped reaching for it. Once they'd packed up most of the supplies, and Nan noticed a rather special set of shelves, set off in a corner, with two labels on them, marked with the names Nan Guiyan and Dong Jibiao. But aside from some chocolate and candy, the shelves were empty. Curious, she asked, what was supposed to be on these shelves? "Why are they empty?" Fugue muttered a little sheepishly. "I ate it all. Foie gras, caviar, ginseng, deer antler. The whole shelf was full of good stuff. At home, I only get a little at a time, but here I could eat as much as I wanted. I even got a nosebleed from it." "What?" And Nan stared at her dog in disbelief. "You ate a whole shelf's worth? This dog must be crazy." Fugue was startled too. "Oh shoot. I forgot you can understand me now." He quickly tried to cover, actually, it wasn't that much. There was also Tui and Laifu. "I only ate about a third." And Nan's mouth twitched. That was a huge 6-tier shelf. Except for one section of candy and chocolate, the rest was wiped clean. Even if the three of them split it, that was way too much. Besides, knowing the three little guys, there was no way they'd split things evenly. Most of it probably ended up in Fugue's belly. And Nan bent down, a little worried, and started checking him over. Who eats ginseng like it's a snack? No wonder he got a nosebleed. But after checking, she couldn't see anything wrong on the outside, and who knew what was going on inside. She grabbed Fugue's ear. "You can't just eat ginseng and deer antler like that. Are you trying to kill yourself?" At home, she always made sure they ate a balanced, scientific diet. Now, with poor medical conditions and no advanced equipment, she was terrified the three little ones would get sick from eating something bad, and there'd be no professional vet to treat them. She never expected that, the moment she wasn't looking, the three of them would go on a binge outside. And Nan made a firm decision. No pork knuckle for you for a while. You've had enough tonic food, it's bad for you. Fugue immediately protested, whining pitifully. Gujiu smiled and comforted him. Nanjia just means you'll have to wait a few days, not that you won't get it at all. Just take it easy for now. Seeing that even the handsome big brother wasn't taking his side, Fugue could only nod sulkily. After leaving the storeroom, the two of them and the dog went into the neighboring freezer and collected some frozen goods. Then they started going through the rooms on the first floor one by one, taking anything useful, generators, fuel, all sorts of odds and ends, nothing left behind. Meanwhile, in one of the rooms in the brothel, Lu Xiulian was holding in Xiaobei, both curled up and shivering on the bed. Her body was covered in wounds, and the clean clothes she'd changed into just yesterday were now torn to shreds and thrown on the floor. And Xiaobei was in even worse shape. Besides wounds, she had all sorts of festering sores. She stared blankly, a single tear rolling from the corner of her eye. Mom, I don't want to live anymore. Lu Xiulian tightened her hold on her daughter. Xiaobei, don't say that. As long as we're alive, there's hope. And Xiaobei stared at the ceiling. Hope? Where? Lu Xiulian let two tears fall but said nothing. And Xiaobei pressed her cracked lips together. There's no hope for me, only deeper and deeper despair. Lu Xiulian hurriedly shook her head. No. As long as you're alive, there are endless possibilities. Trust your mom. And Xiaobei's face was expressionless. You're only saying that because you just got here. Her eyes were dull. Give it some time, and you won't think this way anymore. Lu Xiulian frowned, searching for a way to comfort her daughter. If you put it like that, then what about all those brothel girls and escorts? Should they just give up on life? There have always been prostitutes throughout history, and they're still living, aren't they? Xiaobei, let's just treat this as a job we have no choice but to do. We'll endure it for now, and when the chance comes, we can start over. And Xiaobei let out a cold laugh. Brothel girls and escorts, they can go out shopping. Can you? If they're abused by clients, they can choose to quit. Can you? They have the law to protect them. They won't get killed by their clients. Do you? One question after another, and Lu Xiulian fell silent. It was a long while before she finally spoke. Things are already like this, so don't say such hopeless things. But Xiaobei didn't listen. Suddenly, she sprang up from the bed and, with all her strength, hurled herself toward the wall. Lu Xiulian was startled and quickly reached out to stop her. Xiaobei, calm down. Where there's life, there's hope. And Xiaobei hadn't had a full meal in a long time, while Lu Xiulian had just eaten her fill at Nangian's place the night before, so she was much stronger than her daughter at the moment. But even though Xiaobei was weak, she was stubborn, still desperately trying to bash her head against the wall. After a brief struggle, Lu Xiulian began to tire. Seeing her daughter still hell-bent on dying, she racked her brains and shouted, Xiaobei, think about Anan. At the mention of Anan's name, Xiaobei froze. Seeing this worked, Lu Xiulian hurried to continue, think about Anan. If she knew you were dead, imagine how happy she'd be. Anan. Anan. And Xiaobei muttered the name a few times, then suddenly went limp and collapsed back onto the bed, no longer mentioning suicide. She stared blankly for a while, then suddenly gritted her teeth and shouted, It's all Anan's fault. All of this is because of her. If she hadn't stolen from our family, how would we have ended up leaving home and getting caught here? All her pent-up grievances and anger finally found an outlet, and she began cursing Anan viciously. Lu Xiulian saw her daughter shouting getting more and more intense, almost to the point of passing out, and quickly tried to calm her. Xiaobei, don't get so worked up. Anan's situation isn't much better than ours right now. Hearing this, Xiaobei seemed to remember something and stared wide-eyed. Those bastards who went out today, they were going after Anan, weren't they? Lu Xiulian nodded. and Xiaobei visibly brightened. Good. Good. Beat her to death for me. Give that bitch what she deserves. But her happiness didn't last long before she frowned again. But can they really beat her? From what I heard, half of them have already died at Annen's hands before, haven't they? She slammed her fist on the bed. Why is that bitch so strong? In her memory, Annen had never lost. Never. It was as if fate was always on her side. The pampered daughter of a wealthy family, basking in her father's love, and even after being kicked out, she managed to get in with the most powerful Gu family in the villa district and moved back in. All these years, it seemed like Xiaobei was always the one suffering, while that bitch was always the one enjoying life. Just thinking of Annen being pampered by Gu Jiu in a luxury villa, while she herself was being abused by scum in this hellhole, made Xiaobei so furious she could barely breathe. Seeing her daughter nearly faint from rage, Lu Xiulian hurried to soothe her. Don't worry. The reason those people lost before was because they didn't know Annen had a gun and underestimated her. This time, they're prepared. They'll definitely win. That's what she said, but in her heart, Lu Xiulian didn't really hope for that outcome. She did want to see Annen suffer, even die, but after living through the hell of the Zhanglong gang, she actually hoped Annen would win. Best case, Annen would wipe out those bastards in the Zhanglong gang, and she and Xiaobei could finally escape this prison. Xiaobei, be strong. Don't try to end your life. No matter what happens today, the result will make you happy. And Xiaobei's mind had been dulled by long suffering, so she didn't quite understand what her mother meant. She just looked at her in confusion. Lu Xiulian explained, if Annen takes down the Zhanglong gang, we'll be free. On the other hand, if they win, then you'll see Annen here soon enough. She paused, then emphasized, everything we've been through, she'll go through it all over again. At this, and Xiaobei broke into a crazed grin. Ha ha, why didn't I think of that? You're right. I can't die yet. I have to stay here and wait for that bitch. She didn't seem to care at all about the Zhanglong gang being wiped out or her own rescue. All she wanted was for Annen to fall into this hell with her. Seeing her daughter regain her spirits and give up on suicide, Lu Xiulian breathed a sigh of relief, lay back down on the bed, and stared blankly at the door. In fact, the door to their room wasn't even locked properly, barely locked at all. There was just a rope tied to the handle and hooked onto a nail in the wall. A good kick would send it flying open. The reason for such a half-hearted lock was simple. Those scumbags weren't afraid of them running out. What really kept them trapped wasn't this little room, but the armed guards in the hallway and the double iron doors at the stairwell. If you wanted to escape the brothel, you'd have to take out the guards in the hallway, then open the two heavy iron doors to the stairs before you could get out. But the brothel was full of weak women, doing all that was nearly impossible. If you only managed to get out of the room, you wouldn't escape, and you'd just end up being tortured by those devilish guards. Lu Xiulian let out a long sigh. Her feelings were different from her daughter's. She hoped Annen would win and that she herself could be rescued. But she knew the chances were slim. Lu Xiulian prided herself on understanding both Annen and Xingye. So, although the plan she'd given Nan Guiyan was meant to fool a fool, there was a good chance it would actually work. Even though she knew that Nan would never let herself be controlled for Xingye's sake, Lu Xiulian guessed that, when faced with life and death, that cowardly, self-serving man Xingye would definitely reveal what happened with Qi Shulan all those years ago. And most likely, that girl in Nan would save him because of this, and then end up under Nan Guiyan's thumb. Now, all they could do was wait and see what happened. As she'd said, no matter the outcome, it would be good news for her and her daughter. She turned over in bed, a wave of indescribable pain radiating from her lower abdomen. She couldn't help but gasp sharply, sucking in a cold breath. At that moment, the sound of fighting suddenly erupted in the corridor outside. Mother and daughter both jumped in fright. Lu Xiulian instinctively tried to get up, but Xiaobei grabbed her. It's probably someone trying to escape again, and the guards caught them. Don't go over there and get involved, or you'll bring trouble on yourself. I really don't want to. She didn't finish her sentence, but Lu Xiulian instantly understood what she meant. Remembering what had happened the night before, she couldn't help but shudder. "Don't worry, I won't go. I'll just pretend I didn't hear anything." With that, the two of them curled up on the bed again. Out in the corridor, Hee-yuan had grabbed a guard by the collar and was pummeling his head with punch after punch. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he'd lost all reason, his fists moving mechanically. Years of martial arts training had made his fists as hard as iron hammers. It didn't take long before he'd beaten the man to death. But even after the guard had stopped breathing, Hee-yuan kept going, punching again and again with all his strength. Not until the man's face was caved in, completely unrecognizable, did Hee-yuan finally stop, panting heavily. Behind him, Chen-Ting-Ting, her clothes disheveled, clutching a gun she'd snatched from the guard, stumbled out of the room and into the corridor, trembling. She ran straight to the iron door at the end of the corridor, fumbling to open it. But no matter how hard she pulled, the door wouldn't budge. Realizing this, she raised the gun and aimed at the lock, nervously pulling the trigger. But click, nothing happened. She froze, then tried several more times, but every shot was a blink. Face darkening, Chen-Ting-Ting threw the gun to the floor. Damn that guard, strutting around with a gun to scare people, but there weren't even any bullets inside. Chen-Ting-Ting took a deep breath and started kicking the lock with all her strength. She'd been there the previous night when Lu Xiulian gave Nan Guiyan advice, so she knew that if she could just get this door open and make it downstairs, she could take advantage of the empty base and escape this hellhole. But the door was unbelievably solid. No matter how much she kicked, it didn't move an inch. The more she kicked, the more desperate she became, until she broke down crying. This door won't open at all. Once their main force comes back and finds out we killed the guards, we'll be in even worse trouble. She had no idea what had happened to her father. Crying, she slumped weakly to the floor. The brothel and the human sheep pens were both set up on the top floor of the hotel. But even though they were on the same floor, they weren't connected. The hotel was huge, divided into Area A and Area B. Area A was all guest rooms, while Area B was banquet halls, meeting rooms, and the like. Because of their different purposes, the brothel was in Area A, with the women waiting in rooms to serve the Tsanglong gang members. The human sheep pen was in Area B, where all the captives were thrown together in a hall, crowded in filth. The two areas weren't connected, and to get downstairs, you had to get through two extremely sturdy iron doors. These doors had been specially installed by the Tsanglong gang after they arrived, and only specific keys could open them. Even the guards locked inside the brothel didn't have the keys. Only when shifts changed would someone from outside bring the key, open the door, and then hand the key to the next person going off duty to take away. In short, only those outside had the keys. The guards inside couldn't open the doors. Nan Guiyan had set up this rule precisely to prevent those locked inside from successfully killing the guards, grabbing guns and keys, and escaping to cause chaos. So even though Hee-yuan had now killed the two guards on duty, they still didn't have the key. Chen-Ting-Ting sat on the floor, her eyes red as she looked at Hee-yuan not far away. Thanks to him, she'd just barely escaped disaster and kept her dignity. But when those beasts came back, who knew what would happen to her? Having seen in Xiaobei's tragic state, Chen-Ting-Ting had been so terrified when she was brought here yesterday that she could barely stand. She'd always been known as a good girl, had never even held a boy's hand, and used to cry just walking alone at night, let alone being locked in a disgusting place like this. She was more terrified and desperate than she'd ever been in her life. Luckily, because they were planning to attack the hillside villa the next day, Nan Guiyan had ordered the brothel closed for the night, so everyone could conserve their energy for battle. Once they won, the brothel would reopen for everyone to enjoy themselves. So last night, no one came to seek pleasure here. Only the two guards on duty had tried to sneak into a room for some fun. But those two wanted to try a mother-daughter pair, so they went into Lu Xiulian and in Xiaobei's room, letting Chen-Ting-Ting escape disaster. But today, her luck had run out. The two new guards on shift weren't interested in the battered Lu Xiulian and her daughter, but instead set their sights on the pure, frail Chen-Ting-Ting. Because space was limited, everyone in the brothel had to share rooms. The newly arrived Qintingting and He Yuan had naturally been put together. When the two guards entered the room, Qintingting instinctively looked to her roommate He Yuan for help. But He Yuan was still lost in grief over Qi Jishan's death, oblivious to what was happening around him, just sitting on his bed in a daze. Helpless, Qintingting had to fight back with all her might. But she was no match for them, and in utter despair, she could only try to bash her own head against one of the guards, thinking that if she was going to be violated by these animals, she'd rather die and maybe take one of them with her. Her fierce resistance startled the guards and also roused He Yuan. He looked at her, so fragile, yet so strong, and suddenly thought of Qi Jishan. That's right, Jishan had died at the hands of these bastards. He Yuan finally snapped out of it, leapt up, and joined the fight. As an elite bodyguard, he quickly turned the tables. Slumped by the door, Qintingting looked away and stared helplessly at the solid iron door. He Yuan, having caught his breath, walked over and began kicking the door with all his strength. He had to get out. He had to avenge Jishan. But no matter how many times he tried, the door held firm. Just then, the two of them suddenly heard a sound coming from the other side of the iron door. Huh? There's someone inside. Qintingting heard a woman's voice outside. She quickly got up and took a few steps back. Did that group come back so soon? She hurriedly tried to retreat back into the room, but when she turned around, she saw He Yuan still standing there, unmoving. Gritting her teeth, she rushed over to pull him. If they ran into the Zhenglong gang like this, they'd be riddled with bullets in no time. The gun she'd managed to grab was basically useless, a prop, nothing more. She had no way to fight back. But He Yuan, whom she was tugging at, stood firm as a rock, his eyes fixed on the door ahead. Qintingting grew anxious and whispered, "Let's go. If they find us, we're in big trouble. There's still another guard's body in the room. We need to throw him out quickly." He Yuan still didn't move. Ever since Qi Jishan died, he had nothing left to care about. So now he wasn't afraid of being discovered, nor did he care about the consequences. There was only one thought in his mind: rush out, turn every Zhenglong gang thug into mincemeat, and avenge Jishan. Seeing how stubborn he was, Qintingting couldn't help but grit her teeth. This man is insane. No matter how tough he is, how could he possibly take on so many people with guns? If he were really that capable, he wouldn't have been captured and brought here in the first place. Qintingting looked at him and sighed. Since he wasn't budging, there was no point in hiding in the room by herself. She took a deep breath and, perhaps influenced by He Yuan, found a bit of courage rising in her chest. You can only hide for so long, might as well fight it out with whoever's outside. If she could kill even one, it would be revenge for her mother. With that thought, the once timid and frail Qintingting resolutely picked up the empty gun on the floor, a gun that was only good for bluffing, and aimed it at the door. Just then, another man's voice came from outside. "It's locked up tight. They probably aren't with the gang. Must be prisoners." A few barks from a dog followed. Then a woman's voice, sounding sympathetic. "Really? TSK, the Zhenglong gang is truly despicable." Inside, Qintingting froze. The people outside weren't with the Zhenglong gang? From their words, they seemed to really dislike the gang. Her eyes lit up. She immediately dropped the empty gun and started banging hard on the iron door. "I was kidnapped and locked up here by the Zhenglong gang. Please, can you help me? Open the door. Please save me." At that moment, Lu Xiulian and her daughter in another room also heard Qintingting's cries. Lu Xiulian shot up from the bed. "Is someone out there?" "Someone's calling for help in the hallway." And Xiaobei also sat up, tilting her head to listen. "Sounds like it's coming from the stairwell door." Then she frowned in confusion. Why would a woman run to the iron door? And why aren't the guards stopping her? Lu Xiulian's eyes lit up. That fight just now. She jumped off the bed, excited. Did someone manage to take out the guards in the hallway? She quickly ran to the door and pressed her ear against it. Sounds like someone's out there and that woman's calling for help. And Xiaobei stumbled out of bed to follow. That voice sounds so familiar. Isn't that Qintingting? Seeing her mother about to open the door and rush out, and Xiaobei panicked and quickly stopped her. What are you doing? Lu Xiulian, going out to call for help. And Xiaobei frowned. Are you stupid? Lu Xiulian was taken aback. Huh? And Xiaobei said, if someone really came to rescue us, you don't need to shout for help. Once the door opens, we can just run out with everyone else. But if the people outside aren't here to save us, then anyone in the hallway is doomed. Listen, do you hear anyone else running out from the other rooms? Just stay put and wait. Once the people outside leave, then we can go. Lu Xiulian paused, then realized she hadn't heard anyone else running out from the other rooms. She looked at her daughter, a bit stunned. Was this clever, cautious girl really her daughter, the one who'd always been so simple-minded and clueless? Lu Xiulian pursed her lips, feeling a pang of sadness. She'd always protected her daughter so well that the girl never had a chance to grow. Who would have thought that in just a month, her child would suddenly mature like this? It was clear what kind of life she'd been living here. She and Wang Deng, in the human sheep camp, didn't have enough to eat, but as long as they weren't taken out to be slaughtered, life was bearable, just lying there like pigs waiting for the butcher. But her daughter had suffered even more. Lu Xiulian wiped away her tears. All right, I'll listen to you. Outside the iron door, and Nan and Gu Jiu had just finished searching their way up from downstairs. Should we help them? Yes. And Nan wasn't one to meddle, but since she'd already dealt with the Tsanglong gang, opening a door was nothing, a simple favor. It's not like she had to take everyone home and care for them. If she didn't open the door, the people inside would just be trapped and starve to death. Chen Tingting, hearing their conversation, was overwhelmed with relief and gratitude. Thank you. Thank you so much. No problem. And Nan flashed a cool smile. Step back. I'm going to kick the door down. Inside, Chen Tingting quickly stepped back, pulling He Yuan with her. He Yuan, though still lost in his grief and anger, realized the people outside weren't Tsanglong gang thugs but rescuers, so he cooperated and stepped back as well. And Nan raised her leg and, with a swift motion, kicked the door hard. But the iron door didn't budge. And Nan glanced at Gu Jiu beside her, giving an awkward smile. Guess I didn't use enough strength. Let's try again. She raised her leg again, this time putting all her strength into it. With a loud bang, the door still didn't open. And Nan frowned. What's going on? She'd trained her kicks for years. She'd kicked open plenty of stainless steel doors at Maple Forest Estates, never failed once. Why wasn't it working now? What kind of door did Nan Guoyan install here? She'd never seen such an ugly, weird door in any hotel. What Nan didn't know was that the doors to the brothel and the human sheep camp were ones Nan Guoyan had seized from a private base. They looked like ordinary, even ugly, iron doors, but in reality, from the door to the lock, they were made of special materials. Not as thick as armored doors, but not easily broken either. That's why the Tsanglong gang took these doors wherever they went. When they first occupied this hotel, Nan Guoyan had the original doors removed and replaced them with these. After all, in this whole hotel, whether they were Nan Guoyan's people or Dong Jibiao's, they were all considered part of their own gang. But the women's quarters and the human sheep quarters definitely weren't their people. In fact, you could even call them mortal enemies. If the people here weren't strictly guarded and managed to grab a guard's gun and break out, ambushing members of the gang, the consequences would be unimaginable. That's why, every time they moved to a new base, the doors to the women's and human sheep quarters were always replaced with these heavy-duty ones. Seeing Nan's awkward expression, Gu Jiu calmly helped her out. Maybe it's a direction thing. This door probably pulls open, not pushes. My wife's strong. She just made it tighter the more she kicked it. Off to the side, Fugue, whose treat had been postponed, grumbled and exposed her. What direction? She's just not strong enough. I could open it. Wow, listen to her brag. And Nan stretched out her leg and nudged the dog aside, ignoring her. She turned to Gu Jiu and said, I didn't find any keys on Nan Guoyan just now. I'm guessing the key to this door is on someone else and has been taken up the mountain. Inside, Chintingting had been nervously listening to the commotion outside and couldn't help but ask, "You guys can't open it either?" Then, sounding a bit deflated, she added, "It's not a push or pull issue. We tried kicking it from inside too, but it won't budge." She glanced at Hiyuan beside her. "The person next to me is a professional high-level bodyguard, really skilled, and even he couldn't kick it open. This door is just really solid." And Nan raised her eyebrows at that. There was a professional bodyguard locked inside? The moment she heard "really skilled," she immediately became cautious. No matter the situation, you always had to be on guard when facing someone strong. At that moment, Chintingting's voice came from inside again, "You should go." And Nan and Gujiu both froze. "What?" Tears streamed down Chintingting's face. "Just go. If the Tsanglong gang comes back, you'll be in trouble too. There's a lot of them, and they're ruthless." She thought of the miserable state she'd seen in Xiaobayan yesterday, and the vicious grins on the faces of the two guards who'd just tried to tear her clothes, and shuddered. From the woman's voice outside, she could tell she wasn't very old. As a fellow woman, she didn't want the other girl to end up in the same hell as her. "Please, just go. If a girl gets caught here, her fate will be worse than death." She paused, then emphasized, "much worse than death." Anyway, she had no mother now, and her father's fate was unknown. At worst, she'd just die and avoid being humiliated by those animals. Meanwhile, hiding in another room, and Xiaobei couldn't help but mutter under her breath, "Is she an idiot?" Lu Xiulian agreed. "Exactly. Someone finally came to save us, and you're just going to let them leave." And Xiaobei's expression was dark. She wished every woman in the world could suffer as she had, only then would it be fair. Why should she be the only one tormented? The room she and her mother were in was farther from the main door, so she couldn't hear the people outside clearly, but the voice in the hallway was unmistakably Chintingting's. The moment she'd seen her yesterday, and Xiaobei knew this girl was doomed. She was just a fool who only knew how to listen to her mother. And now, sure enough, with such a good chance to escape right in front of her, she didn't even know to seize it. If it were her, she'd be crying and begging the people outside to keep trying, to help break the door down. Even if they couldn't open it in the end, at least more people would come in and share her suffering. Why would she ever tell them to leave? And Xiaobei only thought this to herself. She wasn't about to risk leaving her room. Outside the door, and Nan was a little moved. The girl inside was actually pretty kind. In peaceful times, virtues like humility and self-sacrifice were everywhere, and people showed their best sides. But after living through the apocalypse for so long, and Nan had seen too much of the other side of human nature. When it really came down to life and death, how many people would actually be selfless? Most would rather let others die trying to save them than give up even a 1% chance of survival. The vast majority, basically everyone, would cling to any lifeline, begging her not to leave, to try anything to save them. They'd never consider that she might be putting herself in danger. She hadn't expected this girl to be so pure-hearted. It was rare to meet someone so good. And Nan glanced at the door in front of her and licked her lips. She was determined. She had to save her today. She gently placed her hand on the door and, with a thought, stored the door away in her space. Looking closely, she saw there was another door inside. Suddenly, she thought of something and turned to Fugue. "Didn't you say you could open it? Show me." Fugue snorted. Ed shook her head and backed up a few steps to get a running start. "Fine, I'll show you." She picked her spot, and the silly look on her face vanished, replaced by a fierce, murderous aura. With a few running steps, she leapt up like a roaring tiger, slamming into the door with ferocious force. With a loud bang, the door crashed to the ground. And Nan was dumbfounded. Wow! All those shelves of ginseng and deer antler she'd eaten hadn't gone to waste. She really was bursting with strength. To think, back in the day, Fugue was just a little white puppy curled up in her arms. Now she'd raised her into a beast as strong as a lion or tiger. Surprised as she was, the moment the door fell, and Nan didn't forget to toss the other door she'd just stored back out of her space. That way, it would look like it had just been knocked down, so no one would suspect she had a storage ability. With the door down, the people on both sides finally came face to face and realized they actually knew each other. Chintingting and Nan? President Gu. Chintingting and Nan had both lived in the villa on the mountainside for years, and their mothers, Mrs. Chin and Chi Shulan, were close friends, so of course they recognized each other. Gu Xiu spotted He Yuan not far away and was a little surprised. Mr. He? He was a trained fighter, and yet he'd been trapped here too. Following his gaze, and Nan also recognized He Yuan. Sunken forehead, high cheekbones, jutting chin. Even though they'd only met once, his distinctive features were hard to forget. He Yuan's eyes reddened as he looked at Nan and Gu Xiu. The last time he'd seen them was at his own front door, when their coal-black chicken had wandered into the Qi family's yard, and he and Jishan had come out to check. Back then, Jishan had still been alive and well. The memory made his heart ache all over again. Meanwhile, in the room, Lu Xiulian and her daughter, who had been eavesdropping at the door, exchanged a look of utter disbelief. What did Chintingting just say? And Nan? President Gu. And Xiaobei's face turned green. The person outside saving people is actually a Nan. Lu Xiulian's expression was also ugly. How did they manage to find this place? And Xiaobei gritted her teeth. That useless Tsinglong gang. They must have lost. Now people have found their way right into our lair. She then cursed Nan as well. That bitch, still pretending to be some hero saving people. Lu Xiulian anxiously clutched her chest. Although she hoped Nan would win, what she really wanted was for the Tsinglong gang to be wiped out, so this place would be left unguarded and she could seize the chance to escape. She never wanted that wretched girl to show up here too. With Nan Guoyan gone, now Nan shows up. What difference does it make whose hands she falls into? She was confident in her judgment, and Xingye, that coward, must have already spilled the secret from back then. She just didn't understand how Nan, even under someone else's control, could still win. If that girl finds out her mother's killer is right here, she'll never let it go. The more Lu Xiulian thought about it, the more anxious she became, and she couldn't help but curse as well. Useless trash. It's bad enough you lost, but how could you let someone chase you all the way back to your own gang? With all this thick fog, how did she even manage it? Seeing her hope of Nan being locked up in the brothel with her dashed, and Xiaobei completely lost it. Why? Why? I'm going to kill her. Lu Xiulian was startled and quickly covered her mouth. Shut up, you crazy girl. Are you insane? Even with her mouth covered, and Xiaobei's screams still leaked out from her throat. Lu Xiulian had no choice but to press down even harder, terrified that Nan, that female demon, would come running. In her panic, she used too much force, making Xiaobei gasp for air and roll her eyes. Hearing the commotion, Nan paused in the hallway, puzzled. What's that sound? Sounds like someone slaughtering a chicken. Chintingting, unfazed, replied, people here have been tortured. They're all injured. When the pain gets too much, they scream a bit. She herself had spent last night listening to those bone-chilling cries. And Nan looked at the pale-faced Chintingting and asked, how did you end up here? Tears welled up in Chintingting's eyes. Those animals broke into my house in the middle of the night. My mom's dead, my dad was sent to that human livestock camp, and I was dragged into this brothel. Madam Chen is dead? And Nan remembered how, before the disaster, Madam Chen had servants everywhere and lived in luxury. She couldn't help but sigh. She hadn't expected the Chen family to fall so far so quickly after the fog descended. She looked at Chintingting with some pity. Hang in there. Physical pain isn't the worst thing. Just think of it as being bitten by a dog. Chintingting understood what she meant and explained, I'm fine. He saved me in time. And Nan followed her gaze to He Yuan. Mr. He, how did you end up here too? She'd thought that Tsinglong gang had only targeted Villa No. 1, but it seemed other residents of the Villa district had suffered as well. He Yuan didn't answer her question, instead asking anxiously, have you seen Jishan? It took Nan a moment to realize he was referring to the young lady from the Qi family. No, I haven't. Wasn't she with you? Yuan shook his head. She passed away. He continued, have you seen her body? I was knocked out, and when I woke up, I was already here. I don't know where they took Jishan. The chief family girl is dead too? And Nan frowned. It felt different when strangers died compared to when people she knew passed away. Neither Madame Chen nor Qi Jishan had ever wronged her. Madame Chen had even given her mother a triangular bayonet and a jade pendant, and Qi Jishan had spoken up for her mother at the owners' meeting. She replied softly, I haven't seen Miss Qi. But she could guess, her body wouldn't be in any decent place. After all, even the deputy leader's head had been casually tossed in the first-floor banquet hall. Clearly, those thugs had no respect for the dead. Seeing Yuan's haggard look, and Nan felt a pang of sympathy. This bodyguard was truly loyal. Or maybe, he wasn't just a bodyguard anymore. That lost, broken look, he'd clearly lost the girl he loved. She was about to say something when Chen Tingting nervously glanced behind her. How did you get here? Where are the Zhenglong gang people? We should get out of here. If they come back, we'll be in trouble. Yuan gritted his teeth. Where are the Zhenglong gang? I need to kill them. And Nan replied calmly, they're all dead. Yuan was stunned by the answer. All dead? Chen Tingting was also shocked. How is that possible? Did you kill them? And Nan nodded. There's no one from the Zhenglong gang left in this building. The ones who invaded the villa district have all been dealt with too. Chen Tingting couldn't believe it. There were so many of them, how did you do it? In the apocalypse, there was no need to hide your strength. And Nan pointed at the assault rifle slung over Gu Jiyu's shoulder. We've got a bit of power. To Chen Tingting, it all felt surreal. Such a large, organized, and disciplined gang, wiped out by a Nan in less than a day? After making sure she wasn't dreaming, she stomped her foot in excitement, a huge wave of joy washing over her. Someone had avenged her. She'd thought her mother's death would go unanswered. She hadn't even dared hope for revenge. Just escaping the wolves' den alive seemed impossible. But now, not only had she escaped, all those villains who killed her mother were dead. Chen Tingting let out a long breath and patted her chest in relief. Well done. Thank you. Thank you so much. Well done. Not far away, Yuan, however, looked stiff and lost. All dead. He'd been burning with rage, ready to rush out and tear those bastards to pieces, but now they were already gone? All his pent-up strength drained away, leaving him limp, like a deflated balloon. He murmured, they're all dead? All dead. What was he supposed to do now? Where should he go? What should he do? Seeing his lost expression, and Nan reminded him, it's still relatively safe outside. You can go look for Miss Qi and give her a proper burial. Yuan's head snapped up. Right? I need to find Jishan. He hurried off, not looking back. Chen Tingting also said goodbye to Nan and Gu Jiyu. I need to go find my dad. When I get back to the villa district, I'll thank you both properly. And Nan waved her hand. No need, it was nothing. Go on, hurry up. Chen Tingting bowed earnestly to both Nan and Gu Jiyu, not forgetting to bow to Fugue the dog as well, before dashing out. Once again, the silent hallway was left with just two people and a dog. And Nan curled her lips into a smile and turned to Gu Jiyu. You know, helping others actually feels pretty good. Gu Jiyu chuckled. Oh? Planning to become a wandering hero, righting wrongs and helping the weak from now on. He added, just don't forget to bring me along. Fugue chimed in, and me too. And Nan pouted. A wandering hero? Please, I have no such plans. Just then, loud banging erupted from the doors of the surrounding rooms. The people locked inside, just like Lu Xiulian and her daughter, had been paying close attention to the commotion outside. The moment they realized the two people in the hallway had left safely, they all wanted to make a run for it. And Nan glanced at the doors. The main entrance is locked up tight, but the room doors are pretty flimsy. It was just a rope and a nail holding them shut. A good kick would open them. Soon, women from each room began streaming out one after another. And Nan and Gu Jiyu moved aside with the dog to make room. The women rushed past them in a panic. Seeing their battered and miserable state, and Nan couldn't help but frown. Almost all of them were barely clothed, some had managed to wrap themselves in sheets, others didn't even have that and used pillows to cover themselves as they ran. The sheets and pillows were filthy, stained with dirt and blood. The worst were those who had nothing at all, not even a sheet or pillow. Forced to run out completely naked. Standing behind Nan, Gu Jiu immediately lowered his gaze, averting his eyes. And Nan peeked into the nearest room and found the scene inside even more appalling. The place barely resembled the upscale hotel it once was. Though there was a private bathroom, the toilet was obviously unusable in these conditions. People had been forced to eat and relieve themselves in the same cramped space. The bathroom was overflowing with waste, filling the air with a stench. To prevent escape, thick wooden boards had been nailed over the windows, leaving only tiny gaps for a bit of weak light to filter in. The once white walls were now covered in strange stains. Both beds were filthy, the sheets wrinkled and soaked with sweat and old, dark blood. And Nan wrinkled her nose in disgust at the sight. These animals weren't just satisfying their base desires. They were taking out all the stress and rage of surviving the apocalypse by abusing and torturing these women. The women rushed out of the rooms, and among them were a few frail children, maybe 8 or 9 years old, both boys and girls. Seeing the kids, and Nan couldn't help but curse under her breath. Fucking animals. The people who escaped looked at Nan, neat and clean in her clothes, with envy in their eyes. 2 young women in their early 20s even dropped to their knees beside Nan, one grabbing her hand, the other reaching for Gu Jiu. Thank you for saving us. We have nowhere else to go. Please, take us home with you. Please, don't abandon us now. I can do anything, cook, clean, any kind of work. Just give me a place to stay. These 2 were smart enough to know that, in their current state, running off on their own was a death sentence. So they clung tightly to Nan and Gu Jiu, their only lifelines. After seeing them kneel, several others caught on and knelt as well, begging to be taken in. Of course, some didn't trust them and hurried off on their own. And Nan and Gu Jiu exchanged a look and took a step back in unison. These people were pitiful, but they weren't saints. They couldn't just take everyone home and care for them. And Nan turned to Gu Jiu for his opinion. Should we leave them some food? Gu Jiu had no objections. Up to you. And Nan nodded, cleared her throat, and announced loudly, we can't take you home. But we can leave you some food to help you get through this rough patch. As for your future, you'll have to rely on yourselves. The Tsanglong gang is gone. If you have nowhere else to go, you can stay here in the hotel. The 2 girls who first begged for help immediately broke into smiles. Thank you. Thank you. But then a dissenting voice piped up. So much for being good people. All you're doing is tossing us a bit of food. The Tsanglong gang had tons of supplies, and you 2 probably took it all for yourselves, just giving us a tiny share. Pretending to be saints, huh? And Nan looked at the speaker, a woman in her 40s, her face sharp and mean. Some people, no matter how much hardship they go through, never learn to keep a low profile. And Nan curled her lip. You cowered in front of the Tsanglong gang, but now you've got plenty to say to me, the one who just saved you? She turned to Gu Jiu and sighed, see? It's hard being the good guy. As she spoke, she glanced at the rifle slung over his shoulder. Gu Jiu caught her meaning, smirked, and handed her the gun. And Nan took it smoothly, aimed at the woman, and shot her in the head. Screams erupted instantly. And Nan lowered the gun, swept her gaze over the crowd, and shouted, listen up. I'm no saint. I don't have many hobbies, just killing people. If you want food, wait in the lobby downstairs. If you have a problem with that, shut your mouth and get lost. Say another word, and you'll end up just like her. The place fell silent. Everyone shut up and obediently headed out. And Nan hummed in satisfaction. It's still easier being the villain. She was about to hand the rifle back to Gu Jiu when she suddenly noticed 2 odd figures in the crowd. Everyone else had wrapped sheets around their bodies, over their shoulders or under their arms. But these 2 had covered their heads as well, completely hiding their faces. Who flees for their life like that? With their vision blocked, they could barely walk straight, stumbling awkwardly along. seeing how they seemed to be hiding, and Nan narrowed her eyes. You too, stop right there. The ones hiding under the bedsheet were none other than Lu Xiulian and Xiaobei. Hearing a Nan shout, Lu Xiulian's heart clenched. Oh no, this is bad. If they get caught now, they're really in for it. She pretended not to hear, grabbed her daughter, and quickened her pace, hurrying forward. Just need to get through this door, just get through this door. And Nan saw the two masked figures ignoring her and became even more certain they were up to something. Normally, even if you're not sure who's being called, you'd instinctively stop and look when someone shouts. Just like everyone else around them. People all turned to check if they were being called, then kept moving once they realized they weren't. Only these two kept walking as if nothing happened. So she shouted again, I'm talking to you too. The idiot's pretending to be ghosts under bed sheets. Stop right there. That bitch. She actually insulted her? And Xiaobei immediately stomped her feet, wanting to throw off the sheet and rush over to tear Nan's mouth apart. She'd only agreed to sneak out under a bedsheet because her mother forced her. If her mom weren't here, she'd have gone straight for Nan's face, none of this sneaking around. She had nothing to lose anyway. Even if she just managed to infect Nan with her disease, that'd be a win. Seeing Xiaobei about to throw off the sheet, Lu Xiulian's heart nearly leapt out of her chest. Is this kid crazy? Nan was holding a gun. A real gun. She'd just blown someone's head off. This was no joke. If the two of them confronted Nan head-on, they'd be dead for sure. Lu Xiulian desperately clung to Xiaobei, clamping a hand over her mouth through the sheet and dragging her forward as fast as she could. Xiaobei struggled with all her might, while Lu Xiulian held her down with all her strength. Nan watched the two start fighting with each other, tugging and pulling like a pair of giant maggots, and couldn't help but want to laugh. She and Gujiu were standing right by the stairway. Anyone wanting to leave the brothel had to pass by them. Seeing the bedsheet ghosts about to reach the door, Nan stepped forward and blocked their way with her rifle. Can you hear me talking to you? Lu Xiulian stopped, sweating bullets, and replied in a pinched, cautious voice, Are you talking to me? Oh? Still pretending? Nan raised an eyebrow. Cut the act. Take off the sheet. Xiaobei struggled even harder. Nan was right in front of her. She wanted to scratch up her face, infect her with her disease, and see if Gujiu would still be so loving and devoted. Lu Xiulian pressed down on her desperately, so nervous her back was soaked with sweat. This troublesome brat was going to be the death of her. Their disguise had been working fine, it was only because of this kid's weird behavior that they'd drawn attention. We can't take the sheet off. Lu Xiulian racked her brains and replied in a pinched voice, We're infected. Our whole bodies, even our faces, are covered in sores. I'm afraid we'll scare our benefactor. She even took a few steps back, acting the part. Benefactor, please stay away or you'll get infected. Infected? Nan looked them up and down. She had seen several women with strange sores earlier. Given the nature of this place, it made sense. The Zhanglong gang men would never use precious condoms, and once someone got sick, it would spread through the whole brothel. But none of the sick girls were wrapped up like these two. If you're running for your life, who cares about scaring people? Nan narrowed her eyes, guns still raised. Why does your voice sound so familiar to me? Lu Xiulian's heart skipped a beat. No way. She'd pinched her voice so much, and Nan could still tell. She quickly changed her tone. Benefactor, you must be mistaken. I've never met you before. She even tried to flatter her. A beautiful girl like you, I'd definitely remember if I'd seen you. Nan almost burst out laughing. Just now she was using that fake, pinched voice, and now she's switched to a cutesy tone? She raised her gun and pressed the muzzle to Lu Xiulian's head, mimicking her tone in an even more exaggerated, bubbly voice. Do you want me to blow your brains out? Lu Xiulian was so scared she threw her hands up and shrieked, No, no, no. Hearing her real voice, Nan froze for a second, then her expression turned dangerous. Lu Xiulian. She'd never forget the voice of that old homewrecker. No wonder that fake voice sounded so familiar. In her previous life, right before she died, this woman had mocked her mercilessly. At that moment, and Xiaobei, finally freed, suddenly threw off the bedsheet and lunged forward. Nan, I'll kill you. She screamed as she charged at Nan. Nan reacted instantly, swinging her rifle and pulling the trigger. Bang! And Xiaobei's eyes went wide as she fell backward. Because she'd rushed over so suddenly and was so close, and Nan didn't have time to aim properly, the shot didn't hit a vital spot. But at such close range, and Xiaobei's entire shoulder was blown to a bloody mess, and as she fell, her head slammed hard against the ground because her arm couldn't support her. Lu Xiaolian screamed, threw off her bedsheet, and rushed over. Xiaobei, 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 are you okay? Don't scare Mama. And Nan kept her gun raised, glaring at Lu Xiaolian. It really was her. Her scumbag father was useless after all. He'd boasted that he'd gotten rid of Lu Xiaolian, but here she was, alive and kicking. Well, maybe not alive and well. Earlier, things had happened too quickly to see clearly, but now Nan could see that Xiaobei's body was covered in festering sores, and Lu Xiaolian was barely clothed, her body covered in bruises. Barely surviving, more like. And Nan glanced at them in disgust and warned Fugue, don't go biting them. They're toxic. Fugue wrinkled his nose and backed away in distaste. Whoa. I can tell. They're filthy and ugly. And Xiaobei, supported by Lu Xiaolian, sat up groggily. Seeing the dog avoiding her in disgust, she was furious. A damn animal, and it's looking down on her. Damn dog. Damn Nan. And Xiaobei's eyes bulged with rage. Go to hell. All of you, go to hell. At this moment, everyone else had already left. Only Nan, Gujiu, and Fugue remained, leaving just Lu Xiaolian and Xiaobei in the corridor. Nan shot Xiaobei a glare. What are you yelling for? All you do is talk big. If you've got the guts, why don't you try something? She then turned to Gujiu and said, I think she must have hit her head too hard and turned stupid. Gujiu lowered his eyes to glance at Xiaobei. Indeed, this woman's head was covered in blood, and yet she still had the energy to go crazy. He commented expressionlessly, she really doesn't seem mentally stable. And Nan curled her lip and pointed at Xiaobei. What's wrong with her anyway? Is it something contagious? It's not airborne, is it? Gujiu replied seriously, I don't know. I've never dealt with someone like her. Better safe than sorry. As he spoke, he took out 2 gas masks and handed one to Nan. They both put them on again. Seeing the look of disgust on his face, Xiaobei grew even more hysterical, nearly fainting from rage. What kind of person? What kind of person am I supposed to be? And Xiaobei always liked to act high and mighty. How could she stand being looked down on by Nan's boyfriend like this? She desperately tried to get up and fight back, but the wound on her shoulder only bled more as she strained herself. Yet it was as if she couldn't feel the pain, still struggling to crawl up and charge at them. And Nan clicked her tongue. Jiu, be careful, she's bleeding all over the place. That blood's probably even filthier. As she spoke, she even put a gas mask on the dog. Lu Xiaolian's heart ached at the sight of her daughter. She knew Nan and the others were deliberately poking at Xiaobei's illness to hurt her where it hurt most. She couldn't help but scowl and shout, stop it. Don't provoke her anymore. And Nan pressed her lips together, took 2 steps forward, and kicked Lu Xiaolian hard, sending her flying. You're still yelling? She handed her gun to Gujiu, pulled out a pair of gloves from her space, and put them on as she walked toward where Lu Xiaolian had landed. You don't actually think you'll end up any better than your daughter, do you? And Nan truly hated Xiaobei, but she despised Lu Xiaolian even more. This vicious woman had not only wrecked her mother's marriage and destroyed her family, but even dared to poison people with spices. Killing her 10,000 times wouldn't be enough to quell the rage in Nan's heart. That foul-mouthed Xiaobei was nothing more than the product of her and that scumbag father's sins. Just like them. Selfish, vain, jealous, and full of evil thoughts. To Nan, the one who truly needed to be dealt with was Lu Xiaolian, her mother's murderer. You haven't forgotten how you tried to kill my mother, have you? Before Lu Xiulian could say anything, and Nan swung her arm and punched her hard, knocking out her teeth. Then another punch dislocated her jaw. Punch after punch, and Nan vented all her anger, working up a sweat. To let Nan vent her rage in peace, Gu Jiu even shot the restless and Xiao Bei on the ground again. The lives of this mother and daughter were for Nan to take, so he made sure not to hit any vital spots, just shot Xiao Bei in the leg, making her unable to move. Within Xiao Bei's scream, Lu Xiulian, who was lying on the ground and nearly beaten to death by Nan, suddenly lifted her head with trembling effort and kowtowed heavily. Nan, Auntie's begging you. I'll kowtow to you. As for your mother, Xiao Bei didn't know anything. It was all me. I'll pay with my life. Please, let Xiao Bei go. She's your sister. And Nan paused to catch her breath, wiped her sweat, and sneered, I'm an only child. I don't have a sister. She glanced at Xiao Bei. Looks like you really do care about your daughter. With that, she turned and walked toward Xiao Bei. Lu Xiulian's heart skipped a beat. She reached out weakly. What are you going to do? And Nan took out a triangular blade, stood in front of Xiao Bei, and turned to give Lu Xiulian a chilling smile. Of course, I want you to experience what it feels like to lose someone you love. With that, she plunged the blade into Xiao Bei's body. No. Lu Xiulian was frantic, but she'd already been beaten so badly by Nan that her bones were broken in several places. She couldn't move, only beg helplessly. And Nan ignored her, pulled out the blade, and stabbed again. Just like with Xingya, she avoided the vital spots with each stab, letting the pain torture her again and again until she either bled out or died from the agony. And Nan was thoroughly enjoying herself, but Xiao Bei, even at death's door, wasn't afraid. Maybe it was because the Zhenglong gang had tortured her so much she'd lost all will to live, or maybe she just didn't want to bow her head to Nan. So she gritted her teeth through the pain and even managed to laugh. And Nan, I'm not afraid to die. What can you do to me? She panted, trying to get in the last word before dying. North above, south below. When Dad named us, it was destined that I'd be above you. And Nan paused, looking down at her from above. When she first heard Xiao Bei's name, and Nan knew that in their father and Xingya's heart, Xiao Bei was always ranked above her. But she didn't care. That old bastard had already been killed by her own hand. She raised an eyebrow. Oh? So you think your name gave you some kind of mystical advantage? Seeing Xiao Bei lying there, still trying to hold her head high and act noble, and Nan sneered and asked, Then why is it you're still inferior to me in every way? That hit Xiao Bei right in the heart. How am I inferior? I'm better than you, better in every way. And Nan smirked. For example? And Xiao Bei's lips moved, but she couldn't say a word. And Nan answered for her, well, when it comes to shamelessness, I'm not even a tenth as thick-skinned as you. Seeing Xiao Bei's breathing grow ragged with anger, and Nan continued, In terms of character, you're worse than me. In skill, you can't compare. Looks, TSK, you're really just average. She glanced at Gu Jiu, who stood tall and handsome beside her. Honestly, even luck is on my side more than yours. And Xiao Bei admitted, You're so jealous of me it's driving you insane. And Nan's words weren't vulgar, but every sentence stabbed right through Xiao Bei's heart. And Xiao Bei broke down instantly, tears streaming down her face. Why? Why on earth? It shouldn't be like this. Seeing the defiant look finally fade from Xiao Bei's face, replaced by unwillingness and sorrow, and Nan swiftly raised her blade and stabbed it into her heart. Die in despair. And Xiao Bei stared intently into Nan's eyes. In them, she saw a confidence and determination she herself had never possessed. She had thought that as long as she wasn't afraid of death, Nan wouldn't be able to hurt her. She never expected to lose so completely. Seeing that Xiao Bei died with her eyes wide open, Nan finally felt relieved. She had almost let this woman die a heroic, carefree death. In her previous life, Xiao Bei had often looked down on her and humiliated her when she was at her lowest. Now, this was finally the retribution she deserved. And Nan pulled out the triangular bayonet and carefully wiped it down with an alcohol wipe. Who knows what kind of disease this woman has, she's like a toad. Just in case, she'd have to disinfect the blade with fire again when she got back. Lu Xiaolian watched her own daughter die before her eyes, staring unblinking in death. She wanted to scream in fury, but only a choked sob escaped her throat. She was in so much pain. Every organ in her body ached, and now even her heart throbbed dully. Seeing her face streaked with tears, and Nan felt a wave of satisfaction. She curled her lips into a smile and walked toward her step by step. How does it feel to lose someone you love? Looking down at Lu Xiaolian, who was weeping uncontrollably, she said, "What's there to be sad about? Your daughter was nothing but trash. My mother, on the other hand, was 1 in a million. Your daughter wasn't even worthy to pay for my mother's life." Lu Xiaolian's eyes widened in anger. Even her weak voice became sharper. Xiaobei is not trash. She was obedient, sensible, cute, and well-behaved. Not like you, rebellious to the core, not even liking your own father. Trying to hurt her with the word father again? And Nan let out a cold laugh. She was no longer that naive girl who once hoped her father would come take her home. That scumbag and Xingye wasn't worth any emotional reaction from her. Unfazed, and Nan looked down at Lu Xiaolian. Weren't you just calling me your savior a moment ago? What, changed your tune now? Not bowing your head anymore. Lu. Xiaolian's face darkened. If she'd known she was going to die anyway, she never would have lowered her head to this bitch. She gritted her teeth and spat out as much venom as she could. And Nan, do you really think your mother was some kind of saint? She was nothing but a homewrecker, a whore. She deserved. Before she could finish, and Nan grabbed her hair, yanked her head up, and slapped her hard across the face several times. Insult my mother? You think you're worthy. As she slapped her back and forth, and Nan was already thinking about how to best avenge her mother. This woman was so vile. Even stabbing her to death would be letting her off easy. Lu Xiaolian was already covered in wounds. She'd barely managed to prop herself up to speak, but after a Nan's beating, she had no strength left and simply rolled over onto her back. Her face swollen like a pig's head, she panted, "It's true I interfered in her marriage, but she was the one who got between me and my man first." Even though she knew that the innocent Qi Shulan had never even known of her existence, and that all her suffering was really caused by that bastard and Xingye, jealousy still drove Lu Xiaolian to blame everything on Qi Shulan. Her face twisted with hatred. It was all because of Qi Shulan. She stole my man, stole everything from me. Everything? And Nan sneered. Don't kid yourself. What did you have that was worth stealing? Your everything, don't tell me you mean in Xingye? That's pretty pathetic. Seeing Lu Xiaolian's lips tremble as if to argue, and Nan pressed on, quit pretending to be some tragic lover. You never loved in Xingye. That vain, petty brain of yours only cares about money. If Xingye hadn't dumped you and groveled at my mother's feet, would the two of you have enjoyed all those good years? She spat at her. Living off him, drinking his money, then cursing him when you're done. Disgraceful. And Nan's words left Lu Xiaolian utterly humiliated, making the deceased Qi Shulan seem even more noble by comparison. Lu Xiaolian's face darkened further. But after a few seconds, she suddenly twisted her mouth into a crooked smile. No matter what, Qi Shulan died first, and I died after. I even dumped the husband who abandoned her. No matter how you look at it, I still came out on top. So, what if she was a rich young lady? In the end, I still trampled her underfoot. Ha ha. And Nan snorted coldly and stomped on her chest. Who's trampling who? Auntie, your so-called victory is just getting your hands on that scumbag in Xingye? Taking pride in picking up trash, that's the best you can do. Lu Xiaolian froze, but still refused to back down. So what? I killed her. I killed her. And Nan stared straight at her and said, word by word, but her daughter killed your daughter. Lu Xiaolian's breath caught. And Nan ground her foot into Lu Xiaolian's chest. And I'm going to kill you too. Since Lu Xiaolian was so obsessed with winning, and Nan was determined to make her lose. Auntie, if we're counting bodies, my mother and I win. Lu Xiaolian rasped, "Shut up. Shut up." And Nan deliberately lifted her chin and looked down at her with pride. My mother, even after all these years, still has people who remember and honor her. And you? Once you're dead, that's it. No one will remember you. No one will mourn you. You're like a sewer rat, no one cares if you live, and no one notices when you die. The two of you, one is a cloud in the sky, the other is dung on the ground. There's no comparison. After Nan's tirade, Lu Xiaolian's lips trembled. She had nothing left to say. In the end, she was so enraged she went mad, gnashing her teeth and screaming, "You little bitch. Bitch." Seeing Lu Xiaolian finally break down, and Nan smirked and turned to Gu Jiu. "Take Fugue and go outside. Things are about to get messy." "Gu Jiu, need any help?" And Nan, "No." Gu Jiu nodded and patted Fugue's round head. "Let's go. What happens next isn't for kids to see." Fugue snorted. "Who are you calling a kid?" But he obediently followed Gu Jiu to wait by the stairwell. Now only Nan and Lu Xiaolian remained in the corridor. Unhurriedly, Nan took a chainsaw out of her storage space. Lu Xiaolian jumped in fright, eyes wide with terror. "Where did you pull that from? How did it just appear out of nowhere?" "Obviously, because I have a special artifact." And Nan didn't bother explaining further, just smiled. "Sorry, but what you snatched was trash. The real treasures are still in my hands." Lu Xiaolian was driven mad with rage. What artifact? What good stuff had this little bitch gotten her hands on now? How could she just make weapons appear out of thin air? And food? Supplies? Could she conjure those out of nowhere too? Lu Xiaolian's eyes were red with jealousy. What kind of divine weapon is that? Where did you get it? And Nan ignored her, raised the chainsaw in her hand, and pulled the starter cord. Lu Xiaolian instantly shuddered. All along, Lu Xiaolian had been putting on a brave front in front of Nan, thinking, "I'm dead either way," and acting as if she wasn't afraid of death. But as the deafening roar of the chainsaw filled the air, she couldn't help but tremble with fear. As the high-speed spinning blade drew closer and closer, the shadow of death loomed ever larger. Lu Xiaolian finally broke down and began to sob and beg, "I was wrong. I was wrong. Nan, please let me go, let me go. Please don't kill me." And Nan glanced at the yellow liquid slowly pooling beneath her and sneered, "Lu Xiaolian, you're not even as brave as your daughter." With that, she swung the chainsaw toward Lu Xiaolian. After a blood-curdling scream, Lu Xiaolian slowly opened her eyes. What's going on? She was still alive? And Nan's mocking voice rang in her ears. Just cut off an arm and you're already this scared? Having brushed past death, Lu Xiaolian's fear only deepened. Enduring the searing pain, she kept begging for mercy, "Let me go. Please, let me go." And Nan kicked her. "Shut up." Then she sawed off Lu Xiaolian's other arm. As Lu Xiaolian's screams echoed, and Nan asked calmly, "Lu Xiaolian, have you ever heard of the human swine?" The screams stopped abruptly. Lu Xiaolian was so terrified she began to shake uncontrollably, no longer caring about the pain in her shoulders. How could she not know about the human swine? Legend had it that in the Han Dynasty, Empress Lu used this very punishment on her husband's concubine. After her husband died, she had consort Qi's limbs, nose, eyes, and tongue all cut off, leaving nothing but a limbless, faceless stump of a person, and then threw her into a latrine to die in utter agony. Lu Xiaolian was nearly scared to death by Nan. She pleaded, trembling with fear, "Don't do this. And Nan, just give me a quick death. Kill me." And Nan ignored her, kept wielding the chainsaw, and sawed off her right leg. Gasping for breath, Lu Xiaolian screamed, "Why, you're so cruel. Your man is right outside. He can hear everything. What kind of man would like a vicious, venomous woman like you?" Trying to sow discord, Lu Xiaolian shouted at the top of her lungs, hoping Gu Jiu, waiting in the stairwell, would realize just how ruthless the beautiful girl he admired truly was. But unexpectedly, a deep male voice came from not far away. "Sorry, but I happen to like this kind of femme fatale." And Nan, in the middle of her work, paused and looked over. She saw Gujiu leaning against the doorway, who knows how long he'd been watching. He smiled and explained to Nan, "I was worried you'd get hurt, so I've been keeping an eye on you from the door." Of course, it was also because his fiancée was so badass that he couldn't help but be captivated. Half dead, Lu Xiulian nearly died of rage when she heard this. What is wrong with this man? What's so great about a femme fatale? And besides, I'm the one getting my arms and legs sawed off. What could she possibly lose? Are you afraid she'll get tired from all the killing? Gujiu continued gently, "You've been killing all day. Don't tire yourself out. If you get tired, let me take over." That chainsaw was heavy and dangerous. And Nan hadn't slept well last night, worrying about the 3 little ones, and had been busy all day. Gujiu was afraid she'd get careless from exhaustion and hurt herself. And Nan shook her head. "I'm fine. You just wait over there. I'll be done soon." Gujiu reminded her, "Be careful." Then he added, "When we get home, I'll give you a massage to help you relax." Lu Xiulian, thank you so much for your loving couple act. And Nan kept working and soon finished. By now, Lu Xiulian had lost all her limbs, her ears had been cut off, and her eyes gouged out, nothing left but a torso, lying helplessly on the ground. She was in so much pain she'd gone numb. She no longer screamed or begged, just kept muttering, "Kill me. Please, just kill me." And Nan clicked her tongue. "You sure ask for a lot. Just now you begged me not to kill you, and now you're begging for death." Then, impatient, she cut out Lu Xiulian's tongue. At last, the world was quiet. And Nan grabbed Lu Xiulian by the hair, dragged her into a random room, and tossed her into the bathtub in the bathroom. The women in the brothel had been locked up, unable to use the toilet, so they'd been forced to relieve themselves in the bathtub. And Nan threw the human swine, Lu Xiulian, right into that tub full of filth. As she did, she made sure Lu Xiulian's head was left above the rim so she could breathe. Letting her drown would be too easy. No, she had to be left like this. Blind, deaf, mute, unable to move, waiting for death in utter despair, a torment even the gods couldn't save her from. And Nan looked at Lu Xiulian, lying helpless in the filth, and murmured, "It's just a pity that you'll only get to experience this despair for half a day at most." In her current state, she wouldn't last more than a few hours before dying. No matter. Every second of suffering counts. And Nan turned and left, shutting the door behind her without a shred of mercy, leaving only the stench and darkness behind. She took off her gloves, stripped off her soiled clothes in disgust, changed into a fresh outfit, and finally walked out of the brothel. Before leaving, she didn't forget to put the 2 sturdy doors into her storage space. The 2 of them and the dog made their way to the other side of the top floor, where they could already hear Chintingting shouting and banging on a door. So they let the dog burn off some energy by helping Chintingting break open the door to the human sheep pen. Chintingting thanked them profusely and rushed in to find her father, while Nan and Gujiu, after making sure the whole building had been searched, left and went down to the 1st floor. And Nan returned to the grain store, left some supplies there, and then had Gujiu go to the lobby to tell the brothel girls waiting there to go to the grain store for food distribution. Then the 2 of them and the dog left. This time, instead of driving the armored vehicle home, they switched to a large cargo truck they'd confiscated from the Tsanglong gang, loading it up with supplies. After the battle at Mount Luoan, Zhao Ping'an, Xu Peipei, and Long Song'an had all contributed a lot. Naturally, the supplies they'd seized would be shared with them. That way, they could all fight together more effectively in the future. On the way back, Gujiu drove as usual, while Nan rested in the passenger seat. Everything went smoothly at first, but as they started up the mountain road, they suddenly noticed a large truck following them from behind. And Nan immediately became alert. Because of the fog, it was impossible to see exactly what kind of vehicle was following them. All Annan could tell from the headlights and the vague outline was that it was a large vehicle. There weren't many residents left on the mountainside these days. As far as she knew, the only large truck parked in the area belonged to the Yu family. Yuchen from the Yu family had just visited Villa No. 1 before she left the mountainside, and she hadn't heard anything about him planning to go out. Besides, their truck was red, and this one looked white. Most likely, it was an outsider's vehicle. After what happened with the Zhenglong gang, Annan was on high alert toward all strangers. "Let's stop the car at the entrance to the villa complex and block them in," she said. Gu Jiyu had also noticed the car behind them. He pressed down a little harder on the accelerator. Okay. When their car reached the entrance to the villa area, they stopped and blocked the gate completely. The security guards who used to be stationed here had all been killed by the Zhenglong gang. Now, if anyone wanted to get in, they'd have to get out of their car and open the gate themselves. But instead of getting out, Annan and Gu Jiyu slipped directly into their space. On the lawn of the manor, Fugue, who had been lazily sunbathing, was startled when his owner and the handsome, big brother suddenly appeared. He leapt up in surprise. Annan ignored him and turned to Gu Jiyu. "Should we blink to the roadside, or just blink straight into their vehicle?" "Let's hide by the road," Gu Jiyu replied. "It's safer. They'll probably get out to check things out." Annan nodded, grabbed his hand, and blinked out of the space. They reappeared on the muddy ground beside the main road. With a thick fog as cover and the big truck loaded with supplies up ahead drawing all the attention, it would be hard for anyone to notice them. They had barely settled into place when the vehicle behind them drove up. Now Annan could see clearly. It was a water tanker. This water tanker looked kind of familiar. The tanker was blocked by the big truck Annan and Gu Jiyu had parked and couldn't go any further. It had no choice but to stop behind them. Annan raised her rifle and aimed, ready to shoot at any moment. The people in the tanker seemed to be discussing what to do, not in any hurry to get out. Annan and Gu Jiyu weren't in a rush either. They had their gas masks on and just stood there quietly, waiting. After a while, the passenger door opened and a man got out. He was wearing a thick mask and holding a pistol, approaching the big truck ahead with cautious steps. Through her rifle scope, Annan could see his face clearly. Even though the lower half of his face was covered, she recognized him at a glance. "Jiang Tian." Gu Jiyu turned to her. "You know him?" Annan nodded and whispered, "We've done a few trades before. We're kind of acquainted." "Is he trustworthy?" Gu Jiyu asked. "Hard to say," Annan replied. They'd met a few times, and all their previous trades had gone smoothly, but this was the apocalypse. Things could change in an instant. Who knew what he'd been through lately, whether he was short on supplies, or if his mindset had changed for the worse? Annan silently shifted her gaze to the driver's seat. Most likely, that was Jiang Weiming. They were probably thinking that the driver should stay in the car, just in case something happened up ahead, and they needed to make a quick getaway. Annan watched Jiang Tian's movements without blinking. He crept up to the driver's side of the big truck and knocked on the door. "Hey, brother inside, what's going on?" There was no response. He gripped his gun tighter and knocked again. "Your truck's blocking us." "What the?" Before he could finish, he realized there didn't seem to be anyone inside. Jiang Tian took a few steps back and peered through the window. Sure enough, it was empty. "Damn, this is freaky." He carefully retreated and knocked on the driver's window of their own tanker. The window rolled down. It was indeed Jiang Weiming. "What's going on?" he asked. Jiang Tian frowned. "There's no one in the truck." Jiang Weiming was puzzled. "How can that be? That truck was right in front of us just now. How could the people disappear in such a short time?" "Bro," Jiang Tian glanced ahead, his Adam's apple bobbing, the truck's packed full of supplies. Jiang Weiming looked as well. The truck sat quietly, loaded with all kinds of goods, food, daily necessities, even medicine. It was a tempting sight. Anyone else would risk their life to snatch such a haul. But Jiang Weiming had done well for himself in business and had plenty of reserves, so while he was tempted, he wasn't reckless enough to lose his judgment. He signaled to his brother not to move. "Don't get greedy. Something's off here. Don't walk into someone else's trap. Get back in the car first." Jiang Tian nodded and started to circle around to the passenger side. Seeing that the timing was right, Annan walked onto the main road with her rifle, heading toward them. Jiang Weiming reacted quickly, shouting, "Who's there?" Jiang Tian spun around, raising his pistol. Anan quickly called out, Jiang Tian, it's me. Hearing their name, the Jiang brothers were both stunned, scrutinizing the woman across from them. Even though she was wearing a gas mask and her face was hidden, her striking figure, the imposing rifle, and that familiar voice. Jiang Tian's eyes lit up in surprise. Missin? Jiang Weiming recognized her too. Missin? What a coincidence. Now it made sense why the truck was loaded with so many supplies. If it belonged to Anan, that was no surprise. She was always generous. Still, Jiang Tian asked cautiously, Missin, is that your truck up ahead? I didn't see anyone inside. Of course, Anan wasn't about to admit she'd just gotten out to hide and aim a gun at them. She simply replied calmly, yes, it's mine. I just got out to use the bathroom. Jiang Tian breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I thought there was an ambush up ahead. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, he stared in shock at the man following behind her. She even brought a man with her to the bathroom? He'd seen girlfriends go to the bathroom together, but never a woman bringing a man along. Jiang Tian gave them a knowing look. Had they been hiding together just now? Then he shook his head. What was he thinking? The truck had only just stopped here. There hadn't been enough time for anything indecent. At that moment, Jiang Weiming got out of the car too. Noticing his brother's wandering thoughts, he gave him a smack on the head. Then he politely greeted Anan, Missin, what brings you here? And Nan glanced at Jiang Tian beside her before answering Jiang Weiming, I live here. Jiang Tian was surprised. Don't you live at Maple Forest Serenity? And Nan replied, I moved. Jiang Tian suddenly remembered something and slapped his forehead. Oh, my memory. All the buildings at Maple Forest Serenity collapsed during the earthquake. And Nan's heart skipped a beat. All collapsed? Thank goodness she, Sister Peipei, Zhao Ping'an, and the others had moved out in time, otherwise, it would have been dangerous. In her previous life, there hadn't been an earthquake at this time, so the residential buildings had been fine. But in this life, because of the butterfly effect, many things had changed. Luckily, she and Zhao Ping'an had both had a hunch and arranged to move away. She glanced at the water tanker behind the Jiang brothers and asked, What brings you here? Jiang Weiming replied, We're delivering water. And Nan asked, You're still selling water? Jiang Tian waved his hand. Not selling anymore. We're just delivering it for our old boss. Old boss? Jiang Tian explained, the Taiyu group I mentioned before, they hired us to help transport water. And Nan understood. Oh, the Yu family's water. Hearing her mention the Yu family, Jiang Weiming smiled. Since Missin lives here now, you must know President Yu and young Master Yu. That blonde guy? And Nan shook her head. I don't know them. Jiang Weiming was taken aback, then smiled and pointed at the big truck, changing the subject. Missin, are you out doing business again? Jiang Tian chimed in, looks like you've had a good haul. Got any good opportunities? Take your old buddy with you next time. And Nan glanced at the truck. No special opportunities. I took it by force. Jiang Tian was stunned, his mouth twitching. He took it by force? Jiang Weiming thought his brother was being too forward and that Nan was just making up a story to be cautious, so he explained, don't mind him. Missin Xiaotian didn't mean anything by it. We haven't been doing business lately, just running errands for the boss. In other words, we're not after your resources. And Nan realized he misunderstood and smiled as she explained, I'm really not doing business. I wiped out a small gang, and these are the supplies we confiscated. Now even Jiang Weiming lost his composure. Wiped out a gang? How could this woman say something so outrageous with such a calm expression? He looked at Nan and the man behind her up and down. Just the two of you wiped out a gang? Who would believe that? And Nan said, not just us. We had other teammates. We were just in charge of collecting the supplies. Jiang Weiming breathed a sigh of relief. That made more sense. No one could be that overpowered. He asked curiously, may I ask what organization you've joined, Missin? Over the past month, with the chaos caused by the mist, many people had banded together, forming gangs, squads, and small bases to survive. He and his brother had even considered joining a strong group. Missing seemed quite capable if they could join her group. But Nan looked a bit puzzled and waved her hand. No organization. Just 3 or 5 friends and neighbors. 3 or 5 friends? Jiang Tian couldn't hold it in anymore. You mean, just 3 or 5 of you wiped out a whole gang? Jiang Weiming was also incredulous. How many people were in that gang? Could it be that 10 or 8 people now counted as a gang? And Nan thought for a moment. About 400 or 500. What? 400 or 500 people. Hearing this, Jiang Tian nearly fell to the ground. Jiang Weiming was equally shocked. Defeating 400 or 500 people with just a few friends. How was that possible? She had a rifle, not a missile. But the brothers had dealt with Nan several times and knew she wasn't the type to brag. If she said it, it was probably true. They quietly took a step back, mentally reminding themselves to never cross this woman. They were just thinking of finding an excuse to leave quickly, to avoid any trouble, when Jiang Weiming glanced at the man behind Nan, whose face was hidden behind a gas mask, and found him oddly familiar. And this is... And Nan, in a good mood after killing Lu Xiulian and her family earlier, patiently introduced, Gu Jiu, my man. Behind her, Gu Jiu smiled slightly at the title. Gu Ji. President Gu? The brothers were completely stunned. Gu Jiu saw their reaction and asked, you know me? The Jiang brothers nodded vigorously. They worked for the Yu family. How could they not know the head of a rival company? If Gu Jiu hadn't always worn a mask, they would have recognized him sooner. Strictly speaking, they didn't really know him, just knew of him. The brothers stared at Nan with newfound awe. They knew President Gu never had any women around him. Missing had just moved here from Maple Forest Serenity, and in such a short time, she'd managed to win over this famously difficult man. Wait. Jiang Tian suddenly realized they'd always wondered who Nan's mysterious boss was, the one selling water and medicine. Now it was obvious, it was Gu Jiu. So she'd gone from employee to boss's wife. Impressive. And Nan had no idea they'd already imagined an entire post-apocalyptic workplace romance drama. She was still earnestly asking about the situation outside. The earthquake destroyed most of the city. Is your place still safe? The brothers shook their heads. Our house collapsed too. There's hardly anywhere left to live outside. We've moved to the official base now. And Nan exchanged a glance with Gu Jiu. The official base? The buildings there weren't affected? She was still thinking about the little house she'd bought. They were affected, of course, Jiang Tian said proudly, but don't forget, our country is famous for its construction prowess. The officials worked fast. Half the residential area has already been repaired. We just moved from the refugee camp to the base yesterday, Jiang Weiming said, pointing to the water tanker. As soon as we settled in, we started working for the boss again. And Nan nodded thoughtfully. After a few more words, everyone said their goodbyes and got into their vehicles, driving into the villa district. Sitting in the passenger seat, and Nan glanced at the water tanker in the rearview mirror. Suddenly, something occurred to her, and she turned to ask Gu Jiu. How does the water supply work in your villa? As Gu Jiu drove, he answered, the villa's water supply is connected to mineral water from inside the mountain. And Nan was surprised. You know how to do that? How did you get it connected? Gu Jiu smiled. It wasn't set up after the disaster. The connection was made when the villa was first built. And Nan thought back. How come I never knew there was a water source in Luan Mountain that could be tapped? She used to own a house halfway up the mountain and had lived there for years, but she'd never heard of any water inside the mountain. Gu Jiu explained, that water is for the Gu family's private use. The other villa owners don't know about it. And Nan clicked her tongue. It was one thing for the Gu family's villa to be different from everyone else's, but to have their own exclusive water source too? Gu Jiu glanced at Nan's expression and chuckled. Actually, this place wasn't originally meant to be a villa community. And Nan caught on. You mean, the Gu family's villa came first and the rest of the villas were built later? Gu Jiu nodded. Grandpa and I never liked the idea of living all alone in the mountains. We wanted some people around. And Nan nodded. That made sense. This was originally the Gu family's private estate, so of course they kept the water to themselves. Even after selling off land for other villas, whether or not to share the spring water was still their choice. And Nan understood now. No wonder none of us ever heard about the spring water. Gu Jiyu kept his eyes on the road. The Yu family knows. And Nan was a bit surprised. And they still moved in? The Yu family had always been rivals with the Gu family. It was odd enough for them to buy property from the Gu family, let alone settle down here. Why not just develop their own mountain and have their own exclusive resources? Gu Jiyu smirked. That father and son keep a close eye on me. I guess they don't feel secure living too far away. And Nan couldn't help but laugh. She suddenly remembered back in school, the kid who was always ranked second in class would constantly watch the top student, afraid the gap would suddenly widen if they let their guard down. Maybe the Yu family felt the same way. And Nan thought for a moment and said, looking at it this way, even though the official base promised you a plot of land, it might not be as comfortable as here. After all, in the apocalypse, unpolluted fresh water was incredibly precious. Even if the coming extreme cold meant no one would lack water for a while, who knew what might happen after that? Even before the apocalypse, countries had gone to war over water. Gu Jiyu, however, pressed his lips together. I used to think that too. But he hesitated. I think the water in this mountain is running out. And Nan was stunned. How could that be? Gu Jiyu explained. After the extreme heat, the water flow at home has been much weaker than before. Lately, when I shower at night, the water even cuts off intermittently. And Nan hadn't noticed before. She only used the house's water for washing up in the morning. At night, she'd bathe and wash her hair in her space, never using large amounts of water for long periods. Gu Jiyu guessed, at this rate, it won't be long before the water stops completely. And Nan sighed. Good thing we have the space, or we'd be in trouble for water. Gu Jiyu didn't seem worried. It's fine. I still have a private reservoir at the northern warehouse. We won't run out of water anytime soon. It's just that if we use that water, we'll have to transport it ourselves, like the Yu family does. It's a bit of a hassle. Speaking of transporting water, and Nan glanced in the rearview mirror. Doesn't seem that bad. They've only made one delivery in the past month and a half. Gu Jiyu also glanced at the mirror. The Yu family used to haul water every week. When they threw parties, they'd have trucks going back and forth for days. And Nan said, I've never seen those famous pool parties since I moved here. Gu Jiyu speculated, the long stretch of extreme heat probably dried up not just our spring, but their reservoir too. Yuchen, who was always extravagant, wouldn't tighten his belt unless things were really dire. As they chatted, the car pulled up to their house. After parking in the garage, and Nan used the walkie-talkie to contact Sister Peipei, Zhao Ping'an and Long Song'an, specifically asking them to drive over. Then the two of them went inside. A chicken and a rabbit immediately came running out, excited to greet them. Laifu cozied up to his owner, but also made sure to nuzzle Gu Jiyu, trying to curry favor with both. The rabbit looked around behind them. And Nan knew it was looking for Fugue. She sighed at the dog's loyalty, then let Fugue out from her space. With the three little ones running wild around the house, and Nan and Gu Jiyu sat on the sofa to rest and wait for Chu Peipei and the OT. Hers to arrive. After a short rest with her eyes closed, and Nan suddenly suggested, let's go to your warehouses in a while. We should move all the supplies into the space. Leaving them unattended doesn't feel safe. Gu Jiyu was stunned at first, then visibly brightened. Okay. And Nan saw how his smile nearly reached his ears and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Why are you so happy? Gu Jiyu smiled and ruffled her hair, saying nothing. He knew Nan well enough to understand that her willingness to take in his warehouses meant she'd truly accepted him and had no intention of ever leaving. How could he not be happy? And Nan, puzzled, asked again, seriously, what are you smiling about? Gu Jiyu grinned. Nothing, just thinking that the proposal worked. And Nan was confused. Huh? Gu Jiyu looked completely confident. You're taking the betrothal gifts, how could you run away now? And Nan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Gu Jiu really had a thing for ceremony, proposals, betrothal gifts. He was more into it than she was. Most couples in the apocalypse just teamed up to survive. Who still bothered with all these rituals like before? And Nan teased, "Aren't you afraid I'll take the betrothal gifts and run?" Gu Jiu smiled, not worried at all. "So, when do you want to go?" And Nan thought for a moment. "Let's wait until the fog clears." With this thick fog, it's not safe to drive long distances or fly. Aside from the northern warehouse, Gu Jiu's other two warehouses were very far away, one in the far south of China and one way out in the northwest. Compared to collecting supplies, safety came first. Based on her experience from her previous life, this thick fog should dissipate in just over 4 months. There would be a few days of buffer time between the fog and the extreme cold, and they could use that window to fly out and bring back all their supplies. Of course, she couldn't rule out the possibility that, thanks to the butterfly effect, things might change again. They'd just have to adapt as needed. Anyway, with their snow vehicles and thermal suits now, even if the extreme cold arrived earlier than expected, it wouldn't affect their movements. Gu Jiu, who had been silent for a while, suddenly said, "Then this is the perfect time to get our wedding done." And Nan was startled by his sudden change of topic. "What?" Gu Jiu replied, "We'll be heading south, then northwest. During these disaster times, it's rare to get the chance to travel so far. We might as well treat it as our honeymoon." And Nan rolled her eyes. "You're just making excuses." To her surprise, Gu Jiu admitted it cheerfully. "Yep." Then he said, word by word, "The honeymoon is just an excuse. What I really want is to marry you as soon as possible." And Nan looked at him, unable to hide her smile. This man was getting smoother and smoother with his words. And, annoyingly, she really liked it. So she hooked her lips into a smile and agreed, all right. They'd already slept together. She couldn't keep denying him a proper title forever, could she? Gu Jiu was visibly excited at her answer, his emotions on full display for once. Just as the atmosphere between them was growing more and more intimate, the doorbell rang. And Nan cleared her throat and pushed him away. "Zhao Ping'an and the others are here. Go open the door." Gu Jiu took a deep breath. "If I'd known, I would have told them to come tomorrow." Still, he obediently went to open the door. Chu Peipei came in looking worried. "Did something happen? Why did you specifically ask us to drive over? Where are we going?" Zhao Ping'an was carrying tools for fixing the door. "I even tied a big door to the roof of the car. I'll install it for you later. Anyone with legs could just walk into your yard right now. What great friends." But Nan still refused. "No need, we already have a door." Zhao Ping'an was still enthusiastic. "What kind of door? Is it sturdy?" "The one I brought was salvaged from someone's house in the villa district when I was out scavenging. It's really good quality." He'd pretty much searched all the unoccupied villas and collapsed courtyards, picking up all sorts of good stuff. Not just doors, even scrap metal hadn't escaped his notice. And Nan smiled. "I got this door from the Tsanglong gang. It's very sturdy, no one's getting through it easily." Then she turned to Chu Peipei. "I called you all over because I want you to split the Tsanglong gang's supplies with us. That female gang leader has been dealt with, and we left a small portion of the supplies for the prisoners there. The rest we brought back. We'll split it evenly." Chu Peipei and Zhao Ping'an exchanged a glance, then said in unison, "How can we take the supplies you collected?" Just then, Long Tsong'an arrived. When he heard about splitting the supplies, his reaction was even stronger than Chu Peipei and Zhao Ping'an's. He waved his hands repeatedly. "I can't take any. I didn't do much to help, and I even lost Fugue and the others." Not far away, Fugue rolled his eyes in disdain. "Lost me? You wish." This king ran off on purpose, charged straight into the enemy camp to be Sister Nan's vanguard. Despite everyone's refusals, and Nan was firm. She hadn't brought them along to the Tsanglong gang because she needed to interrogate in Xingye, and no one had objected. Even though they knew there'd be supplies to collect, they didn't complain at all. Just for that, and Nan recognized them as true partners and was willing to share the spoils. Disasters are unpredictable. No one knows how hard the days ahead will be or how long the hard times will last. We should all stock up as much as we can while we can. She looked at Zhao Ping'an. Aunt who is getting old, she can't handle much hardship. The supplies you've stockpiled won't last more than a few years before they're gone. Then she turned to Long Tsong'an. You have a wife and child to support. Finally, she looked at Chu Peipei, who is single and unattached. Didn't you say you wanted to grow and struggle together with me? If you don't take your share of supplies now, what will you do when you run out? Borrow from me? And Nan said, word by word, we're a team. We face danger together, so when it comes to sharing the benefits, it should be fair too. Only then can we grow and move forward together. Even Gu Jiu, usually so sparing with words, spoke up. Even brothers settle accounts clearly. Take what's yours. In the end, everyone was convinced, but they still refused to split things evenly. After all, and Nan had provided the key weapons for taking down the enemy, they'd just helped out and made some noise. How could they take an equal share? So, after some discussion, they decided Nan would take half, and the remaining half would be split among Chu Peipei, Zhao Ping'an, and Long Tsong'an. As for weapons, Nan already had plenty of guns and ammo, so the homemade guns and bullets from the Zhanglong gang were left for the other three to use for self-defense. Gu Jiu drove the truck loaded with supplies out of the garage, and everyone started dividing things up in the courtyard. Chu Peipei and Zhao Ping'an's van could hold a lot. Long Tsong'an drove the old villa's nanny van, which had less space, but a few trips would do the trick. Everyone worked in an orderly fashion. Those who needed food took food first. Those short on daily necessities took those first. No fighting, no snatching, just a harmonious scene. When the Jiang brothers arrived, this was what they saw, a lively, bustling scene of people splitting up supplies. Jiang Tian's eyes went wide. Are we witnessing a loot split? Watch your words, Jiang Wei gave him a look, then mused, so these are the few close friends Miss An mentioned. Jiang Tian looked at them a little envious. Following this sister really does mean there's meat to eat. This truckload of goods was nothing like the dry rations they'd managed to scrounge up before. The variety here was incredible, everything you could want. There were several things his family was short on, things you couldn't buy even if you had the money. He hadn't been able to get them with dry rations either. And Nan quickly noticed them. The Jiang brothers immediately came over to say hello. We finished delivering the water and came by specially to say goodbye, Miss An. Miss An, we really hit it off. If you ever need anything, just let us brothers know. As they spoke, they carefully wrote down their address at the official base on a slip of paper and handed it over. And Nan understood they were trying to get on her good side. After several trades, she could tell these two had sharp instincts. Not only were they shrewd, but they were also excellent middlemen. She might need them in the future. So she smiled warmly, chatted with them a bit, and then they said their goodbyes. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the Zhanglong gang was anything but relaxed. Chen Tingting staggered out of the human sheep camp like a walking corpse. Chen Tingting's father was already dead. The human sheep camp reeked of filth, filled with people who looked like beggars. Unlike the brothel, there were no guards inside the human sheep camp. Normally, the guards would be stationed outside, but today, they had all gone with Nan Guiyan to Luan Mountain. So, when she entered, she encountered no obstacles. She called out Dad again and again, but no one answered. The people locked up inside had long since been beaten into submission. They had all witnessed others who tried to escape being skinned and butchered alive. So when the door first opened, no one dared to move. They all shrank back on the ground, staying perfectly still. They watched her warily at first, waiting to see if any guards would come in and drag this intruding girl away. Only when it was clear no one was coming did they dare to get up and peek outside. Once they were sure there really were no guards, they rushed out, overjoyed and excited to escape. Chen Tingting called out for a long time, but no one paid her any attention. She nervously watched the people running out, afraid she might miss her father. But all she saw were unfamiliar faces. When almost everyone had left, one of the last people to go glanced at her with pity, pointed to a door at the far end, and said, Why don't you check that room? Qintingting paused. There were other rooms inside? She thanked him and hurried over. The closer she got to the door, the stronger the stench of blood that seeped out through the cracks. Next to the door hung a cardboard sign, neatly written in black marker with 3 characters, Slaughterhouse. Qintingting began to tremble all over. She had heard the order from the female boss and was certain her father had been locked up in the human sheep camp. Since he wasn't with the others, there was a good chance he was in. She stared at the door, unable to bring herself to open it. It took her a long time to muster up the courage. Finally, she took a deep breath and pushed at the door. It was locked. Qintingting pushed several times, but it wouldn't budge. Luckily, it was just an ordinary door, not one of the brothel's impenetrable gates. She threw her weight against it a few times and managed to break it open. As the door swung open, Qintingting looked up and saw a man hanging upside down, his body bloody and mangled. She jumped back in fright, screaming, nearly fainting from terror. Forcing herself to overcome her fear, she shakily walked over to check. Once she confirmed it wasn't her father, she let out a sigh of relief. It seemed to be the man who was within Xiaobei's mother. By now, Wang Dang was completely dead, even his blood had been drained. Qintingting had never seen a dead body before. Once she was sure it wasn't her father, she didn't dare look again and forced herself to keep going. The room was very dim. Although there was a window, whether it was because of the thick fog outside or the heavy gloom inside, the room remained dark and cold. Blood was splattered everywhere, on the floor, on the walls. All around hung various chilling knives, most of them still caked with dried blood. In the corner hung a work apron, which made Qintingting think of the deranged killers in movies. But the most eye-catching things were the 2 cold metal operating tables in the center. Each was covered with a cloth, and something was faintly visible underneath. Anyone could guess what the slaughterhouse's operating tables were for. Qintingting didn't dare go near them. She looked around the room, calling softly for her father. "Dad, where are you? Dad, are you okay?" She called several times, but no one answered. There were no other doors. Left with no choice, Qintingting turned her gaze to the 2 operating tables. Her heart pounded like a drum as she reached out with trembling hands to lift the cloth on the first table. Underneath was a half-dismembered woman she didn't recognize. The sight was so horrifying that Qintingting doubled over and vomited violently. This place was hell on earth. She missed her mother so much, missed her warm, clean home. Crying and retching, it took her a long time to recover. Then, still trembling, she went to lift the cloth on the other table. When she saw who lay beneath, all hope died within her. It was her father. Her father, torn to pieces. The shock was so great that Qintingting didn't even cry. Instead, she carefully examined the body on the table. At first glance, it was definitely her father. The high nose bridge, the thick lips, the stubble that never seemed to go away. But for some reason, the more she looked, the more unfamiliar this man seemed. Her father's mouth always curled up in a smile, but this man's mouth turned down. Was this really her father? She looked at the severed hand. On the ring finger was a platinum wedding band. Qintingting recognized the ring. It was the custom wedding ring her father had made when he married her mother, a matching pair, never once taken off. Could this really be her father? Her gaze drifted to the man's pale, bloodless face, and she stared at it for a while. No, this wasn't her father. Her father wasn't this pale. It must be that this stranger, who looked a bit like her father, had stolen his wedding ring. Qintingting suddenly turned and strode out. Her father wasn't here. He must have already gone home. She had to hurry back. She'd see him as soon as she got home. As she stepped out of the slaughterhouse, she saw the person who'd given her directions still waiting there. When he saw her come out, he asked with some concern, "Did you find your father?" Qintingting shook her head. "No." The man looked puzzled. "Wasn't that him inside?" He explained, "Yesterday, 2 men were brought in together. One was called Wang Dang, he'd been in the human sheep camp for a while. The other was new, looked well-dressed, kept calling for his daughter. Aft. They were brought in, they kept making a scene, like they'd gone mad, insisting on going out to save their daughters. said their daughters were locked up in the filthy brothel. They made such a fuss that the guards finally dealt with them. TSK, even after they were dragged into the slaughterhouse, they kept shouting. One kept yelling Xiao Bei, the other. I think it was Ting Ting. He looked at Chen Tingting and said, when I saw you looking for someone, I thought you must be one of their daughters. After hearing this, Chen Tingting broke down. Her legs gave out and she collapsed to the ground, wailing. After a long while, she suddenly fell silent, her eyes blank and empty. Thank you. The one inside isn't my dad. My dad is still alive. He just went home first. As Chen Tingting spoke, she moved like a walking corpse, stumbling out of the human livestock camp. She wandered down the stairs in a daze. The lobby on the first floor was silent. Every woman from the brothel had run off to the granary, leaving the hall so quiet that she could only hear her own breathing. Chen Tingting ran out of the Tsanglong gang's base, her face blank and lost as she stepped into the thick fog. She stood there for a while, suddenly at a loss for where to go. Where was her home? Without her phone, without GPS, she had no idea which way was which. The oppressive fog pushed her emotions to the brink, anxiety and suffocation threatening to overwhelm her. So she simply picked a direction at random and charged forward. She hadn't gone far when she noticed a figure not far off the road, hunched over and busy with something. Someone from the Tsanglong gang was still alive? She remembered the bodies in the slaughterhouse and suddenly shouted, raising her fist and rushing over. These bastards, every last one of them deserves to die. She charged over, fists flying, but before she could land a blow, the person flipped her over their shoulder and slammed her to the ground. Chen Tingting cried out in pain, but stubbornly cursed, "Bastard! All you bastards! You all have to pay for what you've done!" She shouted as she struggled to her feet, ready to attack again. "Are you crazy?" A familiar voice called out, making Chen Tingting freeze. She wiped the tears from her eyes and finally saw the person's face clearly. He Yuan. He Yuan frowned at her tear-streaked face. "Where's your dad? Weren't you going to find him?" Looking at He Yuan's strange, somewhat frightening face, Chen Tingting didn't feel afraid. Instead, she suddenly calmed down. She opened her mouth, wanting to say, "Dad's fine, he went home first," but for some reason, she suddenly burst into tears, sobbing, "My dad was killed by bad people." And then, as if a dam had burst, "My mom was killed by them too. The three of us were just fine before, and now suddenly I'm the only one left. I'm an orphan now. I don't have a mom or dad anymore." He Yuan listened, unable to stop himself from looking down at the ground. There was a simple mound of earth, with a crooked wooden board beside it, scrawled with Sister Chi's grave. He Yuan clenched his fists, his hands covered in dirt and wounds. Yeah, everything was fine before, and now suddenly he was the only one left. He'd been digging a grave here. Surprisingly, those bastards had actually buried Jishan and hadn't desecrated her body, but he still couldn't bear to leave her buried alone beside the Tsanglong gang's base. He had to take her home. Jishan had said she wanted to stay at home, waiting to see her mom and dad. Maybe Mr. Chi and his wife would come back from abroad one day. He had to take Jishan home to wait for them. She'd be so happy when she saw her parents again. He Yuan touched the pocket on the side of his pants. Inside was the bracelet Li Jun had given him, Qi Jishan's bracelet. Not long ago, when he passed through the first floor lobby, he'd seen little Li Jun's body. The boy still had the lollipop hairpin he'd taken from Jishan pinned to his clothes. He Yuan had stopped and stared at him for a while. Although the boy had tried to protect Jishan and had managed to see her buried properly in the end, He Yuan didn't feel grateful. If it weren't for him and his mother, Jishan wouldn't have died. This kid didn't deserve Jishan's friendship. Even in death, He Yuan wouldn't allow his soul to have any connection to Jishan. So he took the hairpin, threw it to the ground, stomped it to pieces, and then strode away. He Yuan snapped back to the present, looking at Chen Tingting, who was still cursing the Tsanglong gang, so agitated she was about to pass out. He shouted, "Calm down." He tore off the hem of his shirt, folded it a few times, and tied it around Chen Tingting's face like a mask. The fog amplified people's emotions. Just now, when he couldn't find Jishan's body, he'd almost lost his mind too. Only when he saw the grave did he finally calm down. No one understood Chintingting's feelings better than he did. He grabbed her shoulders and shook her hard. You! Calm down. Don't cry. Be strong. Go get your dad and take him home. Don't leave him here. With Hiyuan's comfort, Chintingting gradually calmed down. She'd been breathing so hard just now that she was almost suffocating from lack of oxygen. Once she was calm, she repeated Hiyuan's words to herself, take dad home. Then she got anxious again. But I can't find my way home. I've never been here before, and there's fog everywhere. Seeing that she seemed a bit more normal, Hiyuan let go of her and bent down to keep digging at the grave with his hands. I can find the way back to the hillside. You go get your dad first. Hearing Hiyuan's commanding tone, Chintingting seemed to find her backbone. She immediately turned and ran back toward the hotel. Okay, wait for me. Halfway there, she turned to call back, worried, you have to wait for me. She wanted to go home. Her mom was still waiting for her at home. Even if it was just a cold corpse now, as long as she was by her mother's side, she could feel at peace. Chintingting ran back quickly, brushing past the person who'd given her directions earlier as she went upstairs. Huh? Why are you back? Did you find your dad? Without looking back, Chintingting ran upstairs with determination. I found him. I'm taking him home. The slaughterhouse was still a horrific sight. Chintingting kept her eyes straight ahead as she ran to the operating table, quickly picking up the cloth that had fallen to the floor and wrapping up her father. Head, body, organs. She carefully packed everything, not leaving a single piece behind, then struggled to carry him downstairs. Dad, don't be afraid. We're going home. When she got back outside, Jishan had already been dug up. Chintingting ran to Hiyuan's side. Ready to go? Hiyuan gently cradled Jishan in his arms and slowly stood up. Let's go. They started their journey home at dusk, searching for the way as they walked. It took them the entire night to finally make it back to the area near Luan Mountain. By the time they reached the villa district, it was already noon the next day. At that moment, Long Xing'an was driving the family van, taking his wife and child to Villa No. 1. Everyone was gathering at Villa No. 1 today, both to celebrate wiping out the Zhenglong gang and to make up for the engagement party that had been ruined the day before. Long Xing'an was in a good mood, humming as he drove, when he spotted the disheveled Hiyuan and Chintingting on the main road. He thought for a moment, pulled over, rolled down the window, and asked with concern, "What happened to you two? Are you all right?" It wasn't that Long Xing'an liked meddling in other people's business. Hiyuan and Chintingting just looked far too miserable. Yesterday, Boss Gu had specifically instructed everyone to pay extra attention to any unusual activity in the villa district to prevent another sudden invasion. Fortunately, this time the Zhenglong gang had only tossed a test explosive into Villa No. 5. If they'd set off a whole carload of explosives like they did at Villa No. 1, everyone at the engagement banquet would have been killed, either blown up or crushed by the collapsing building. Long Xing'an carefully sized up Hiyuan and Chintingting. Neither of them had their shoes. Their bare feet were caked with mud mixed with blood. Hiyuan was carrying the stiff corpse of Miss Qi, while Chintingting dragged a huge bundle behind her. After being dragged for so long, the cloth was already torn and tattered, and through the holes, half an arm was sticking out. It was obvious what was inside. Hearing Long Xing'an's greeting, Hiyuan, who'd been walking with his head down, looked up at him but said nothing. The road home was hard to find. He was carrying Jishan, his body covered in wounds, his mind numb and dazed, running on autopilot. In contrast, Chintingting was tense and on high alert, eyeing the people in the car warily. Long Xing'an had only moved to the villa district after the disaster, so he wasn't a familiar neighbor to Chintingting. Although he often came and went from Villa No. 1 as Gu Jiu's assistant, there was little interaction between the Gu and Qin families, so Chintingting barely recognized him. Having just survived being kidnapped by the Zhenglong gang, Chintingting was now guarded against all strangers. She clenched her fists, trying her best to look tough and unapproachable. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Long Songin was taken aback. "I'm your neighbor. You're Miss Chin, right?" Did something happen? Chin Tingting didn't know him, but he certainly knew her. As a competent assistant, he was naturally familiar with his boss's living environment and all the neighbors. Chin Tingting still looked wary. "Neighbor? I've never seen you before." Long Songin explained, "I moved here after the disaster. I'm Boss Gu's assistant at Villa Number 1. Boss Gu." At the mention of Gu Jiu, Chin Tingting's expression softened considerably. So he was one of Boss Gu's people. "Please pass a message to Boss Gu and Miss In for me. I've just gotten home. I'll thank them in person when I get the chance." With that, she hurried to catch up with He Yuan ahead. "Thank them?" Long Songin was a bit puzzled. In the back seat, Li Shihan, who hadn't spoken, looked nervously at the limbs sticking out of that huge bundle and asked Long Songin, "Honey, what's going on with them?" Long Songin shook his head. "I don't know." He started the car and drove forward, adding, "Boss Gu and Miss and probably no." By the time the Long family arrived at Villa Number 1, Zhao Ping'an, Chu Peipei, and Hu Tsuelan were already there, bustling around helping with preparations. Although An Nan was hosting the dinner, everyone knew how precious food was in the apocalypse, so they'd all brought a few dishes to contribute. Li Shihan chatted a bit after coming in, then quickly took out the cured meat and spicy pickled vegetables she'd brought. With so many hands, the meal was ready in no time. And Nan opened a bottle of red wine, and everyone gathered around the table, celebrating their victory and the harvest. After they'd eaten for a while, Long Songin mentioned He Yuan and Chin Tingting. Miss Chin specifically said she wanted to come by and thank you. And Nan sighed after hearing this. Sounds like her father didn't make it. Li Shihan, remembering how Chin Tingting had struggled to drag that bundle with her thin frame, felt a pang in her heart. "You mean, her father is in that bundle? That's so tragic." And Nan nodded. "Since Mr. Chin didn't come back with them, it's most likely him wrapped in that cloth." She then recounted what she'd seen and heard in the Tsanglong gang's den. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. That Tsanglong gang is truly evil. The girls from the Qi and Chin families are so pitiful. They were just fine at home, and now one's dead and the others lost both parents. Such senseless tragedy. Chu Peipei was especially angry after hearing about the miserable fate of the children in the brothel. That gang leader has a son himself. How could he bear to lock up other people's little boys in a brothel? If their parents knew, their hearts would break. Amid all the sighs, only Long Xiaobao kept eating, his cheeks stuffed full. He crunched on pickled vegetables while reaching with his chopsticks for the boiled shrimp on the far side of the table. Although the Long family was better off than most survivors at the foot of the mountain, their life was nothing like before the disaster. 2 meals a day, mostly coarse grain porridge or noodles with pickles. Only occasionally could they have a proper meal to improve their diet. So faced with a table full of delicious dishes, it was hard for a child not to let his greed show. Hu Tsuelan, being older and fond of children, couldn't help but laugh and help him get a shrimp. "Can't reach it? Granny Hu will peel it for you." Li Shihan looked at her son a bit embarrassed. "Xiaobao, you haven't finished the lamb chop in your bowl. What did mommy teach you? Don't eye the food on the plate when you haven't finished what's in your bowl." And Nan laughed, smoothing things over. "It's fine. He's just a kid." She patted Long Xiaobao's head. "Eat whatever you want. If you can't finish, Auntie An will pack it up for you." Long Songin was Gu Jiu's capable assistant, and with only this one precious son, and Nan was more than happy to show Xiaobao some extra love. Long Xiaobao was quick-witted, immediately chirping, "Thank you, Auntie An. Auntie An is beautiful and kind." He didn't forget Hu Tsuelan either. "Thank you, Granny Hu, for peeling my shrimp." Hu Tsuelan's eyes crinkled with laughter. "What a good boy." At that moment, Chu Peipei teased, "What about Auntie Chu? Isn't Auntie Chu beautiful and kind too?" Long Xiaobao tilted his head, thought for a moment, and blurted out, "Auntie Chu is gentle and kind. But she looks like a man. In other words, kind-hearted but not beautiful." Everyone at the table burst out laughing. Chu Peipei touched her bald head and laughed too. This hairstyle really does make me look a bit androgynous. The mood lightened considerably, but Nan thought for a moment and brought the topic back to the Tsenglong gang. Everyone should be mentally prepared. Ruthless and powerful gangs like the Tsenglong gang are only going to become more common. Having lived through this once before, Nan knew very well that the future would belong to various organizations and factions. Survivors on their own, or even as single families, would find it nearly impossible to make it. Never mind the future. Even now, you can hardly see any survivors from the bottom rungs of society. The reason is simple: they can barely find any supplies anymore. All resources are in the hands of various gangs, private bases, and official bases in different regions. Even though Nan has the cheat of her storage space, she still feels it's necessary to give her companions a heads up about the situation ahead. Whenever the future is mentioned, everyone feels a bit weighed down. There are just too many uncertainties. Forget about the criminal gangs. Just dealing with natural disasters is already exhausting, both physically and mentally. The simplest way to cope with anxiety is to eat. Chu Pei stuffed a huge pile of shredded potatoes into her mouth before saying, "So, does our group count as an organization? Should we come up with a gang name or something?" Zhao Ping'an shook his head. "At best, we're just a crew." Everyone burst out laughing. Hu Chuilan shot her son a look. "Trust you to say that. We're a righteous team, and you make us sound like a criminal gang." Long Tsongan, who was drinking, suddenly thought of something and choked, coughing hard. Li Shihan quickly patted his back. "How are you like a kid, choking on this?" Gu Jiu smiled and explained for him. Special Assistant Long probably remembered what the residents at Maple Grove Residences said about us. Chu Pei pointed at herself. "What they said about us?" Gu Jiu nodded, glancing at Nan and Zhao Ping'an. They were in tears, saying you two were the infamous local crime syndicate. Thinking back to their days ruling the neighborhood, everyone laughed. Chu Pei grinned. Back then, life felt so tough, but looking back now, that was nothing. Zhao Ping'an agreed, yeah. What matters most is that friends stick together. We face difficulties as a team. Who cares about the Tsenglong gang or Tiger gang? We'll take them on together. At that, everyone raised their glasses. We'll take them on together. Little Bao, the dragon kid, shouted the loudest. He drank his AD calcium milk with the vigor of downing strong liquor, making everyone roar with laughter. After the laughter died down, Chu Pei put down her glass. Seriously, the problems we'll face in the future are going to be even tougher. With survival resources dwindling, survivors who've adapted to the law of the jungle are becoming more ruthless and cutthroat. Zhao Ping'an nodded. Just like our idol said, in the future, it's not just scheming neighbors we have to watch out for, but more organized and disciplined forces like the Tsenglong gang. That's going to be a real headache. And Nan took the opportunity to suggest it's always safer under a big tree. Have you guys considered, like me, buying an apartment at the official base? Buy an apartment? The room fell silent for a moment. Zhao Ping'an bit his chopsticks and groaned. It's the apocalypse and I still have to be a mortgage slave. He said that, but honestly, even without Nan's reminder, he'd already been thinking about it. While fixing up the yard last night, he thought, if this were the official base, would the Tsenglong gang dare act so arrogantly? The authorities would never allow any gang to run wild inside the base. And when outside forces invade, it wouldn't just be them defending themselves. It'd be the whole base standing together. Chu Pei had clearly thought of this too. If we lived in the base, it would definitely be a lot safer than here. She'd only planned to settle on the hillside before, never considering moving to the official base. After all, who would give up a free luxury villa to squeeze into a tiny, overpriced apartment at the base? But after the earthquake, the thick fog, and the Tsenglong gang incident, she realized what you really buy isn't the apartment itself, but the confidence and sense of security the authorities provide. It's like a government job, you're not in it for the money, but for the stability. As for Long Tsongan, there was never any question. He's never had strong opinions of his own. He only knows, wherever Bosku goes, he goes. It's just not convenient to serve him from afar. Since Bosku might settle at the official base in the future, he'll definitely follow. Soon, they all agreed to go check out apartments at the official base tomorrow. And Nan even gave them the contact info the Jiang brothers had left her. These are some middlemen I know who live at the base. If you run into any trouble there, you can ask them for help. Before leaving yesterday, the Jiang brothers had said plenty of nice things. If you have resources, you should make use of them. Oh, and Nan added, help me check on my apartment and see what condition it's in now. After all, there'd been a big earthquake, and who knows if the building she bought is even still standing. Fortunately, according to the Jiang brothers, even if the building collapsed, the authorities would repair and rehouse the residents. Hu Chuilan had gotten used to living in a big house, and when she heard Nan say the largest apartment at the official base was only 60 square meters, she couldn't help but grumble. This wretched apocalypse. We have a nice big house, but have to squeeze into a tiny apartment. How is that fair? Zhao Ping'an, worried she'd lose her temper, quickly soothed her. We'll keep living here as usual. The apartment at the base is just a backup. Chu Peipei nodded. Yeah, if there's another earthquake or a powerful enemy shows up, the base apartment will be our fallback. Until then, we'll keep living here. She muttered. It's not like the official base is going to suddenly shut down one day, right? And Nan paused, chopsticks in midair, then thought back carefully. At least in her previous life, the official base was still standing right up until she died. She and Gu Jiu weren't planning to move to the base just yet. She just figured that after the extreme cold, the eternal night would be too dangerous, and it'd be safer under the authorities' protection. Luoan Mountain was already remote, and with the eternal night, it'd become a paradise for criminal gangs. Add in the mysterious mutant animals, and it'd definitely be uninhabitable by then. The reason she suggested Chu Peipei and the others buy apartments so early was because, in her memory, prices at the official base skyrocketed later on. Apartments became hard to find, and prices multiplied several times over. Better to buy early. After finishing the conversation about apartments, everyone happily continued eating. After dinner, no one wanted to go home. Entertainment is scarce in the apocalypse, so when someone hosts a gathering, no one wants to leave early. In high spirits, they all gathered to play Truth or Dare. And Nan hadn't planned to join in, just keeping them company, but to her surprise, she and Gu Jiu were picked in the very first round. Chu Peipei, all gossipy, asked, describe your love in 4 words. The two exchanged a glance. And Nan blurted out, love grew over time. But Gu Jiu said, love at first sight. The room fell silent for a few seconds. Even Nan looked at Gu Jiu in surprise, as if she hadn't expected that answer. Chu Peipei jumped up excitedly. Come on, you two. Explain your answers. And Nan withdrew her gaze from Gu Jiu and glanced around at the eyes sparkling with gossip all around her. It seemed like only Long Xiaobao was unfazed, still immersed in his world of snacks. And Nan found it a bit funny. Falling in love over time is just falling in love over time. What's there to explain? After thinking for a moment, she gave a simple translation of the idiom. It means that after spending a long time together, two people gradually develop feelings for each other. Maybe Nan's explanation was too boring because everyone's attention quickly shifted to Gu Jiu. But your answers aren't the same. Zhao Ping'an was the first to speak up, egging them on. Looks like it was Big Brother Gu who fell in love first. Li Shihan, who loved gossip more than anyone, couldn't contain her excitement. I want to hear President Gu's version. Even Long Song'in was unusually bold. So it was love at first sight. I knew it, President Gu was acting so strange back then. Chu Peipei joined in, getting fired up. Strange how? Give us the details. Only Aunt Hu, the oldest among them, stayed quiet and composed, but she silently slid the bowl of sunflower seeds closer to herself, looking ready to settle in for the gossip. Everyone turned to Gu Jiu with teasing smiles, eager to dig into his feelings. Before Long Song'in could say anything else, Gu Jiu calmly mimicked Nan's tone and translated the idiom. It means I liked her from the very first moment I saw her. Oh. Wow. The group erupted in laughter and teasing. Liked her from the very first moment. and Nan's thick skin was as reliable as ever, but her ears still grew a little hot. The first moment? She tried to recall the first time they met. It was on the boat where she was making a deal with Long Song-in, and the beauty-obsessed Fugue had suddenly leapt into Gu Jiyu's arms. She herself had stared at him a few extra times, stunned by his looks. So he had feelings for her even back then? But at the time, he'd barely spared her a glance. He was so cold. There hadn't been the slightest sign that he was interested. And Nan pursed her lips. What a closet romantic. He really could put on an act. She'd always thought their feelings had developed gradually, during their time together in the mountains and at the base, at least. That's how it was for her. She never expected this guy to have been harboring thoughts from the very start. Before Nan could finish her thoughts, Zhao Pingyan winked and teased, "Idol, you were clearly a step behind. Big Brother Gu's feelings run deeper." Deeper feelings? And Nan protested, "Isn't love at first sight just being attracted by someone's looks? Real feelings grow over time." Everyone burst out laughing again, and this time even Long Xiaobao joined in. "Mama, what does being attracted by someone's looks mean?" Li Shihan gave him a light smack. "Go on, go play. Grown-ups are talking." But Gu Jiyu answered calmly, "It means you think Andian is pretty, so you like her." Long Xiaobao's face lit up with sudden understanding, and he declared loudly, "I get it. I like Andian because she's pretty too." The whole room erupted in laughter. Li Shihan looked at her son and laughed so hard she almost couldn't breathe. "Silly boy, that's not how you use that idiom. Go on, go play." Long Xiaobao pouted. The adult world was so hard to understand. Not far away, Fugue nudged his waist. See? See? Grown-ups really do talk in a way that's impossible to understand. After everyone had laughed enough, they finally let in Nan and Gu Jiyu off the hook and moved on to the next round of the game. This time, the ones picked were Chu Peipei and Hu Tsuelon. Li Shihan posed the question, "Who do you love most?" Both answers were unexpected. Chu Peipei answered first, without even thinking, "I love Nan and the most." Gu Jiyu lifted his gaze and gave her a cool glance. Chu Peipei suddenly felt a chill down her spine. She forced a smile and hurried to explain, "President Gu, don't misunderstand. There are all kinds of love. My love for Nan is pure. There's nothing romantic about it." At the mention of romantic, everyone remembered the earlier love at first sight joke and burst out laughing again. After a while, Chu Peipei explained seriously, "If you'd asked me before, I'd have had to think hard about whether I loved my parents, my husband, or the baby in my belly the most. But the old Chu Peipei is gone now, gone with them. The Chu Peipei I am now only exists because of Nan. Parents, friends, family, they're all her now." And Nan hadn't expected that answer, but looking into Chu Peipei's sincere eyes, she felt like it was exactly what she should have said. They shared a knowing smile. People say you can always feel if someone truly likes you. In her past life, she hadn't understood that and had treated Bai Wenbin and Qian Yinger as real friends, giving them her sincerity. Looking back, it was because after her mother and grandparents died, she'd never again received true love or friendship. So she hadn't known that a burning heart could be felt. It's not about actions or details, but about feeling that blazing sincerity. Just like she'd never doubted Gu Jiyu's feelings for her, Chu Peipei's sincerity was just as clear. And Nan smiled. She thanked the heavens for giving her a second chance. She had a lover, friends, warmth, a home. After Chu Peipei answered, it was Hu Tsuelon's turn. Zhao Pingyan immediately said, "My mom definitely loves me the most." But almost at the same time, Hu Tsuelon gave a different answer, "I love myself the most." The room fell silent again. No one had expected Hu Tsuelon to say that. Zhao Pingyan was stunned, scratching his head awkwardly. "Huh? Not me." And Nan was surprised too. After all, Hu Tsuelon's love for her son was obvious to everyone. It's almost an unspoken rule that women, after becoming mothers, give selflessly, even to the point of losing themselves. The image of elders sacrificing everything for their children is deeply ingrained in people's minds. No one expected Hu Tsuelon to answer this way. She smiled at her son. Don't worry, you really are the person I love most. Then she quickly added, of course, after myself. She ruffled Zhao Ping'an's hair, as if he were a child. It's because I love myself most that I have you. Li Shihan grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds. And who? Sounds like there's a story behind that. Zhao Ping'an was curious too. Mom, tell us. Hu Tsuelan smiled. Her story was actually very simple. In short, it was a life spent pleasing herself. When Hu Tsuelan was young, she had a stable and respectable job back in her hometown, one her parents were very pleased with. Thanks to her decent job and good looks, matchmakers were practically lining up at her family's door. But she resolutely turned down every blind date, and despite her parents' objections, she quit the job she didn't like and decided to leave home to make her own way in the world. At the time, her parents scolded her harshly, calling her an unfilial and rebellious daughter. Hu Tsuelan's mother even complained more than once that her daughter's willfulness kept her up all night, unable to sleep at her age. So, for 3 nights in a row, Hu Tsuelan barged into her parents' bedroom in the middle of the night and demanded, "Didn't you say you couldn't sleep? Then why are you snoring?" In the end, sticking to her guns, Hu Tsuelan left home and, despite all the disapproving voices around her, chose a job she truly enjoyed. A few years later, she actually achieved some impressive results. Along the way, she met Zhao Ping'an's father and eventually got married. Her life seemed to follow the script of a strong female lead in a feel-good novel, and everyone thought that a woman as ambitious and capable as Hu Tsuelan was destined for great things. Everyone in the family, including her husband, hoped she would keep building her career, go even further, achieve true success in the worldly sense, and lead the whole family to a higher social class. But at that time, what she wanted most was to have a child of her own while she was still young. That's right, it wasn't because her parents were pressuring her, nor because her in-laws wanted a grandchild, and it wasn't even about giving her husband a symbol of their love. She simply wanted a child of her own, for herself. At the time, her career was on the rise, and every voice in society told her that having a child now was clearly unwise. But she said, "How much money is enough anyway, and there's no standard answer to life. I'm going to do what makes me happy." And so, Zhao Ping'an was born. After that, everyone assumed that, having finally had the child she'd always wanted, Hu Tsuelan would become a virtuous, selfless, and devoted mother. But instead, she sent Zhao Ping'an off to daycare early on, telling him not to interrupt her enjoyment of life. Other mothers would say, "Be good, son. Mom doesn't like this dish, you eat it." Hu Tsuelan, on the other hand, would say, "Be good, son. Mom loves this dish, so you don't eat it." Family and friends around her all thought she was selfish, a textbook example of refined self-interest. So, when Zhao Ping'an's father passed away, everyone predicted that Hu Tsuelan would soon remarry and find new love. But once again, she surprised everyone. All these years, she remained single and raised her child on her own. Some praised her for her loyalty, but she dismissed it, saying, "I'm not staying single for anyone's sake, I just haven't found love a second time." Before they passed away, Hu Tsuelan's parents summed up her life as an unexpectedly madcap life. But only she knew how much joy there was in pleasing herself. She was so happy that even the heavens couldn't stand it and inexplicably gave her a bout of mania. But that didn't stop her from dancing in the square, traveling everywhere, continuing to love herself, and living as she pleased. After hearing Hu Tsuelan's story, Chu Peipei and Li Shihan were both lost in thought. That phrase they often saw online, "You are yourself first, then a wife and mother," suddenly felt vividly real. It's easy to say, but in reality, very few people can truly live that way. Hu Tsuelan had had a few more drinks than usual and was a little tipsy. With a smile on her lips, she looked at everyone present and admitted frankly, "In this whole world, I love myself the most." Love yourself first, then others, even my son is no exception. I've often been called an unfilial daughter and often accused of being an unqualified wife and daughter-in-law. But you know what? I've always been most satisfied with myself. In that moment, everyone looked at her, and it was as if, instead of a woman in her 50s, they saw the free-spirited, uninhibited Hoot Suelan of her youth. Zhao Ping'an suddenly gave her a thumbs up and grinned. "Mom, you're so cool." In fact, compared to a mother who sacrificed everything, he much preferred this happy, vibrant, and full-of-life mother. Quietly, Nan thought of Qi Shulan. Yes, what she wanted most was for her mother to live happily. It didn't matter whether she was an outstanding entrepreneur or a model mother. What mattered most was that Nan hoped her mother could live freely and joyfully. Gu Jiu noticed Nan's eyes were a little red. Understanding her feelings, he quietly took her hand. Nan turned to look at him and squeezed his warm hand in return. Everyone kept chatting and having fun from noon until nightfall, reluctant to part. After seeing everyone off, only Nan and Gu Jiu were left in the house. Nan sighed. "Now I finally understand why, before the disaster, all those leaders loved organizing team-building activities for their employees." She looked at Gu Jiu. Getting together like this really does help people understand each other and deepen their bonds. I feel like everyone's sense of unity has grown a lot. That's because you're all friends to begin with, Gu Jiu replied. If you tried this with backstabbing bosses and two-faced colleagues, you'd never get the same result. You're right, Nan said with a smile. So I guess the Gu family doesn't have this kind of team-building culture? Gu Jiu snorted. We don't bother with that useless stuff. Nan raised an eyebrow. So what do you do? Gu Jiu replied, they make money, I run the business. Everyone knows their role, no emotional attachments. Nan curled her lips. No wonder our family can't compare to the Gu family. Xingya loves organizing these activities at the company, always making employees use their free time for team building. The two of them chatted and laughed for a while longer before finally heading to bed. The next day, as planned, Xu Peipei and the others went to the official base to buy houses and brought back good news for Nan. You mean my house got upgraded to 100 square meters? Xu Peipei nodded with a smile. That's right. After the earthquake, the authorities compensated the earliest home buyers. The new, bigger building was given to you guys first. Here, this is your new key. She added, I still bought a 60 square meter place, right across from yours. Zhao Ping'an and Long Song'an are in the same building as you. Those two brothers you introduced are really something, so smooth-talking. They even bargained and saved us a lot of food rations. Nan took the key. That's great. Xu Peipei, in high spirits, said goodbye. I'll head back now. I still need to sort out the rest of the supplies. Nan nodded and walked her to the gate. Just as she was about to close the door and head back inside, someone suddenly called out to her. Missin. Nan turned around and saw a striking blonde head emerging from the thick mist. Yuchen? She frowned and instinctively reached back to close the courtyard gate. Hey, don't close it. Yuchen, who had been strolling along, immediately broke into a jog and managed to grab the edge of the gate just before it shut. He let out a sigh of relief and flashed Nan a dazzling smile. Missin, we meet again. Nan glanced at the hand he had on the gate, fair, delicate, with well-defined joints. Every fingernail was meticulously trimmed, not a trace of white left, cut so short they were almost down to the quick. She looked him over. His clothes were spotless, not a speck of dust, and carried a faint scent of laundry detergent, obviously freshly washed. Still so particular, even in the apocalypse. He must be a clean freak. Nan's voice was cold. What do you want? She'd only come out to see Xu Peipei off and wasn't wearing a gas mask, so she had no intention of wasting time with him out here. Yuchen grinned and pushed the gate open a bit wider. He was wearing a half-face gas mask, so his voice was a bit muffled. Oh, nothing important. Just thought I'd drop by and visit the neighbors. Seems like you get a lot of visitors. As he spoke, he frowned at the door he was holding onto. Where'd you get this new gate? He clicked his tongue. This thing was ugly. Anyone who knew would recognize this as the most luxurious villa district in Limbei City. Anyone who didn't would think they'd traveled back to the 70s or 80s. And Nan glanced at his hand on the door and smirked. From a brothel. Jiang? Yuchen was puzzled. What's that? And Nan said, you know the Sunlong gang, right? Yuchen thought for a moment. The group that invaded the villa district a couple of days ago? And Nan nodded and continued, their gang has a brothel, specifically for comforting the men in the gang. What? Yuchen yelped, yanking his hand off the door as if he'd been electrocuted. He quickly pulled a disinfectant wipe from his pocket and scrubbed his hands thoroughly. Watching him look like he wanted to chop his hand off and throw it away, and Nan almost laughed. He really was a neat freak. The distance from Villa Number 2 to Villa Number 1 was so short, and he still carried disinfectant wipes everywhere. And Nan, how could you bring something so filthy home? And it's so ugly. And Nan rolled her eyes at him. What's it to you? It's just a door. Its main function is to keep out intruders and protect the home. As long as it's sturdy, that's enough. And Nan wasn't superstitious about anything. Besides, it had been thoroughly disinfected several times. There was no safety issue. But Yuchen was different. With his germophobia, touching this door was worse than death. Yuchen's shrill voice quickly drew over Gujiu and Fugue. Fugue had no fondness for Yuchen and started growling a warning as soon as he saw him. Gujiu pulled Nan aside and looked at Yuchen, his voice deep. Young Master Yu, what brings you here? Yuchen pouted and tossed his crumpled wipe away. Nothing much, just wanted to chat. He was talking to Gujiu, but his eyes kept darting to Nan. Gujiu noticed his gaze and shifted forward, blocking Nan almost entirely behind him. Sorry, we're busy today. If you want to chat, young Master Yu, you'll have to find someone else. He moved to close the door. Yuchen pressed against the door again, then realized what he was doing, quickly let go, and frantically pulled out another wipe to clean his hands. As he wiped, he said, "It's my dad. He sent me to discuss some things with you." He shot another look of disgust at the gate. "Let's talk inside, not out here." Gujiu remained blocking the entrance. Discuss what? Yuchen clicked his tongue impatiently. This Gu guy was really a tough nut to crack. It's about the recent invasion. My old man takes it seriously. He wanted me to see what measures the Villa District should take to improve our defenses. Seeing Gujiu still standing there like a door god, he added, "What, you won't give me face?" Not even my dad's. Fugue, not wearing a mask, was even more irritable in the mist. Seeing the annoying blonde refuse to leave, he bared his teeth, ready to lunge. Gujiu gently patted the dog's back to calm him, about to say something to Yuchen, when suddenly a shout came from not far away, "Young Master Yu." They all looked up to see a slender figure hurrying through the mist. Yuchen frowned. "Tang Qiyun, what are you doing here?" Tang Qiyun noticed he wasn't calling her Little Cloud anymore, but using her full name. She knew he was annoyed. She cursed inwardly. It's not like she wanted to come. If it weren't for Old Man Yu's orders, she'd never have left the house and braved the dangerous mist. She'd been worried the whole way that some thug would jump out of the fog and kill her. That's why she'd arrived so much later than Yuchen. She quickly explained, "Boss Yu sent me to get you. He said you need to come back right away and not cause any trouble." Across from them, Gujiu raised an eyebrow and exposed Yuchen's lie. "Didn't you say Old Man Yu sent you over?" "Doesn't look like that's the case." Yuchen gave an awkward laugh. Of course he was lying. He couldn't exactly say, "I've got my eye on your fiancée and came to steal her," could he? If he did, he'd never be allowed near Villa Number 1 again. After thinking it over for days, he was convinced that a treasure like this, Queen of the Night, was worth the effort to win over. He was very satisfied with her 3 battle pets and those heavy weapons. No matter how much he tried, Tang Qiyun could never be like her. Unless he tried a different approach. Yuchen glanced at the icy and Nan. No matter what, he still wanted to give it a shot. So, shamelessly, he inched forward. "It really wasn't my dad's idea, but I do think we should sit down and talk things over. We're all friends here. We live so close, we should look out for each other." Before he could finish, and Nan grabbed the door, making it clear she wanted nothing to do with him. "If you have something to say it here. It's not convenient to talk inside." Because of her pets, she really disliked Yuchen, who did animal experiments. She always felt there was something dangerous about him. As she moved, Yuchen suddenly felt a flash before his eyes. He blinked and stared at the ring on Nan's hand in disbelief. The Star of Valeri? And Nan was startled by his sudden outburst. She followed his gaze to the diamond ring on her hand. Confused, she turned to Gu Jiu and asked, "What's with him?" Gu Jiu smiled at her. "Maybe he recognized the ring on your hand." "What about the ring?" "V something star. That must be the diamond's name, right?" And Nan glanced at the pigeon egg-sized diamond on her finger. Gu Jiu had always been low-key even when he proposed. He hadn't made a big deal out of it, let alone mention if the ring had a special name. The diamond was certainly big and dazzling, but the Yu family was insanely rich. To them, a huge diamond ring like this shouldn't be anything out of the ordinary, right? The Taiyu group was a massive conglomerate. Was it really worth being so surprised? Yu Chen's expression stiffened. Just now, and Nan's left hand had been hanging down, and his attention had been on her face, so he hadn't noticed that she was actually wearing the Star of Valeri on her finger. It was a vivid pink diamond worth $1 billion, with flawless clarity and a perfect cut. If it weighed more than 30 carats, the price would be even higher. Of course, the price wasn't even the most important thing. What mattered was that this was a one-of-a-kind pink diamond. When it first appeared, it caused quite a stir in their social circles. Normally, the wealthy rarely attend auctions in person, they send assistants to bid for them. But this pink diamond had attracted many rich ladies to show up themselves, including his own mother, Mrs. Kong Ci. Back then, he was just a first grader, dragged along by his mother to the auction. But in the end, they lost out. The diamond was bought by a mysterious tycoon who never revealed himself. To this day, Mrs. Kong Ci still can't forget that pink diamond. The auction catalog page is still kept at home. Yuchen now realized that this ring must have been given to a Nan by Gu Jiu. He looked at Gu Jiu and said, "Rumor has it the mysterious tycoon who bought the Star of Valeri back then was already over 50. Gu Jiu replied, "That was my grandfather." He then turned to a Nan. "When Grandpa gave it to me, he told me to give it to my future wife. He said he regretted not being able to give it to his granddaughter-in-law himself." And Nan was stunned for a moment. Thinking of Gu Jiu's late grandfather, and then her own grandfather, she lowered her head and gently stroked the diamond, cherishing it. So this was a family heirloom. Yuchen felt a bit defeated. How could he compete with that? His family had fallen so far that even a 50 million jade bracelet had to be sold off by his father. Where would he ever get a billion-yuan diamond ring? He couldn't match their emotional foundation. He couldn't match their material conditions either. There was no way he could win this girlfriend. Feeling a bit dejected, he took a step back. "Since you two are busy, let's catch up another time." Gu Jiu saw his reaction and raised his eyebrows meaningfully. This guy wasn't here to discuss anything, he was clearly making a move on his fiancée. So he said bluntly, "Take care, young Master Yu. I won't see you out." Then he raised his hand and closed the door. Just before the door shut, Fugue the dog poked his head out and gave Tang Chiyun, standing behind Yuchen, a friendly woof as a farewell. To everyone's surprise, Tang Chiyun seemed to understand the dog and called out loudly, "Bye-bye, puppy." And Nan was a little surprised. Fugue seems to treat Miss Tang differently? Gu Jiu glanced down at the dog. Seems like it. It really was strange. Other than the two of them, Fugue was always aloof with everyone else, even baring his teeth and opening his huge jaws at the slightest displeasure. Even with Chu Peipei, Anhu, Zhao Ping'an, and Long Song'an, he was only a little polite for Nan and Gu Jiu's sake. But he was usually cold and indifferent, rarely greeting anyone. This was the first time Nan had seen him actively show friendliness to someone else. Come to think of it, last time too. When Fugue first met Tang Chiyun, he not only wagged his tail, but even grinned at her. When they got home, Nan immediately took a sip of spring water, then curiously asked the dog, "Fugue, do you really like that lady?" Fugue answered honestly, "I wouldn't say I like her. She just feels comfortable to be around." And Nan was taken aback and almost laughed. So your face-obsessed tendencies are acting up again? That Miss Tang really was stunning. Even with half her face covered by a gas mask, her beauty was hard to hide. Compared to Jiang Mengqiu, who made a living off her looks, Tang Qiyun was even more beautiful. But Fugue shook his head. It's not because she's pretty. She just feels comfortable. Comfortable? And Nan was puzzled. Did that girl have some kind of soothing aura? Why couldn't she feel it herself? Meanwhile, Yuchen took Tang Qiyun back to the Yu family villa. As soon as they walked in, old Master Yu hurled his cane at him. You unfilial son. Didn't I tell you to stop having those thoughts and stay away from villa number 1? Yuchen calmly crouched down, picked up the cane and walked over to old Master Yu. Got it. I've given up on all that. Yu Shihong exchanged a look with his wife, Kong Xi, and asked suspiciously, really? Yuchen grunted, handed the cane back, then sprawled on the sofa, rubbing his chin in thought. There was no way he could win the Queen of Thorns. But he wasn't about to give up just yet. This time, the intruders had targeted the Gu family. If it had been the Yu family, they'd probably be finished by now. The two families had once been on equal footing, but now they were falling behind step by step. He needed to find another way and grow stronger as soon as possible. Otherwise, the weak would only get trampled. The next day, when the Yu family elders sat down for breakfast, they realized their son was missing again. Not only was Yuchen gone, but even the little maid, Tang Qiyun, had vanished. Old Master Yu was so angry he was fuming and sent bodyguards to search the entire villa district, but found nothing. In the end, Kong Xi found a note in Yuchen's room. Mom, Dad, I'm taking Xiao Yunkai to the experimental base for a while. We'll be back in a bit. Don't worry. Old Master Yu looked at the note and, in a fit of rage, threw his cane again. That mysterious experimental base of his is still running? Kong Xi clutched her chest, feeling a vague sense of unease. The days that followed saw the mountainside villa return to its usual peace and quiet. 3 months later, one early morning, the thick fog suddenly began to dissipate. And Nan got up, pulled open the curtains, and saw the scene outside. She exclaimed, "Time has changed again." Gu Jiu pulled her into his arms. "It's different from last time?" And Nan nodded. "Yeah, last time, the heavy fog lasted for 6 months before it gradually cleared. This time, it's only been a little over 4 months, and it's already starting to lift." Gu Jiu squeezed her hand. "It's fine. Whatever comes, we'll deal with it. We've already prepared everything we need for the extreme cold." And Nan nodded, then said, "Before the extreme cold hits, let's move the warehouse into the space, okay? Gu Jiu, based on the timeline from our previous life, how many days were there between the thick fog and the extreme cold?" And Nan thought for a moment and replied, "About 3 to 5 days." Gu Jiu considered it. "The northern base isn't far. For the south and northwest, we can take the helicopter. If all goes well, 3 to 5 days should be enough." And Nan nodded. "I just don't know if the extreme cold will come early. After all, the timing of the thick fog had already changed. It's quite possible that while we're on the road, the extreme cold could hit suddenly. With blizzards and freezing air, the helicopter definitely won't be able to fly then." Gu Jiu remained calm. "It's fine. If the extreme cold arrives, we'll just switch to driving. Didn't you get those snow tracks?" And Nan responded, "Yeah. Traveling itself shouldn't be a problem, but it might take a lot longer. After all, driving all the way to the northwest, then to the south, and then back up north, if the roads are bad because of the extreme cold, it would take at least a month." Gu Jiu rubbed her head. "It's our honeymoon. The length doesn't matter. Whether it's raging winds or blizzards, as long as a Nan is by his side, everything is fine." And Nan looked up, feigning ignorance. "Honeymoon?" Gu Jiu was silent for a few seconds, his phoenix eyes fixed on her. "It's a bit late to back out now." And Nan met his gaze for a moment, then laughed. "Whoever regrets it is a loser." Gu Jiu's lips curled up slightly. "That's good." And Nan grinned, raising her hand to press against his chest. "I just love seeing you all anxious and nervous." Gu Jiu stared at her for 2 seconds, then stood up and drew the curtains again. Seeing this, Nan thought, "Oh no," and got up to run. "It's early morning, broad daylight, you better." Before she could finish, Gu Jiu yanked her back and pinned her to the bed. "You flirt and then chicken out." He leaned in, his thin lips brushing hers. "I also like seeing you all flustered." And Nan's face turned bright red as she pushed him away. "What nonsense are you talking about? Get off." "I'm hungry, I want to get up for breakfast." Gu Jiu pressed closer. "You won't be hungry in a minute." In Nan. And just like that, the wedding that was originally planned for next month was moved up. While the mist still lingered, everyone gathered once again at Villa No. 1 for a unique and unforgettable wedding, the most special one in history. And Nan herself loved traditional Chinese wedding ceremonies and insisted on having a bowing ceremony. But there were no traditional Chinese wedding outfits in their space, no dragon and phoenix robes, no xiuhe dresses, nothing. All she had was a regular wedding dress she had casually picked up from a bridal shop in the mall. And Nan didn't mind. She planned to wear the wedding dress for the bowing ceremony. Perfect, she could experience both the traditional ritual and the feeling of wearing a wedding dress in her lifetime. There was no professional wedding company to decorate the villa. It was all done bit by the two of them. It wasn't fancy, but it was warm and cozy. The banquet was simple, too. There was only one table of guests. The two of them had experimented with cooking before, making lots of delicious dishes, which they now took out from their storage space, still as fresh as when they were just cooked. The ceremony was simple as well, no elaborate processions, just a small ritual, then straight to the meal. On the big day, Chu Peipei, Zhao Ping'an and his mother, and Long Song'an's family of 3 all arrived early, only to find that the couple had already taken care of everything. No need to help with the food or the decorations. All they had to do was sit and watch. With some time left before the auspicious hour, everyone gathered to chat. As they chatted, Chu Peipei looked at Nan, who was barefaced and in loungewear, calm as ever, and asked in surprise, "Nan, it's almost time. Are you really getting married like this?" "Huh?" And Nan didn't get it. "Is there something else I should do?" "It's my first time getting married. I don't have any experience." Gu Jiu coughed lightly. "Planning on a second time?" And Nan teased, "You never know." Gu Jiu shot her a sidelong glance. "As many times as you want, I'm in." As long as he's the groom, he'd marry her 100 times if she wanted. If not for him. He looked at Nan, narrowing his eyes slightly. And Nan glared right back, refusing to back down. Watching their little exchange, Zhao Ping'an grumbled, "Enough, you two. Always showing off your love, I'm sick of it. Spare a thought for us single folks, will you?" "Showing off?" Not far away, Fugue the dog immediately puffed up and trotted over. "Where's the dog food? Why don't I see any? Why are you using my food to feed these two-legged creatures?" Today, the dog had been specially dressed up, wearing a pink and purple princess dress Nan had made from a plus-size women's outfit. It looked hilariously cute, fashionable in a ridiculous way. Everyone burst out laughing at the sight of the dog in its little dress, shaking its head and looking for dog food. As the conversation drifted further, Chu Peipei quickly brought it back. "I'm not talking about the ceremony. I mean, aren't you going to tidy yourself up? What kind of bride is this, so plain?" She pointed at Long Song'an, who was fiddling with his phone. "Didn't you ask Long Song'an to record the ceremony? You're going to be filmed like this." Long Song'an looked up. "Yeah, even if the bride is naturally beautiful, shouldn't you at least dress up a bit?" He waved the phone he was using as a camera. "It's a once-in-a-lifetime event." And Nan had given him the phone. It wasn't professional equipment, but in the apocalypse, a working phone was already rare. Besides Nan, no one else really had one. And it was the latest model, with a camera as good as any professional one. But if she wanted to capture this beautiful moment, why was she still barefaced? And Nan replied, "I've got the wedding dress ready. I'll put it on before the ceremony." Li Shihan chimed in, "What about makeup? Aren't you going to do your makeup?" And Nan nodded. "Of course." She hardly ever wore makeup, but since she was only getting married this once, She definitely wanted to look her best. She explained, "I'm quick with makeup. Just a bit of mascara and lipstick, 3 minutes, tops. Makeup and getting dressed, 10 minutes at most. What's the rush?" Li Shirhan twitched her lips. "Just mascara and lipstick." She couldn't help but look at Annan's face. Her skin was fair and flawless, with delicate pores and a healthy glow, no blemishes or spots. Her complexion was better than most people after foundation, concealer, and blush. Her eyebrows were thick and neatly shaped, her facial features full and well-defined, her bone structure perfect. She didn't even need contouring. Li Shirhan clicked her tongue. Honestly, this woman really didn't need any makeup at all. Chu Peipei said, all right, enough chatting. Let's go inside and get you ready. Shirhan and I will help you with your hair and everything. No matter how naturally beautiful you are, you can't just do the bare minimum for your wedding look. My hair?" And Nan touched her head. "All right, let's go." The women had just gone upstairs when the doorbell rang. Gu Jiu got up and went to open the door in the courtyard. Aside from their close friends, the only outsider invited to this wedding was Yu Chen. Gu Jiu had picked up on Yu Chen's feelings for Nan, so he'd specifically asked Long Songin to send an invitation to the Yu family as well. The idea was simple: a love rival must witness this unbreakable bond. But when he opened the door, it wasn't Yu Chen standing outside, it was Chen Tingting. Gu Jiu stared for several seconds before he recognized her. She had changed so much. The once plump, youthful girl was now gaunt and sallow, her skin stretched tight over bone. Her long hair had been cut short, and at a glance, she looked 10 years older. Chen Tingting looked at Gu Jiu, who was impeccably dressed in a suit, every strand of hair perfectly in place. She froze for a moment before explaining her visit. "Hello, Mr. Gu. I came to thank you and Miss In for helping me get revenge and for saving me." Then, a little awkwardly, she added, "Sorry I'm late. I wasn't in a good place for a while, so I didn't come sooner." But not in a good place was an understatement. Chen Tingting had nearly starved herself to death at home. When she was away from home, she could still force herself to keep going. Her parents' sudden death had felt like a dream. But once she returned and buried her parents with her own hands in the yard, the pain of losing them became real. The house was terrifyingly quiet. When she woke up, her first instinct was to look for her mother, but the master bedroom was empty. When she cooked noodles, she automatically took out enough for 3, only to realize after putting them in the pot that her parents were gone. She tried to distract herself by reading her favorite book, but couldn't focus at all. Tears fell, soaking the pages. The shadow of her parents' death was everywhere. She cried over and over, slapped herself, hurt herself, trying to make the physical pain drown out the pain in her heart. But it didn't work. She made little dolls of Nan Guiyan and stabbed them with needles, tore off their heads and crushed them underfoot. That didn't help either. Nothing could ease the pain inside her. So she stopped eating. She lay motionless on the floor, not knowing how many days and nights passed. In the end, she was close to starving to death, and in her delirium, she started hallucinating. In a haze, she saw her parents smiling at her, as gentle as ever, but unwilling to take her with them. They wanted her to live well. When Chen Tingting opened her eyes again, she got up from the floor, ravenously ate and drank, cut off her straw-like hair, and put on clean clothes. She gathered all the remaining food in the house. Since she hadn't died, she would live out the rest of her days as best she could. When she had nowhere left to go, her parents would naturally come for her. She made some pastries herself and brought them to thank her 2 benefactors. If it weren't for them, those villains from the Tsenglong gang would still be at large. Gu Jiu glanced at the cake box in her hands. "No need to thank us. It was nothing." But Chen Tingting insisted on handing him the pastries, then looked past him. "Is Miss In here?" Since she was here to thank them, she couldn't leave out the other benefactor. Gu Jiu looked at the pastries in his hands, hesitated for a moment, then told her that today was their wedding day and the bride was upstairs getting ready. He politely invited her to join the celebration. It was her benefactor's big day, so of course Chen Tingting gladly accepted. But when she saw the pastries in Gu Zhiyu's hands, she suddenly felt they weren't enough. She'd thought that in times like these, food was the most precious thing, more valuable than antiques or paintings, which was why she'd made pastries as a gift. But since it was a wedding, she should give something more meaningful, with better symbolism. She quickly said, "I'm so sorry, I didn't know you were getting married. Please wait, I'll be right back." With that, she turned and ran home. Panting by the time she arrived, Chen Tingting rummaged through a large box. Inside were beautiful gold pieces her mother had bought for her while shopping, saying they were for her dowry when she got married. There was a set of golden phoenix hairpins, a luxurious phoenix crown, and a set of 9 treasures, gold pieces symbolizing everlasting happiness. She had no use for these things anymore, so she decided to pass on these blessings to Mr. Gu and Missin. Taking the box, Chen Tingting hurried back to Villa Number 1. On the way, she happened to glance into the chief family's villa and saw He Yuan sitting in a daze in the courtyard. He was sitting on the ground in front of a simple grave. Chen Tingting's eyes grew moist again. This scene played out in her own yard every day. After a moment's hesitation, she walked over and called through the gate, "Brother He, are you all right?" He Yuan's eyes were unfocused. Chen Tingting called several times before he slowly came back to himself, still looking lost. "What?" To be continued.